All right, man. We back for another one, another episode of Heart of the City. You know what it is. Me, your host, NYG Double Deuce, with my co-host, Jeffy T85, and the one and only Mr. Coach Ed Gladney. How y'all doing tonight, man? First and foremost, man, let me holler at my two co-hosts, man. How y'all doing tonight?
I'm good, and yourself?
Most definitely, man. Definitely
What's up,
on
man?
another one, man.
Yeah,
hmm
I hope you guys are doing well and you enjoyed your Tuesday. It's been a crazy Tuesday.
hmm Most definitely. And a very eventful few days, especially
Most
today.
most definitely.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Definitely eventful. And we can go in a number of directions, but my man Jeffy T, he's got the game on. He's got the Nets Chicago Bulls game on right now. The score I got is 53-49 Brooklyn. So we will be giving you updates of the game as we go along. So this will kind of be kind of a watch along slash heart of the city podcast. So we give you something a little different, man. So pull up, enjoy the show. We got the Nets rolling. Of course, big news out there. Steve Nash is out of there. and most definitely we're gonna be talking about that a lot. But one thing I want to make sure is my audio good.
Yes.
I hear you.
All
What's
right.
up? What's
How
up,
is that a
AC? What's up, Ed?
foul?
Just want to make sure it's no feedback, anything like that.
How is that a foul?
No, I don't hear anything.
Okay, cool. So we good to go. First and foremost, want to give a shout out to the chat. Levance, my G, showing up each and every week, man. Love and support to you, brother, man.
Thank
Much
you,
love and
Vince.
respect, man. And of
hmm
course, man, also wifey showing up to each and every podcast, man. That's my second half, y'all, man. So much love and support, man, to my wife, Nisi. But let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. And like I said, we're gonna be chiming in on the Nets game. It's gonna be heavy Nets uh podcast here, but I want to get into that later on in the show since the game is going on right now. So um as the game's going on, we're gonna kind of be talking about football, but we're gonna also be talking about basketball. So little different show. Because we just want to make sure that we cover the entire heart of the city. All right.
Oh my God! Don't tell me they called a foul.
So as you
They
can see,
they called a foul.
and yes, they did call a foul, and I do believe that is one Kevin Durant going to the free throw line.
Oh, good. I thought they called the foul on the Nets.
Yeah, no, that's KD, and right now it's 57-52 Nets. About 2 seconds left in the first half of the game. So Nets looking good. On the Steve Nash being fired news, but let's get into it, man. Let's get into this Giants, man. Let's get into this trade rumor situation. Of course, big news of the week: Kadarius Toney's been traded to the Kansas City Chiefs for a third round and a sixth round pick.
hmm
So now a lot of people been chiming in on this situation about Kadarius Toney. Should he been traded? Did they get enough? First of all, the Giants got absolutely a steal, a steal for Kadarius Toney. And let me tell you why they got a steal for Kadarius Toney. What did Chase Claypool get traded for today? Wasn't it a second?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How about what the Dolphins gave for Tyreek Hill? How about what the Houston Texans was asking for Brandon Cooks? What the Broncos was asking for Jerry Jeudy? So if you guys wanted to get a number one receiver, a wide receiver, the market was increasingly high given the circumstances that these wide receivers are given the price that these wide receivers were going for in this particular market. Now, let me tell you, because you got to understand too, a lot of these receivers are not signed long term. They're still on rookie deals. That's what Joe Shane was looking for. Joe Shane and Brian Dable were shopping at Walmart while all the other teams were shopping at, I don't know, J.C. Penney's or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you got to kind of look at it. The Giants were shopping at the dollar store. And guess what? Wasn't no deals at the dollar store today. They sold out. Wide receivers were sold out, y'all. Come back next season when we restock, because the wide receivers were sold out at the bargain bin basement deal that the Giants was looking for, because they were cash strapped. You already got Kenny Golladay on the roster. You just got rid of Kadarius Toney. So there was no way Joe Shane is going to make himself look stupid. This is a smart GM. He's not going to make himself look stupid by trading the pick he just got for one Kadarius Toney, which a lot of people say was a steal given the fact that Toney hasn't played. You're going to trade that for Brandon Cooks or a Jerry Jeudy or somebody like that? I don't think so. Because that's going to be a bad look on your GM and your coach if he can't produce. If a Jerry Jeudy or if a Brandon Cooks comes in here and they don't instantly make the Giants a better team, then guess what? You lost that trade off rip. Don't care what nobody say. You automatically lost. If who you trade for doesn't automatically come in here and make a difference with your team, you lost. So kudos to Joe Shane. Kudos to Brandon Beane for staying pat and holding it down, man, and not giving in to pressure from the fans and the media like one Dave Gettleman, Joe Judge, and your owner, Mr. John Mara, giving in to the. They didn't do that. So kudos to them. Now, I'm going to turn it over to my coach to see what he thinks, but my outlook on this team hasn't changed. Still think it's a playoff team, and I still think we got as good a chance as anybody to be in there like swimwear for the NFC Conference Championship. And I'm not saying Super Bowl. I'm saying just win the conference. This conference is weak, in my opinion. You could talk about Philly, Dallas, all you want to, but that's how I see it. I don't think none of these teams is juggernauts. So that's my whole thing on the Tony trade. And we'll get into the rest of the stuff here in just a second. But my whole thing on the Tony trade is the Giants did exactly what they needed to do in order to make this team better for the future. Well, why you say that, NYG? Because Tony wasn't a fit. He wasn't going to play. We know that. Tony wasn't finna come in here and make no difference. And so you get a third and a sixth for a headache that wasn't going to play on the team. That's a steal, in my opinion. They couldn't get it back by getting another receiver in here, but that's okay. Because the team has to get healthy before any receiver can come in here and make a difference. Think about it. We missing offensive linemen. We missing tight ends. We missing receivers. You missing players on the defense. So before anybody can come in here and shine, you got to get your squad healthy. Bye week is the perfect time to do this. I'm telling you, the Giants will be fine. Am I looking for them to go to the Super Bowl? Right now, as it stands, I would have to say no, if I'm being honest with you. Can they do it? Yes. Do I expect them to? No. But we didn't expect them to be anywhere near this 6-2 mark that we got right here, right now. So respect the squad and respect what they done so far. Shout out to the chat, man. I see you, Levance. I see you, Wells. Appreciate y'all for pulling up, man.
So
I'm gonna turn it over to Coach because I've been rambling enough. But what I definitely want to ask is, did the Giants win or lose this trade period by not or making the moves that they made? Because we're not gonna say they didn't make no moves, because they did. They gave away a receiver. So a lot of people gonna look at that in the negative and say, "Oh, they gave away a receiver. They didn't get anybody to help Daniel Jones." Well, y'all want Daniel Jones gone anyway, so why in the hell you see what I'm saying? Double standard. People that want Daniel Jones wanted to bring a receiver in here to help him. It's ass backwards. But go ahead, Coach. Maybe I'm tripping.
no, I got you. I understand what you're saying. I mean, if you want to say, there's no winner in my eyes in either way. I mean, because depending on who they could have brought in, because you really don't know, so you can't say it's a win or a loss or anything of that nature. It's
True.
we didn't make a move, so okay, fine. Other than Kadarius Toney, we got capital that Joe Shane felt was good value. So I'm trusting his process and what he's doing. And if you look at it in terms of, Tony hasn't really been on the field. He's been on the field sparingly for us for a year and a half. So, maybe he can get on the field in Kansas City. Who knows? I mean, he gets on the field, and what happens if he goes down? So to me, in terms of that, that's still to be determined. But even still, if he goes on to have a Hall of Fame career, it was what's best for the New York Football Giants organization as a whole. And right now, Kadarius Toney wasn't a fit. That's neither here nor there. I mean, he's just not a fit. So, but I mean, and not doing anything. I mean, again, we didn't give up a whole lot of cash, like you said. Chase Claypool got a second round grading, from Chicago to Pittsburgh. But we don't know. I've banged the table about T. Higgins. But you
Yeah.
know, he was taken off the table, but there were guys who we heard that was still on the table even though they played. So you never know what goes on. So um, it's still something that could happen after the season. So again, it's
Mm-hmm.
right now at the present moment. I mean, it's fine. I mean, as far as if you did get somebody, yes, could you gotten a different evaluation on DJ? Sure, of course. But for the most part, this year we've seen what DJ can do with proper coaching and with no talent around him. So is it going to change the narrative in terms of the evaluation? I don't think so. I mean, what more could this man do? I mean, he's been doing a lot without any talent. So other than helping us win more games possibly and pad his stats, realistically, what more could he really do in terms of reading the field, scanning the field, making smart decisions, not putting the ball in harm's way? He's already doing all that. He's already doing all that. So, in my eyes, a number one. Did I want another receiver? Yes. Let me preface that by saying yes, I did.
Me too, coach.
Sunday's game had me frustrated with the play of the receivers, the drop balls. I mean, someone said, oh, it's not the receiver's fault. It was more Richie James with the special teams. But in the same token, from a coaching perspective, you know, Seattle dared us to pass and basically shut down the run. So, if you had better receivers, then it takes them out of the box. It
Yeah.
it doesn't force them to jump DJ with the RPOs and so on and so forth because they have to play back a little bit more, or play an extra man, extra safety back. So, you know, it's Seattle, had a great game plan. I mean, they outcoached us, they outplayed us, they wanted it. Even Gino, I mean, with his comment that this was for Jerry Reese and McAdoo because they believed in him.
Yeah, I want to talk about that too.
Yeah, so I mean, bottom line is Seattle wanted that game. They got us. You have to tip your hat. I do say this come playoff time. I do want to go back and I want to see them. I really do. Because I want to see
I
them
think it's
back
a
at
good
the fifth.
chance we do, because right now they're
Exactly.
3 and we're 6.
We're
So
six.
yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, we still have a lot of games to go. Things can change, but the way things are going, I want Seattle again, and I think we'll be better prepared and we'll be hungry. And I think
Hmm.
this team will step up even more, come that time. So, but to your initial question, it's no winning. It's no winners. And this is just one thing I wanted to talk about because I was looking at Joe Shane's presser from today, and one of the things he alluded to that I took away, basically, and that's inclusive of this right now. He said it's an ongoing process for everyone. We have 9 games left, and he's talking about evaluating everyone, whether
Hmm.
it's DJ, Saquon, the last man on the practice squad. Everyone is being evaluated for the future. And then, there was a question on was he open to extending DJ and or Saquon? And he said, we'll have those meetings this week. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We wanted to get through the trade deadline today. We'll have those conversations and circle up on strategy meetings, contract extensions, and if we may or may not do it with anyone. But if I entertain it, this would be the time in reference to thinking about extending DJ or Saquon because he wants to, set a plan for that. And he wants to do it. Now's the time to do it during the bye week. I probably won't do anything after that. I don't want any distractions for the players. So
Hmm.
he's going to evaluate everyone. He's going to set a plan. And that tells me this is a man that, very well organized. He's very well structured. He knows what the hell he's doing. So he didn't see anything that was well worth it today. Okay, he's having his plan in place,
Yeah.
and that's very refreshing. So he didn't do anything. Okay, no problem, no problem. He knows what he's doing. He's gonna go through and he's gonna do what he has to do. And in the end, now that I think about it, if you want to say who's a winner overall, the New York Football Giants.
Hmm.
So there you go.
Nah, you right, coach, because the Giants, and I made this comment earlier. The Giants basically did the best thing they could have done from a general manager standpoint
Mm-hmm.
because they didn't give the fan base no expectations,
Mm-mm.
but they still didn't sell like they were tanking either. So basically what they told the fan base is we gonna roll with what we got and we'll see how it goes. And if it goes good, okay, that makes our options better moving in the
Mm-hmm.
off season. If it goes sour, then we know exactly what we got to do because we've evaluated everything and we've used this season to evaluate every single player on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
They're using this season to evaluate every single player on this roster. Daniel Jones, Barkley, anybody on defense, all the wide receivers, so on and so forth. As a fan, I wanted them to make a push for a wide receiver,
Mm-hmm.
particularly Jerry Judy or T. Higgins. As a
Mm-hmm.
general manager, I totally understand what Joe Shane
Mm-hmm.
did. Totally. Now, if Jeffy, you still there? I know the Nets are still at it. I
No,
think it's
I'm here.
60
I'm
to
just
I
listening to
think it's
what you guys
60
are
to
saying.
yeah, I think it's 60 to 52. So if you want to chime in, Jeff, you go ahead and chime in on this
Oh,
situation
sorry.
with the Giants, man.
I'm sorry to interject before we go any further.
Go ahead.
Um, One other thing I wanted to before we forget, in reference to Shadow Worlds. For those of you who don't know, we talked last week about our partnership with them, and they're going to be rebroadcasting on Saturdays. But we now actually get another day. We also get Thursday mornings, 8 to 10. So we're getting a rebroadcast twice in a week. So I just
Mhm.
wanted to let everyone know that, so those who may want to come on later, or you want to catch it later in the week, there's another avenue for you. So I just wanted to get that out before I forgot. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Nah, you good. And also it's gonna be on Spotify and
Mm-hmm. iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio. So anybody that has Spotify and or iHeartRadio, you will be able to listen to yours truly and all the rest of us here on Heart of the City from 8 to 10. So we're definitely moving in the right direction over here, man. Hopefully you guys are and hopefully the Giants are too as well, man. But big shout out to Shadow Worlds, man, for sponsoring this show, man. And we're definitely gonna be plugging that in the rest of the show. But Jeff, man, what you got to say on all this, man, real quick, man, before we get into it, man?
Well, if anybody remembers, what was the one thing that I kept saying even before the season even started? If anybody remembers, this was an evaluation year for every single player. I said that numerous times. I'm not trying to
Thank you,
toot my own
Nisi.
horn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Wifey says
Nisi.
congrats to you guys for expanding.
I
Appreciate
said
that.
that.
Thank you.
I said this was
Well
an
says congrats,
evaluation.
fellas. That's awesome.
I said this was an evaluation year from the beginning. Everybody on this team is going to get evaluated because a lot of these players are not Joe Shane's players. They're not Brian Daboll's players. They're not Brandon Brown's players. They're a lot of Dave Gettleman, and in one player's case, a Jerry Reese pick. This team, these players were going to have to go out there throughout the entire season and show that they could be potential long-term pieces going forward. Every single one of them. None of us expected this team to go 6-2. None of us. I don't care who you are. Nobody expected us to be
Mm-hmm.
as good as we are right now in the first year of a rebuild. In terms of Kadarius Toney, wasn't helping this football team. He was spending more time on the sidelines and a little bit of a distraction off the field than he was helping this team on the field. He was a blip
Hmm.
on the radar in terms of his play. Am I upset they traded him? No. Am I happy they got compensation for him? Yes. Especially a third round pick for a guy that only didn't even have 430 yards receiving in his career. is it with the Giants, and not even a touchdown. And you got a 3rd-round pick for him. That's an excellent job by Joe Schoen. Cannot be upset by that at all. Joe Schoen's making it work with a bunch of players that some of these guys he probably wants no business of having on this team. But he's doing the best he can to make it work. So I'll give him credit for that. In terms of them making
that number.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
In terms of them not making a move for a wide receiver or even any players at all or trade to add to his team, I'm not mad. Not upset. I kind of expected it to happen because Joe Schoen is the type of general manager that values his picks. And he even said it. What does he want to do? Build through the draft. What is his plan? Build through the draft. How does he want to execute putting together this team? Build through the draft. What did he do last year? Recouped 11 draft picks for this team last year because he knows a lot of these players are not long for this team, especially with the fact we have a ton of free agents next year. A ton. That's why I'm starting to think that we think that a lot of these guys might be back. We might want a lot of these guys back, but what is the formula that this team might go for? Rebuild to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sign everybody. I hate to say it. Some of these good players will not be here. We can't pay them all. So we might have to sacrifice a Julian Love. We might have to sacrifice an O'Shane Zimenez. Hell, I hate to say it. We might have to sacrifice a Saquon Barkley. People aren't going to like hearing that, but it might happen if we can't pay him. Just the reality of things. But that's why you recoup and you keep all these draft picks so you can build through the draft and you can restock your team when you can't pay some of these big-time players that you develop or the previous regime developed. So I'm not upset that this team didn't go out there and get a wide receiver, for a guy that could be a potential piece for right now, but this team is not all about right now only. This team is about now in the future. This team is about building the team together for 2022 and beyond. That's the goal. So I'm happy that they didn't go out there and decide to throw away a 2nd-round pick for a 29-year-old Brandon Cooks who has an injury history and now seems like a guy that just wants to get the hell out of there because he's complaining that he didn't get traded. I like Jerry Jeudy, but to me, he's not worth the 2nd-round pick. He's not even a number 1 receiver. He's a number 2. He has drop issues, and what are one of the things that we've had problems with for years? Drops. Jeudy drops the ball a lot.
Nah, but Slayton though, Darius Slayton,
No, I know.
bad. Oh God, we hate Slayton.
No,
now,
I get it, Whip, bro. I get what you mean. It's true. I know Slayton. Well, I mean, that narrative has changed.
I'm gonna rub that Slayton narrative in everyone's face. You know why? Because I got destroyed in the offseason for making that comment about Darius Slayton. I had dudes block me on Twitter because I said Slayton. Because I said Slayton. I said the Giants needed Darius Slayton. That's all I said in my video.
You know what? I mean, you're right. You see, at this point, all you gotta do is just take that satisfaction and know that you were right and all these other people were wrong. I feel you completely.
Mm-hmm.
If I was in your situation, I wouldn't even have to go out there and prove that I'm right. I would just have the satisfaction in my own feeling, be like, you know what? I was right the whole time. What I said, I went out there and I said it. Darius Slayton is the best receiver on this football team right now. He is.
Facts. He's the only competent receiver they got.
Well, I can't say he's the only because I want to see what Wan'Dale Robinson can do. I like Wan'Dale. I think Wan'Dale is good too.
Deshaun and rubbed off of Richie James. Sills, we know what he is. Marcus Johnson can't catch or separate. So really, all we got is Slayton and Robinson.
Yeah, but we all knew that from the beginning. We knew that these players were not going to be, anything special.
But they didn't. They didn't, Jeffy. They wanted Alec Bachman on the
because
roster.
They were blinded by what they saw in training camp and preseason.
Colin Johnson, Marcus Johnson, any Johnson but Slayton.
I know, because they were blinded by what they saw in the preseason and because
I ain't letting these suckers off the hook.
That's fine. That's fine. You should. I mean, I don't blame you for all the hate that you got because of it. But at the same time, You have to go with what these guys did in the NFL, and let's just be real. Slayton has a better track record than all these guys, and that's why
Yeah.
when you said that, I started to think about it, not just trying to get on your way, but I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, he makes a point. Darius Slayton has a track record. He's had a couple of years of success with this team. He can be a player that can help out this team, and it makes
Yeah.
sense. And now you look at it, Shepard's out for the season again. Galladay's done zero for this team. Tony's not even a Giant anymore. Wandale Robinson is a rookie trying to get adjusted. And these other guys, they're trash. They're bit players or backups they're backups for a reason. Slayton's the best receiver on this team. But just to get back to my point, just to get back to the initial point about the Giants not trading anybody, I'm not unhappy because I see the bigger goal with this team going forward. We have a lot of free agents, and I actually compare this offseason for the Giants a little bit to what the Mets are going to be going through. A lot of players they have to make decisions on. A lot. So this team really has to, evaluate the rest of the season. I know it looks really good right now, but there's still half a season to go. We don't know if things will continue to be good or if they crash and burn. We don't know. We got to watch the rest of the season to see what happens. And that's why I'm happy that Joe Shane said that in his press conference. Thank you for telling me that, Coach Ed. That he wants to evaluate this entire team throughout the entire season. Daniel Jones looks great right now, but maybe he sucks in the second half. Or maybe he continues to play great. Saquon, same thing. Andrew Thomas, we don't know. I want to see the entire season for this whole team, evaluate them for the rest of these games. We still have more than half of our games to go. But I see the long-term vision with this team, and that's what I felt from the beginning, that this team is built for the long term. And if you want to go into the offseason and maybe go to Cincinnati and ask about T. Higgins, maybe you want to go to Denver and ask about Jerry Jeudy, maybe you want to go to Carolina and ask about DJ Moore, you can do that in the offseason. Why not? Maybe those prices will drop a little bit because it's not in season and these teams aren't in the playoff hunt anymore. It's over. So a lot of different evaluations happen. Me personally, I'm tired of going out there and getting other teams' receivers that are free agents. What was the thing that we were successful the most when our wide receiver core? We got them to the draft. I'll throw out a few names for everybody. Steve Smith, draft. Amani Toomer, draft. Mario Manningham, draft. Hakeem Nicks, draft. Odell Beckham Jr., draft. Sterling Shepard, when he's healthy, draft. Darius Slayton, draft. Those are some of the better receivers the Giants have had in recent memory. Where do they all come from? And Victor Cruz, if you want to say undrafted, but you could pretty much put him in that little spectrum too. Where do they all come from? We drafted them. Why don't we go back to our old roots and start going to get our guys? That way we can get a wide receiver, maybe not at the top, because right now if we keep consistently winning and we end up with 10 or 11 wins, we'll probably be drafting near the 20s. Why don't we go over there in that back half? Because there's a good amount of wide receivers that are coming out of this draft this year. Maybe they're not like the receivers that have come out the past couple of years, but they're still very quality ones. And you don't know. Maybe some of these guys turn into good players. I would rather go into the draft and find my receivers in the draft. That way you have them, you develop them, and they're here for the long term. Instead of going out there and picking up a veteran that you have to A, pay, B, get them acclimated to your system, and C, they already have that tread on their tires. I'd rather go over there and get my own guys for the first time. Let's go back to what this Giants team does best.
Nimrod makes a good point. He says, guys, remember when Joe Shane was hired? He said he wants to build through the draft. Yeah, he does want to build through the draft. But I'm going to tell you what he also wants to do. He wants to find players that he can get at a premium price. So what I mean by that is if you can get a starter, just a starter, forget a number one, forget number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you can get a starter from the wide receiver position, it could be from the linebacker position or whatever position. If you can get a starter on your team for a day 3 pick, now that's for those of you don't know, everybody's not, schooled on the NFL draft. A day 3 pick is basically a fourth rounder through the seventh round. That's what they
Mm-hmm.
pick on day 3. The first day is a first round pick. Day 2 is the second, third round. Day 3 is the fourth through seventh round. So if you
Yep.
can get a NFL starter on a day 3 pick, and I think that's what Joe Shane and them were looking for. The market was very, very costly though this time around because so many teams were looking for receivers. They decided to sell instead of buying. I can't be wrong with that.
No. I got a
So,
question for all you guys when you're done too.
right, one quick point before I turn it back over to you. Um, so if they did that and they didn't see the market because that's what Joe Shane said. The price wasn't right for whatever they were looking for from a receiver standpoint. How does that have any impact on what they're doing with Daniel Jones? I don't quite understand where I guess I do to where people are saying, oh, because they didn't want to upgrade and give Daniel Jones more weapons to work with, yada, yada, yada. You guys act like the Giants haven't tried to get Daniel Jones weapons. Let's rewind the clock a little bit. Wandale Robinson, second round pick. Brought Kenny Galladay in here, $72 million. Ingram was already on the team. Shepard was already on the team, but those guys were brought back to see if Daniel Jones can succeed. You drafted Tony first round. Of course, you
Darius
got
Slayton.
Slayton.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you bought in guys like John Ross. Took a fly on Corey Coleman. So you've taken a fly on X first round draft picks to try to get something going. So don't act like these guys haven't tried to build some type of receiving core or like they've ignored the position. No, it's just it hasn't panned out with Daniel Jones. So and that's all I want to say. Just be mindful of that. That Joe Shane does want to build through the draft, Nimmer, but he also has to realize that the draft doesn't always work. We just gave you examples. Just gave you examples. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
There's more than one way to do this, man.
well, in that case, I think that we can all come to a realization that I think this team, after this season, needs not just one, but we need two outside receivers. Because as much as I like Slayton, I think he's a solid player. To me, he's not a starter. To me, I think he's a good reserve receiver. I think that's where his role would be perfect if he doesn't get overexposed. I want two game breaking boundary receivers. How would you guys go about getting those guys? You know, Wandell's going to be the slot. Would you guys get one through free agency and trade and get one through the draft? Would you get both through free agency and trades, or would you get both through the draft? Because that's, I think, this is going to be Joe Shane's goals to get not one, but two very good receivers on the outside. And then you have Wandale operate in the slot. If you want to bring Slayton back as a reserve guy, that's fine. But I think that's his goal is to get two boundary receivers on the outside. Any one of
Go
you
ahead,
guys can take.
coach. I see coach thinking, so
Mm, you're gonna have to do one through free agency and one through the draft. You still need vets. You can't go all in because if you do bring DJ back, you can't just have him thrown to all young
right.
receivers. You still need to have You just need an even balance, a nice mixture. That's really what it boils down to. So, you know, if you consider Shepard, I mean not Shepard, Slayton the vet that he brings back, okay, but you still need one and one. I mean, yes, you do need an influx of new young blood, because it breeds competition no matter what, even if it is a veteran there, because they're going to worry about their job. But in the same token, got to be one and one. Because Jeff, you and I, we talked about, next year with the draft, and you can get receivers. We were already looking, you can get receivers all the way down who can come in and compete and probably even end up being the number one. To be brutally honest with you, you can probably get somebody in the fourth or fifth round who could end up possibly working and developing into a number one. Not off the bat, but developing. So,
Gabe Davis, like he's a fourth or fifth round pick from UCF a couple of years ago. He's developed into a high level
hmm
receiver over there. I think he got in the same year that they traded for Diggs.
hmm
So
hmm
there you go. You're right.
I think I think you do need to get a receiver in the draft.
hmm
And the main reason you want to get a receiver in the draft is because you want to mold that receiver according to your system. You don't want
hmm
to have to take a receiver and have him relearn a different system according to where the way you want to play. And I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
why that's a problem. Because you're gonna have a receiver, and coach can chime in on this because he's the coach. You're gonna have receivers that are used to playing a certain way. They're used to playing how they want to play. They're used to running routes how they want to run the routes, their old system, or however they were coached up before. Now you have to have a guy come in and relearn all that, and he may or may not be comfortable with that, and you may get some pushback and some um disgruntledness. But if you bring a rookie in here, someone hungry, eager to be in the league, eager and willing to learn, of course you gotta do your due diligence, do the character checks and all that good stuff. But if you get somebody that's eager and willing to come in here and learn your system, guess what? You're molding that player from the jump, from scratch, as opposed to somebody in here that's played 4 or 5 years in the league, and may be able to learn your system a lot faster, but they may not be comfortable or like the way you operate compared to how they were operating in another system. They may want that coach to operate or use them how they were used in their previous system. And
That's a hard push.
I think that's maybe what you might have a little bit with a guy like a Kenny Galladay or something like that. You know,
That's a hard push because if you are number one, if you're a smart and a football savvy GM, then you know what to look for in the receivers who's going to fit the system. That's the first thing,
right, right,
and
right, right,
so if you find the right guys for the right fit, that's not going to be a hard problem. I mean, it should be an easier transition than you think. The terminology is only going to be what's the biggest thing because everyone has, a 9 route, a 7 route. They're all the same. The combinations, whether it's smash route, dag, whatever, they're all the same. It's just that what do you call it? Some guys call a smash route. Some systems they call it a China route. So again, it's more getting the continuity with your quarterback, so this way he understands how you, because that's the other thing. Yes, every receiver runs a certain pattern a little bit different. That's where the quarterback has to become familiar with how Galladay runs a 7 route versus uh, Wandale Robinson. Because they're each different. Not only that, but their size and differential, their speed. So all of that comes into play. It's more on the quarterback to adjust how he gets the ball out of his hands to a certain receiver on certain patterns. But if they're a veteran, if they're a real veteran, it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. It doesn't matter if you're in San Francisco and you come to the Giants, or you leave the Giants and go to LA. The patterns are all going to pretty much be the same. So, it's just developing and getting comfortable with your quarterback. That's really what it boils down to. So, and a true receiver is not going to say, well, I want you guys to run it the way I ran it here. He's going to adapt, because if he's being brought in, then he knows that from the door. And if not, then don't go there. Period.
And that's the point, coach. Not every receiver is on that type of, you know,
Yeah.
every receiver's not with that. So you just got to be careful with going outside the organization. Now, one point I want to make is the fact that Joe Shane and Brian Dable, they come from Buffalo,
Mm-hmm.
and they made that trade for Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, it was a risk, for that team, because they believed in Josh Allen enough to make that trade to want to see him take that next jump.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you, coach, do you, Jeff, and do you, chat room, believe that Daniel Jones can take the next step as a quarterback? Because let's give him a floor here. His floor is average. Basically what we're seeing right now, an average starting quarterback teetering between the 10 to 20 range. Do you think a number one wide receiver can take Daniel Jones to the next step? And before I answer that real quick, I hear Jeff clapping right now. What I'm looking at is 80 to 73 Brooklyn Nets over the Bulls right now. Sorry, Big Pat Sports, if you listening, beating the Bulls right now. So, question though, back to the question. Can Daniel
Hold this
Jones,
tape.
with a number one wide receiver, take that next step? And that's what you got to ask yourself, because we're not bringing in receiver help. And that's what I had to ask some of these cats. Are you bringing in receiver help? Or are you bringing in the number one receiver? Because if you're bringing in receiver help, then no. If you're trying to bring in a number one receiver, that's totally different. So with the number one receiver, do you think Daniel Jones can take the next step to be a top 10 quarterback?
Is that number one receiver through free agency or through the draft?
Don't matter.
If it's through the draft, it's going to take some time, and that means Daniel Jones has to take him and build him up. If it's a
Then
veteran,
then then that's a no.
no. What I'm saying is Daniel Jones the type of quarterback to also help his wide receiver elevate their game? That's
Yeah, I mean
that's a strong question, because in essence they need to be there for each other. They need to help
I
each
think
other.
Daniel Jones is a system quarterback.
That doesn't mean he can't help elevate a receiver's game,
No, he
or
can. Yeah, he
a
can. I just think
receiver
he's
can.
a system quarterback. I don't think that you're gonna see DJ basically elevate. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
I don't see him being that type of quarterback. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish, coach.
I mean, they said the same thing about Josh Allen. They
That's
said the
true.
same thing about Josh Allen. He's not an elite quarterback. He's a system quarterback. He really well, no, I didn't hear anyone say he's a system quarterback, but he's not good. Everything imaginable. He's not a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, they said the same thing. But what helped him to elevate his game is getting an elite wide receiver. And then on top of that, Diggs was not considered a number one and elite wide receiver in Minnesota until he hooked up with Josh Allen. So that's why I say they both need each other.
Hmm.
They both need each other to. You can go back to Joe Montana and Jerry Rice.
That's true.
Back in the day, Joe Montana coming out of Notre Dame, he was a third round draft pick. They questioned his arm and everything imaginable until he got with Walsh. And then what did they do? They gave him Dwight Clark, because Dwight Clark was that type of receiver, and you had Freddie Solomon along with them. Like I know the 49ers. I know how.
I
So
know.
it's just that's why I say they need each other. They really do.
We get
I'm,
wide receiver. Which wide receiver would you guys like to see? We get wide receiver in the offseason.
that's a loaded question, because are we talking about a veteran or are we talking about a rookie wide receiver? Because I mean, if we're talking rookies, I mean, right now off the bat, I can tell you a few that I want to see. I mean, one of them being Johnson from TCU. I mean, again, that number I get you with the question is
It's
it's
hard to
kind of
say
hard.
now because there's nobody. We don't know who might be available in the off season
Yeah,
at this
Right.
point.
with
So
the
Some
vet,
guys shake loose.
let's answer a couple of these questions. So Levan says Syracuse wide receiver Oronde
that
Gatson Jr. Do you know
I've
anything
watched.
about him,
Yeah,
Coach?
I've
And can you
watched
speak on
him.
him?
He's SU's leading receiver. He's their primary. He's their number one. He's a good wide receiver. From everything that I've watched, I mean, he still needs some development. I mean, the system that he's run is more of a college spread as opposed to a pro spread. So he's going to take a little bit of time. And then the question is he going to be more of a slot receiver? I mean, I think he can be a boundary, with the proper development. But I mean, he's fairly quick. I don't know his straight line speed, off the top of my head, but he seems fast enough. I mean, but a guy can run a 4.5, but then you get to the NFL, when you put those pads on, he's running 4.3. So, game speed and combine speed to me are always different. But, he's a good receiver. He has good hands, fairly good hands. I mean, I'm not saying he's elite as of yet, but I haven't watched a full Syracuse game with him as yet. But every time I put on the film, he's noticeable, and the quarterback seem to trust him and to get him the ball. And but then again, when you play against certain teams, top level teams, it's he's okay. Like I said, he's okay. He'll put up close to 100 yards. 80 to 100 yards, somewhere in that range. But when you play the cupcakes, yeah, he can easily put up 200 yards. So but he's a good receiver. Like I said, I just need to see a little bit more in my evaluation process, and to decide if he would be a steal. So, okay, what's the next one?
Right. So Nets 80 to actually 79 right now. Just giving the score update, I know Jeffy's over there pulling his hair out, going crazy, going ape shit over the the Brooklyn
Right
Nets.
now,
So
Yuta Watanabe is like my favorite player on this team. I love what this kid is doing, and
yo,
Sumner. I love
man.
these backups right now, the way they're playing, because they look more motivated than some of these damn starters that we have on the team. They
I'm
actually
watching
going
the
out there
game.
playing
I'm
effort.
watching it with you, Jeffy. I really am. I'm trying to stay focused though, but I see I see what's going on here.
Holy crap, Kyrie sucks tonight.
Now Nimmer says which
We
wide
just talked
receiver. Would
about,
you
yeah.
guys like to see if we get a wide receiver during the off season?
T.
I,
Higgins. I'm gonna throw it out there. T.
yeah,
Higgins.
it's Higgins. You're right. It's Higgins.
You're
It's
right.
T.
Go get
Higgins.
T. Higgins is going to be going into his 4th year next
That's
year. He's a 2nd-round
yes.
pick. He's going to be a free agent after that. Go up to Cincinnati, like you guys said. I'm taking what you guys. So you guys get the credit. You guys and Pat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Go up to them in the offseason. Call up Cincinnati and be like, what will it take to get T. Higgins? Because you know you guys are not going to pay him and Jamar Chase and the other guys you have to pay.
Nah.
What will it take to get T. Higgins?
Look. That's why, to me, like I said earlier, it's kind of hard to know, based on, are we talking about free agent receivers? Are we talking about trades? Are we talking about rookies? That's why I don't want to say it's a vague question. It is, because there's so many different ways to,
Yeah.
look. But if I had my choice right now, yeah, it'd be T. Higgins. But if it's coming out of the draft, like I said, it's Johnson, it's Butte from LSU.
A.T. Perry,
A.T. Perry's another one, even though he has to be
Hyatt.
developed. Yes, Hyatt is another. Like, again, there's so many, and I'm going to be evaluating all these receivers that are coming out in the draft to get a better feel and a better understanding, because I'm starting to, I see the offense that we're running, so I get it. So, but if it, like I said, if it's vets, yeah, T. Higgins starting off the bat if it's through a trade, and I don't know who's a free agent. I'd have to look up, see who's a free
Yeah,
agent
I
next
think the
year.
list is not that good this year. I think the free agent
Yeah, I
wide
don't think.
receiver list is
I
not
think
that great.
What's his name? Hartman is the top one for me coming out
Yeah,
next year. I think.
and I'm not paying a
Yeah,
whole lot for Macaulay Hardman. He's okay. He's a nice
it's
receiver.
Hartman and I think Lazard from Green Bay. I
Mm-hmm.
think those are probably the best
Mm-hmm.
ones, man.
Yeah, Green Bay actually might
It's
be
pretty
better off
bad.
keeping Lazard.
He's a
Yeah,
top
Green Bay's got
25.
problems.
And
Let
Lazard is
me
actually
see.
he's not bad. I think if Lazard had a true number one, Lazard will play well. He's not a number one.
No,
They're playing him like a number one.
please
God
don't tell
damn
me.
it!
Hold a minute. Quentin Nelson is a free agent next year.
Yeah, no, I think he signed a deal. I believe he signed an
Well,
extension.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, this is August 4th, 2022. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, he signed. I believe he signed a large free agent deal or a
so
large extension.
Wells has got a good question, guys. If you want to check that question out right
Mm-hmm.
there, I got it on the screen.
Oh yeah. I'm glad you. That's hard for me to say, because if you go to his first, I mean, he had receivers on that first one, that first staff. He did. With this one, he didn't, but he has better coaching. So to me, this is the better coaching staff that he has. But I mean, and what are we talking about? Are we talking about overall play, or are we just talking about passing? Because he was up and down. I mean, turnovers. We all said the same thing, protecting the ball. He had at 24, 2,500 yards passing. So I mean, he did look nice in his rookie season, but to me this year, his intellectual processing and not putting the ball in harm's way and playing without talent around him, if I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be this staff, because
I'm
What are
a
you doing?
you don't have nobody with him right now. So go ahead. I'm
I'm gonna
sorry.
give y'all an unpopular opinion, but I want to get Jeffy
Come on,
T's
Royce. Use your head, bro.
Oh, there it is.
take on
Use.
what's going on with the Nets.
Well,
So what
Royce
are we looking
O'Neal
at?
decided to throw Vucevic down. I don't know why. So I don't know if he's going to get a foul on it. They almost went to blows. Royce O'Neal and Nikola Vucevic.
All
Looks like it's just
right.
going to be an outside foul. The Nets are up by 1. The Bulls were on a little bit of a run the past 5-6 minutes. Oh, good. There's an offensive foul on the Bulls. It's getting a little chippy now in this game. Nets are up by 1 right now, and they're going to get the ball. Royce O'Neal and Nikola Vucevic have been a little chippy down low.
Mm-hmm. You're a little bit ahead of me, so
If y'all want me to start reading some of the receivers that are coming out, let me know.
Hit it, hit it, hit it. Yes! Let's go. Good shot, Royce.
he said hit it, coach. So hit it, man. Let's get those receivers, man.
Nelson Aguilar, Sterling Shepard, DJ Shark,
Good.
Randall Cobb,
I'm good.
Marvin
I'm good.
Jones, Julio Jones, Byron
Good.
Pringle, Alan
I'm good.
Lazard, Jacoby Myers, Deontay Hardy,
Maybe.
Juju Smith Schuster, AJ
Maybe.
Green, Jarvis
No.
Landry, Matthew
Nope.
Slater, Cam
Nope.
Sims,
Nope.
Nikhil Harry,
Nope.
Ola Mendez,
Nope.
I don't know.
Zacharias. Yeah,
Yeah,
for the Atlanta.
I don't even know him. All right, Ashton
He
Dulin,
said I don't even know him.
Matt Collins, Jamison Crowder, Sammy Watkins, Andre
No.
Roberts, Zach
I'm good.
Pascal, Keenan
Come
Cole.
on, play defense, you dumbasses. Sorry.
That's right. Play fucking
Sorry.
defense.
Sorry, their 3-4
Rajad
defense
Perriman, Marcus
sucks.
Goldwyn, McCole Hardy, Paris Campbell. What the hell happened to Paris, man?
I like Paris
Um,
Campbell. I
Campbell.
just never could stay healthy.
yeah, Noah
Right.
Brown, Demir Bird, Trent Sherfield, James Washington, Rashad Higgins, Chris Moore, Jake Krumero, Trent Taylor, DeAndre Carter, Mike Thomas from Cincinnati, just to be clear, Cardrell Hodge, Richie James, Philip Doucette, Dante Pettis, Demarcus Robinson. You see where I'm going, right?
It's horrible. You want me to be honest? Who's the best
It's
right now on that
bad.
list? I think it's
Equanimous St. Brown.
I think it's Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah, Miles Boykin, Greg Dortch, Marcus Callaway, Darius Slayton, Scotty Miller. Yeah, there's nothing in terms of vets that are coming out. What's up, his
Honestly,
squad?
I think Juju Smith-Schuster might be the best one of that group, and he's all right. He's
What's good,
okay.
hit?
I think he's the number 2 at best, though. If you put Juju on the and he's more of a slot guy, so it wouldn't make any sense. We already have a slot
Juju.
receiver.
It's either Juju or Hardman for me.
Honestly, I'd probably take Juju because Juju at least has done something in this season. He's not that old. I mean, he's what, 24, 25? He's young for a free agent. And Juju's had big seasons in the past.
He's
Okay.
25.9, so he's 26 years old. Mikael Hardman is 24.6, so he's 25 years old. McCole Hardman is younger than him.
Yeah, but Juju's been in the league, I think, like a year or two longer than Hardman.
Mm-hmm.
Juju came in the league really young.
But who's the better player?
Juju.
Who's the better receiver? Right. Go for the better
Juju.
receiver.
Yeah, Juju's a better receiver. You can't even argue it. Look at Juju's numbers.
No, I'm not arguing that.
The dude's a definite good player.
I'm also looking. Yeah. So yeah.
Let's address my man his squad's question real quick, man. Salute to his squad productions, man. If you haven't subscribed, man, please go subscribe to this brother, man. He's one of the dopest content creators on YouTube, man. Definitely, man, bringing the fire content, man. You know what I'm saying? I love his presentation, man, and I just love his laid back personality, man. You know what I'm saying? But hit squad is definitely, man, a G, man, in this community, man. So we're gonna give him some love here. To be honest, as much as I wanted a wide receiver, this was the best move for this team right now. Let's hope Galladay can bounce back 100. Now, with Kenny Galladay, look, man, I've been hard pause on Kenny Galladay, but if Kenny Galladay can somehow, some way, find his Detroit days, we might be okay at wide receiver.
What are you doing?
That's a big if, though. That's a big if, man. If Kenny Galladay can somehow, some way, find his Detroit days, to where he can go up there and get those 50-50 balls, pause,
Uh huh.
and he can be an outlet on those slant routes. Because remember, Kenny Galladay was eating off slants
Yes.
last year. So if this guy can run a slant and he can get some confidence and get his game
Swagger.
back and his swag or whatever it is he missing,
Mm-hmm.
look, I'm good with it. I'm look, if I haven't told you nothing as a content creator, I'm okay with being wrong. So if KG can do that, look, fuck Brandon Cooks. Excuse my language, but yeah, you got Brandon Cooks on your team if KG is right. But that's a big ass if, ladies and gentlemen. So to my boy Hit Squad, if KG is right, that's good money, bro. But if he ain't, look, man, we in some deep shit now because guess what they gonna do in the playoffs,
That's
Coach? You
kidding
already
me.
know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They
press up.
going shorten the game and make your receivers beat you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, man. So really, now we saying this season kind of is riding on Kenny Galladay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we saying. Unpopular opinion sports. Hit that goddamn like button. I'm
And
saying
you're
this
right.
this season is basically riding on Kenny Galladay
Holy
by
crap.
us not making no moves for any wide receivers this season. They're saying Kenny Galladay, Darius Slayton, and Wan'Dale Robinson can get it done for the Giants. And if y'all mad with that, tell them. Speak your mind. I'm not mad with it, to
Mm-hmm.
be honest with you.
I'm not mad either.
I'm not a big Kenny Galladay fan, but I'm not mad with them standing pat. But if you guys are mad with it, voice your opinion. Because what the Giants have told you today, I'm going to translate for y'all because, I know a lot of y'all don't speak the same lingo like the GM speak. Joe Shane and Brian Dable and Mike Kafka told you guys today that they're okay with the wide receiver core that they have and that they think Kenny Galladay
Uh-huh.
and some of these other guys that are supposed to get healthy are going to produce enough to where we can still compete to I think we're already making a playoff, so we really talking about competing for a Super Bowl. Now that's crazy, Giants fans.
Yeah.
This is what we talking about right now, right? Or has the conversation gone left?
Well, I mean, there's quite a few people who are basically saying that they've punted on the season and that they don't care about winning, which is totally wrong just because they didn't make a move.
Appreciate you,
And
Mark, the Blue Giant man. He says, "Hit sent me. Been meaning to follow your channel, NYG22. Just subscribe, my man. I appreciate you,
He's a
bro.
good dude, Mark the
thank
Giant, Blue
you.
Definitely,
Giant.
man. I definitely appreciate you,
Thank you.
man. And you
Yeah.
more than welcome, man, to definitely come up here anytime. I know I don't do this a lot, man, but I need to get better at it. But I'm going to post the link in the chat for anybody that wants to come up here, man, and build with us, man. But just be on your shit, man. Don't come up here and be on some lunch meat listening in type shit. Build with us. But yeah, man. Hit that link, man, if you want to come up. But go ahead, y'all.
Well, I'm at the point where I want to see what Kenny Galladay could do the rest of the season. To be honest, now
You got to.
this is a perfect opportunity right now for Kenny Galladay to, in a way, reignite his career. He's playing in a way for the rest of his career because we're all thinking most likely Kenny Galladay will not be here next year. That they're going to cut bait and they're going to let him go. Kenny Galladay might be looking at these next 9 games as an opportunity to really re-engage interest from other teams because teams right now are looking at Kenny Galladay. You know what they see? Malcontent, injury prone, can't produce anymore type wide receiver on the downside of his career. Kenny Galladay now has the opportunity with the fact the Giants didn't make any wide receiver moves. The fact that Kadarius Toney is not here anymore. Sterling Shepard's out for the season. And this wide receiver core has not done anything. Really anything to stand out. This is an opportunity right now for Kenny Galladay to say, you know what? I'm going to try to go out there and I'm going to be not maybe the Kenny Galladay I was a couple of years ago, but be somewhat the Kenny Galladay to reignite this team on the outside and give this team that threat on the outside to let people know that I'm going to go out there, I'm going to give it my 120%, and I'm going to show that I could still be an effective player in this league. So that's what I want to see from Kenny Galladay. I want to see him get his opportunities because let's just be real. We can all make fun of Galladay. We can all dog Kenny Galladay. We can all say he's washed and all this other stuff. You know what? I'd rather take Kenny Galladay on the field than the other guys, not named Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton, because Galladay has proven in the past he can be an effective wide receiver. I want to see him get his opportunities now with the fact that he knows this wide receiver position is not good overall. They can't get separation. They can't make big plays. They're ineffective. They're dropping the ball. Kenny Galladay can look at this one. D-Mac is another great sub, so I'm glad he came over to the channel. Thank you, D-Mac.
Man. Thank you, man. Thank you, D Mac Warrior, and thank you, Mark the Blue Giant, man. I appreciate you both you guys, man, for liking and subscribing to the channel, man. And we work, man.
Guys.
Right, but we put in work, man, and I appreciate his squad, man. But we do put in work, man, to give you guys the best content, man. This is an up and coming channel, man. So I'm glad you like and subscribe to the channel, man. I definitely appreciate you guys, man. 100, man. Go ahead, Jeff.
But just to finish up my point, this is an opportunity right now for Kenny Galladay to just let the league and especially let the Giants know that he could still be a player that can be effective and help this team the rest of this season. And you don't think he's going to come out motivated now, especially of all the trash talk that he's been getting this entire season? But it's going to make it even more now because he knows he looks at the Giants and what's the biggest weakness on this team? The wide receiver core.
Right.
And Kenny Galladay can go out there and he can be like, you know what? All these people that say I suck, I can't get it done, I can't play anymore. Well, I'm going to go out there and prove that I can play and I can still be an effective wide receiver in this league. And I hope he does. Maybe there was some real beef going on with him and Kadarius Toney. Maybe there was something going on because of things that happened in the past. And at least Kenny Galladay is showing me, he at least went out there and he showed he is giving effort on the field. He was blocking really well on the outside. He was. He just wasn't getting his opportunities. And I really believe part of the reason why he dropped that ball against Dallas is because psychologically he was just had everything in his head going on with everything, like all the negative stuff that's been going on in his head is pretty much affecting his play. He's got to try to clear that out, and he's got to come back after the bye and realize this is my second lease on life with this team. And I can be that guy. Not maybe the Kenny Galladay he was before, but I can be that potential missing link to this wide receiver core and really be the guy that can maybe open things up. And I hope he does. I've been one of the hardest critics on Kenny Galladay for a year and a half. I have been on this guy for a while.
But you've been supportive of Kenny Galladay at the same time, though.
I want to see this dude succeed. I want to see him succeed. I'm hard on him because I've seen him get it done in the past. I want to see Galladay succeed because I know he can. He's done it before. But I want to see this. I want to see him go out there on the field and help this team succeed, whether it's blocking, receiving, whatever his coaches ask for him. Put your ego aside and go out there and show the world and show the New York Giants you could still be a good wide receiver in this league. And I hope he does. I really do. I'll be right back, guys.
Nah,
Mm-hmm.
you good. Just want to get to the chat here a little bit, man. You know, I never ignore my chat, man. D Mac Warrior says liked and subbed and liked, man. I appreciate you there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Um, good point there, Jeff. He needs his opportunities. He does, man. Kenny Galladay has been um put on the back burner, man. But there is justified reason why he's been hasn't produced. I just don't see if KG can stay healthy. I agree. Not sure about his health.
Mm-hmm.
I love Coach John Boys, a smart man right there. Salute
Thank
to
you.
all of you. Keep up the great work, man. Thank you, Mark, man. We appreciate you,
Mm-hmm.
bro.
Appreciate you.
Football is awesome, yo. Yes, Wells,
Mm-hmm.
man. We are definitely getting it in, man. Mark give Galladay a chance. He shows heart, especially in blocking. He does, man. Now, KG does block. So does David Sills, man. And that has to make you think about why the Giants picked the receivers that they did, because they knew that they were going to try to lean on the running game for this season. And they wanted the best blocking wide receivers that there were, which brings me to one Sterling Shepard. Everybody wondering why Sterling Shepard got re signed. It's a good chance it was because of his blocking.
Mm-hmm.
Um, exactly, Jeff. I'm telling y'all something is telling me he's gonna bounce back. I hope he does, man. I really do hope Kenny Galladay bounces back and makes me look like a damn fool, because that would be um the only time I would want to look like a fool. Let's put it like that. um Mar says, I'm trying to be hopeful, but we'll see. Maybe he can come back against the Texans. We'll see. We'll see if he can come back against the
actually,
Texans, which
actually,
is
Shane alluded to that like I think 2 or 3 times during his presser. So
hmm.
anytime they do that, it just leaves me thinking that that's when he's going to be back.
And that could have been why they was so not so pressed
Mm-hmm.
to sign a guy, because maybe they feel like
Mm-hmm.
Galladay can give them something.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly,
Yeah, we have to wait and see.
at
That's
this
the.
point, I cannot truly sit up here and give you a straight face and say that I think Kenny Galladay is gonna go out here and do something for the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I can't do it. But if he does, kudos to them, man, because they seen it before we did.
Mm.
Most Def Jeff, he most likely won't be here next year, so might as well put some good tape out. That's a good point, Hit, man. I think they should put some good tape out there on Galladay, just so they can get something. If you can get something for this guy coming in the off season, man,
It's not going to happen. It's
I
not going to
think you're
happen.
good money. I mean, if you can get
If you
something for him,
can, but more than likely,
you
the
know.
rest of his contract. I mean, he's 21-5 next
But
year
like,
alone.
but like Hit says, if he shows something this year
Mm-hmm.
and a team feels like, hey, look, we can bring this
True.
guy in here
Yes.
and,
Yes.
and, and do
Yes.
something with him, then sure. But as
Yes.
far as him basically being here and not playing, and them trying to go out and get
Mm-hmm.
something for him next year, that's not gonna happen.
I have a
Exactly.
question real quick. I just got apologize,
Go ahead.
but let's just say, and I'm just gonna say this hypothetically, and you guys can call me nuts. You can say, Jeff, you're out of your goddamn mind, but let's just say Kenny Galladay goes out there in the second half of this season and he actually balls out and he looks really good. Do you think there's any possible way before you guys answer? Do you think there's any
Well, it's
possible
crazy.
way that if Kenny Galladay balls out the rest of the season, he buys in, that somehow he can convince this staff to stay with this team in 2023 at a
Of
reduced
Fuck
course.
no.
salary? At a
No.
Hell
No.
reduced
No.
no.
No. No.
salary.
No. No. At a
Hell
reduced.
no.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think so.
I agree with Coach.
It
I
depends
do.
on what the money is, and if he buys in fully and he's producing, yes.
I don't see
I
him
mean,
buying in though.
but The other issue is in reference to that, more than likely, they would probably extend him before anything else if they feel that he's going, and you're going to get some throwaway money just to free up some cap space if need be.
Hmm.
Now this is a good one right here, fellas. Can I ask something genuine? Is there a possibility that
Mm.
OBJ comes back? These fans are driving me crazy. Think it's gonna happen.
Shane alluded to that too. He said if it's going to benefit and it's going to help the organization, sure he would do it. But he did allude to his injury. He said that he had the ACL back in February. So of course, all the medicals would have to match up, and of course the cost. But of course, he'd be a fool not to say that. So
Yeah.
yes, is it a possibility? Sure, sure. If OBJ wants to come back and they're open to it, sure. But again, how
I
much
think
is over? Go ahead.
it puts too much pressure on. It makes it too media based. It puts pressure on OBJ to perform. It puts pressure on the Giants to win. It's just
By the way, I don't
not
want to
a good
interrupt real quick, but the
a fit.
Brooklyn Nets unfortunately have lost
They
again
losing.
to the
Yeah,
Chicago Bulls by the
to the
final
Bears.
score
To
of
the
108 to
might as well
99.
lost to the
So
Bears. But
this team has just dropped to 2-6. It's
yep,
yeah,
lost again.
yep.
So
I mean, you just had to
coach be
change.
damned.
You just had to nope. You just had to change early today. So that takes some time. There's a lot of emotion. It takes emotion. Y'all forget athletes are people.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
are. And I've
so
been
the
a
thing.
basketball athlete before, and you know
Mm-hmm,
what I would. You know what I wanted most
mm-hmm,
as a player. I wanted
mm-hmm,
my coach to want me on the team and to want to play me as a player. And if you got a coach out there that doesn't believe in the players and the team, then he's got to go. And I think that's
mm-hmm,
what they let Steve Nash go. Now, as far as this game, I will say, coach, yeah, first game back, you
mm-hmm,
can't expect but so much. The team is still trying to get their legs up on them. I hope they get this coaching thing figured out pretty soon. But we're gonna get into the Nets real
mm-hmm.
soon. But yeah, they did drop the game. So, but um,
Getting back to OBJ.
Mac Warrior says, I did question his heart in the beginning of the season, but after his comments, once Tony got traded, I felt something shift. Yeah, I think with OBJ, it's going to take. And here's the thing, man. A lot of people are sensitive when you talk about Daniel Jones. Um, I've been a critic, but I've also been I guess somewhat of a defender of Jones as of recent, just because I don't think it's all the way left and it's all the way right. I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think Jones is necessarily the answer, but I don't think you can criticize every single down and every single drop back the guy makes. That's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So let's stop with that. You know, you got guys on Twitter, and I was in the Twitter spaces, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking from experience now.
I'm sorry.
These cats is literally talking about, oh, well, he made that throw to Kaiser, and I didn't even know we had a receiver named Kaiser on the roster.
Tight
And
end.
and, and,
That's the
and,
tight end we
and,
got from the
and
Jets.
right out of nowhere, bam! Now he's all of a sudden someone that Daniel Jones can't connect with. It's just ridiculous. It's like this dude just got on the fucking team. I didn't even know
Hmm.
he was on the team, and I covered this team thoroughly. So I mean, literally, man, it's you can't sit there and critique every single play this guy makes. You can't
Yeah.
do that. You're driving yourself fucking insane. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is, look, it's the truth is somewhere in the middle. Daniel Jones may not be the answer. He may be the answer.
Yep.
But if he's not the answer, then you obviously need an upgrade at quarterback. If he is the answer, then you obviously need an upgrade at receiver, wide receiver. So which is it? Is it the receiver or the quarterback? Because I
To
got
be
half
honest,
Giants fans saying, "Oh, we need a receiver. Get a receiver. Get a receiver. Get a receiver. Get a receiver." And then I got the other half saying, "Nah, stand pat. Let's move on from Jones in the offseason and get a quarterback." But you still don't have a receiver.
to be honest, I think that we won't really know that answer completely until the end of this season. Right now, you could say it's more we need a receiver because of the way DJ's been playing. But if I got to be real about it, talk to me when the season's over and we get towards the playoffs. Then I'll have a true evaluation on everything.
He says, "Don't get me started here." Nah, get started, man, because you know what
Get
this
started,
channel
D
is
Mac.
called? It's called Unpopular Opinions. That's what I built this brand off of, man. And I got my guys Jeffy T and Coach Ed, man, to back that up, man. Hey, look, man, if you guys got an unpopular opinion, man, hit that link, man. Come up and share it with us, man. Trust me, man. I will definitely mute my mic, man, and listen to any opinion anybody has, man,
Where's
because
his squad?
I,
I want to hear
we
his
don't
squad come
we
up here.
he says he's over the experiment. A lot of fans are, man. A lot of fans are over the Daniel Jones experiment,
Let me.
and
Oh, the Daniel Jones experience. So
I
experiment.
guess that's what he's talking about. I'm
So
thinking.
Mark, the question I have to you is if you're the experiment is Daniel Jones, are you saying right now get rid of him, or are you saying just play out the season?
Maybe he's talking about Galladay. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
that
I'm
that
not sure.
because if it's Galladay right now, I mean, we've gone over the contract. Number one, you can't get rid of him this year. He has a $31 million dead cap hit. So right there, that's that's it right there. You can't do anything. You got to play him out for the rest of the year. Can't even you couldn't even trade him because of his cap hit. But
I
after
think
the
he's talking about
season,
Galladay. Because
okay, then
he just
yeah,
said I'm out of my mind, so I think he's talking about Galladay.
He
okay.
says DJ got to be resigned to a car contract. I wouldn't be mad at that.
What was Derek Carr's contract he got?
Didn't he get 5 years though?
He got a long term deal and it was pretty hefty.
Yeah, if it's long term, right now I would say 3 years.
Yeah, I seen you, Nimmer. I seen you was in there.
And I saw you, Almighty. I know you're enjoying the misery right now that we feel.
We'll be here, hit man. If you want to pop on the show, man.
I want him here on the Nets
Yeah,
stuff too because I know Hit Squad's a really big Nets fan. I know he's got a lot
Yeah,
to
we're
say
gonna
about
get into the
the team.
Nets, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
still got the
I
Jets.
want to wait till my man Breezy get going,
Bryce
man. I know he
Wells.
gonna jump in on it, but he's probably waiting till the Nets game ends. But
Well, it's
yeah,
over. The Nets game is over. They lost.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He'll probably be on here soon.
Hmm. Did you go to that game, by the way?
He had tickets, and I guess you had to talk to him about that, how he gets tickets or whatever. But yeah, he definitely had tickets to the Brooklyn Nets game.
Okay.
But yeah, I couldn't make it. Like I said, I just got back into the country,
Oh, three
so
Yeah.
years. 3 years. Okay. So, duh, I have the damn contract. I mean,
car
this.
is a 3 year deal. Yeah, I think it was 3 years, and it was like
I should have been.
25 mil a year or something like that,
Hmm.
or
Oh man,
something along those
damn.
lines.
I had the call right in front of me, and I could have. He said his base salary is 17.4.
Jones can go and Galladay. Well, look, man, if you're gonna get rid of somebody, you gotta have a valuable replacement for that person. And so that's what I say. Anybody that wants Daniel Jones gone,
4 years.
Look, I'm not a Daniel Jones apologist at
Okay. Okay.
all.
Okay. Okay. You said you want David Carr David Carr type salary. Here you go. His base salary. That's no signing bonus, workout, or anything like that added in. Just base for 2022, 17.4, 17,400,000. 2023, 32.9, 24, 42.9, 41.9, and 25, 41.2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's his. It was his extension was 3 years, $121.5 million. That's the extra 3 years. So,
That's crazy.
and that's with no signing bonus inclusive in there. It's 1,875 per year included, and then he has a workout of $100,000. So it's like almost an extra $2 million extra that you have to add on per year. So that's my question. Do you want to sign him at that rate, or because right now, even if you franchise him or transition, I think transition is what 28 and franchise around 32, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I mean, or to me, it's you sign him, 3 years, and if you can get him for 20 a year, 3 years, 60. Even with the market 375 is pushing it for me. But if you really believe in him, then you sign him. So
We'll know that until after the season how they really feel.
Right. Do you
We
do
really don't
you
know.
believe in Daniel Jones? A lot of people don't. So,
Yeah.
um,
for the money, I'm saying for the money, I believe in Daniels, but I mean, he's still developing. That's the whole point. I mean, I get where people, are apprehensive because he hasn't done much, and this is his first time with a real coaching staff. So, I mean, that's why I'm of the opinion, if anything, if you can franchise him or transition him and then see what he can do next year, and then you can sign him from there, then that's fine because, the market is always changing, number one. I mean, because we all know
11-6. Let's go, Wells.
Lamar is going to change the market. So, now if you want to get ahead of that, that's where you have to decide. If you know, if you can get him 3 years, 45, I would say do it in a heartbeat. But we're not going to get that. You're not going to get that.
No.
So,
No.
what's to say this regime doesn't believe in Daniel? Like, we don't have any money, man. We don't have the money. So
Right.
it's like you can't do anything. I mean, over the cap says we have 2.9, and Sprotrack says we have 4 million and change in
Yeah.
salary
Who's
cap.
the replacement you're getting to replace the guys you want to replace?
Ladies
So
and
when
gentlemen,
you so
go ahead.
so when a guy comes to me or when anybody comes to me talking about trade Daniel Jones, trade Saquon Barkley, get rid of this player, get rid of Slayton, get rid of this player, that player, this player. Give me a valuable replacement for that player. If you can't do that, bruh, go back to being an armchair GM.
Well, we can't
If
trade
you
it
if
right
you
now.
if you can't do that, if you cannot give me a valuable
Kudo.
replacement, Tudo, what's good, man?
What up, Tudo? How you doing, bro?
Tudo says massive salute to Kenny, Coach Jeff Wells, and for all the Giants fans around the world. Slap all stinky boys, losers out the door.
And F Hawks.
Forget all Texans losers. We already know, man. To real for the real, man. Tudo, the real G out there, man. But look, man. If you want to replace Daniel Jones, give me a valuable option. That's what I'm putting out
Let
there
me
for all people that want to bring up the Daniel Jones conversation.
so
Give me an option.
let me say this. Let me say this.
Go ahead, coach.
If you get rid of Daniel Jones, realistically, you have to get rid of Saquon Barkley. You may
Yeah.
not. You may say,
Boom.
yeah, you
Nah,
can. You
you
could.
right.
No, you're going to have to get rid of Saquon Barkley if you get rid of Daniel Jones.
And you
So,
know who said that? My man Jeffy T85, man. Go ahead. Talk your talk. Cause you brought that up to me a long time ago that they was a package deal.
Yeah, they're a package deal. If you guys want to get rid of Daniel Jones, then you might as well say goodbye to Saquon Barkley. Those two
hmm
guys are linked together. They're like peanut butter and jelly. They're like pizza and soda. They're like any little combinations you want to throw together. Those two
pizza and beer.
guys, or pizza and beer. That's a good point. Those two are linked together. Those two are linked together no matter what. So,
hmm
and I'm so tired. That's why you have not heard me so far this podcast tonight bring up the name Daniel Jones because I'm tired of talking about it.
hmm
I'm not making every single damn conversation about Daniel Jones because every single person out there makes every conversation about Daniel Jones, whether it's
Okay.
positive or negative. Everybody, stop. Let's just talk
All right.
about everything besides Daniel Jones, okay?
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on a minute. I'm going to answer Almighty Finesse in his question. What does
Go
he
ahead,
have
and
to
I'll
do?
finish my point.
What does it have to do? The money. Because that means you're going to pay Barkley roughly about 18 because Zeke is getting like 18 and change. The market on the running back is changing. So you're going to have to pay Barkley. So you're going to pay because realistically, if you get rid of Jones, who you're going to be like he's saying, who you bringing in? Realistically, you're probably going to say a rookie quarterback. So you're going to bring in a rookie quarterback to play behind Barkley. What about receivers? Because you can't bring in a rookie set of receivers with a rookie quarterback and still have Saquon Barkley back there. You
Yep.
have to do that because, and then when you get into the money, you're going to be paying Barkley anywhere from 16 to you'll give him, but will he take it? That's the point. Just because you give it to him does not mean he's going to take it. He's going to look at the market. Look at the market. Look at CMC. Look at King Henry. Look at Zeke. Look at what they're getting paid. Look at all the top running backs. Look at all of them. What's his name
He's
down
going to
in
command 20 plus mil.
he's
I'm
going to
just telling you.
command around 20 mil. So you're going to pay that man 20 mil. And let's just say, for argument's sake, we have $54 million in cap space. So you're going to pay him 20 of that.
Salute to
And then you have all the other pieces that you have to
Real
try
quick,
and fill
coach.
in.
No. No, 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 Almighty.
What?
No,
Hold up. Nah,
no,
you're not doing that,
no.
bro.
And I don't hate Teddy B, but Daniel Jones to me is
You're
a
not
better
doing
quarterback
that,
right now
bro.
than Teddy Bridgewater. Stop, please.
That's
Okay?
Uh,
disrespectful.
No,
they're
I'm sorry.
pre-
Sorry.
all right. I'm done. I'm not saying anything else. Then
No, I'm just gonna say this
no,
too.
no, 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 no. Based on that, based on that highlighted comment, I can't say anything else.
No, I'm
I'll
just
just
gonna.
say it.
I'm gonna say it.
Y'all take it. Y'all
That's why,
take
like,
it.
I get confused. Like, everybody thinks that we know everything of what this general manager and this head coach are thinking right now. That like everybody thinks now after the way we played this year, oh, automatically Daniel Jones is coming back. Oh, automatically Saquon Barkley's coming back. Oh, automatically these guys are coming back. We don't know that. How do we know? Does anybody in their minds right now? Maybe they're just taking advantage of how they're getting the most out of these guys right now this year. But in the back of their minds, they might be thinking, well, we're not paying Saquon Barkley 20 plus million for a guy that has injury issues in the past. We're not going to give him a big contract that he might command. We like Daniel Jones, but maybe we don't believe in him as the long term guy. Or maybe they do. Maybe they do believe in both these guys and they're going to bring him back. That's why, like, when I hear these people, like the Twitter spaces, the Twitter people, positives, negatives, and all this stuff, I don't get involved with that. I keep my peace, and I just say all the time, nobody really knows. And that's the same thing that I say about draft picks. We all think that a draft pick coming out of the NFL draft is going to be good. Well, guess what? Guess what? You don't know. You don't know because these guys have never played in the NFL before. And that's how I feel about this general manager and this head coach. We might think that they like these guys. They might come off like they like these guys, but at the same time, these guys are cutthroat. They will make the right moves for this organization going forward. And you could just look at what's happening in Dallas right now. Zeke was looking really good before. Dallas gave him his money. How's Zeke looking right now? Same thing with Dak. They gave him his money. How's Dak looking right now? So that's why you have to think about that. This is one of the things that fans have to really take out of their hearts. You have to take the fan out of you sometimes, and you have to think of what is best for this team long term. I like Daniel Jones a lot. I do. I become a fan of this kid because of the BS that he's had to go through with this fan base and all the pundits around trashing this kid. I've never been a huge Daniel Jones fan, but right now this year I am rooting like hell for this kid. And that's the same thing for Saquon Barkley. I've said that a million times. There's two guys besides Shep, two guys I feel the best for succeeding right now. It's 8 and 26. I want them to be long-term Giants. They deserve to be long-term Giants, but guess what? I'm not in the head of Joe Shane and Brandon Brown and Brian Dable and these guys. I don't know if these guys really want to or they believe that these guys are the true long-term guys because Barkley's looked great this year, but we also have to remember, 26 years old, injuries in the past. Do you want to lock up a running back long-term as good as he looks this year? You have to think about that. You have to look at the future.
Yes.
And Jones, too. And I know that. As the fan, yes, of course. Of course I want Barkley here. You too. Everybody does. But does the GM want to lock himself in a long-term deal with a running back?
Yes, he does, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna give you the reason.
Hold a minute.
I
have something. I have something to say. I have
Go
something
ahead.
to say to Almighty. Almighty, you said Daniel Jones is not a franchise guy. Okay. You would go with Teddy Bridgewater, or you would trade for Derek Carr. Okay. Do you watch film on these guys? Any of them? Do you sit down and go? And I'm not talking about highlight film, highlight reels. I'm talking about the end zone film, the all 22s, anything like that high angle film where you can, number one, understand the down and the distance, the field position, which hash mark are they on? How is the flow of the game going? What's the score? Do you sit down and honestly break down the film? Do you look at their mechanics? Do you look at what their reads are? Do you also look at the combinations? I'm not saying highlights. I said film. I said film, the same film that we coaches and players look at, not highlights, because highlights are only going to give you the highlights, the good stuff. I want to see the bad stuff, inclusive in all of that. Do you sit down and you watch all of that? Do you look at all their mechanics, his footwork? Do you look at, does he point his shoulder when he steps, drives, his follow through? You know, does he change the angles? How does he do it? Do you look at all of that? Because you're saying you want all these other guys but Daniel Jones. So tell me. And if you do, tell me what you're seeing that says Daniel Jones is not a franchise quarterback, but Teddy Bridgewater and David Carr are. That's it.
Yeah, that's a tough sell, Coach, because what I seen from David Carr is
Derek
what I
Carr.
was telling people in the offseason. Is the Raiders are frauds. The Chargers are frauds. A lot of these quarterbacks are frauds because guess what? They don't have the coaching that we have. If you put Brian Dable over there with the Raiders, they're winning that fucking division. That's a fact. Because guess what? We had the same defensive coordinator over here last year with Patrick Graham. Anybody talking about Patrick Graham right now? Not a damn soul. But when he was over here with the New York Giants, everybody thought he was going to go on to be a head coach. But the Giants ain't got no talent, right? So he obviously went to a more talented team, according to all you freaking experts, and he's doing worse with a worse head coach. Because Joe Judge was the bottom of the barrel, according to everybody else. Even though they're doing fine over there with New England. Never mind that shit, though. You guys keep following the media and their narratives, you're going to look stupid. Just sorry. That is what it is. The Raiders were set up to fail from the jump. Josh McDaniels is not a head coach. Bill Belichick knew that. Most of the league knew that. That's why they wouldn't hire him. Why you think the Giants ain't hire him? Snuff, snuff. He was over here for an interview. They sniffed at him. Why they ain't hire him? Because he ass. And Bill Belichick told him he was ass. Y'all hate Joe Judge so much, but I guarantee you, if you would have got Josh McDaniels, this would have been a hell of a shitstorm. That dude is garbage from a head coaching position.
He's a coordinator. That's it.
But this who everybody wanted. You see what I'm saying? You see how the media can steer you into the wrong direction.
Yep.
So let's just fall back for a minute. Joe Judge is in New England. Josh McDaniels in Las Vegas. Brian Dable in New York. Who has the better chance to succeed with what they've given them? Because no, hold up. Remember, the Giants, their roster is terrible. One of the worst in the NFL. Oh my God. This team has zero talent. That's what we've been told. Raiders, oh, they got DeAndre Adams, Devontae Adams. They got Ngakwe. They got Josh Jacobs. They got this guy, that
Max
guy.
Crosby.
Right. Yep. But they suck. So why is it that I keep hearing the Giants don't got no fucking talent? Please, somebody out there tell me why everyone seems to think this unpopular opinion sports. I'm sorry. Hit the like button. If you don't like it, hit the fucking dislike button. I don't give a shit. Look, this is unpopular. Right. I don't care. It's unpopular opinion sports. Look, why is it that everyone seems to think the New York Giants don't have no fucking talent on the team when we had the same goddamn coaches that the Patriots and the Raiders had last year, but we got a better fucking record? They wanted Josh McDaniels. Oh, yeah. Plenty of them did. You know, Jeffy. You know, Coach. Plenty of them wanted Josh McDaniels on for the Giants head coach. Plenty of them did.
Yep.
But why is it that all of a sudden the Giants ain't got no talent? The Raiders got all this talent. The Patriots got all this talent, but we got a better record with the same coaches that they got over there. Patrick Graham and Joe fucking Judge. Am I talking stupid?
No.
Or somebody can come up here and correct me. Links in the chat. Let's go. Go ahead, y'all.
I mean, NFL is the one sport that Coaching matters the most. And people say that we don't have a lot of talent. Do I think our talent is elite? No. Do I think our talent is upper echelon in the league? No. But this coach and this coaching staff is getting the most out of this talent. It's getting the most out of the talent we have on this roster, putting them in the right position, criticizing them when they need to be criticized, pumping them up when they need to be pumped up, and they're pretty much this talent now on this roster are buying in to their philosophies because they believe in this coaching staff. You look over there at the Raiders, the Chargers, and the Broncos, three teams that a lot of people, including myself, tabbed as 4 upper echelon teams in the NFL. Why are they all doing bad? Coaching. The coaching is not getting the job done over there. They're not getting the most out of the talent on their rosters, even with their talent at a higher premium than the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
The one sport that is the most important when it comes to coaching aspects is the NFL. And if you have the right coaches in place, they can get the most out of the talent on your roster, albeit if it's not great, or if it's like upper echelon, the coaching can put it over the top. And you see that now. All you got to do is just look at our quarterback as the biggest reason why. Daniel Jones, with the coaching he had the previous couple of years, I'll give Shermer his due. Jones actually looked pretty decent in that first year. But you look at this season, Jones is playing more disciplined football. He's playing more inspired football. He's making less mistakes, and he's taking accountability, and he's taking it to heart, and he's improving on it because he believes in this coach. And I don't believe he believed in the coaches before. With talent that you could even argue is maybe even worse at the skill position in terms of wide receiver than we had last year.
Right. Well said it
Coaching.
best. Just definitely sold us wolf tickets, bro.
He
He
did.
did. He did. But the fact of the matter is, though, is don't act like the Giants have made some big upgrade in talent. Who the
No.
fuck did they add from last year to this year?
Jahide Ward, Justin
Yeah,
Ellis,
exactly. I'll wait.
and rookies. And rookies, that's it. You know who our biggest
Exactly.
upgrades were? Rookies.
Exactly. So let's not act like this Giants team don't have no damn talent. That shit pisses me off, Jeff, coach, because I get so sick of that shit. We don't got no talent. They're working miracles or whatever. No, they're doing their fucking job
I
and
don't care.
coaching the
Doesn't bother
players.
me. Mm-hmm.
This
Well,
team has talent.
the basic
They got
principle
a
of
top.
coaching.
Go ahead, coach.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying. I'm sorry. I thought you were
No, I was
done.
gonna say they got a top 5 running back in the league. They got a top whatever you think of Daniel Jones, he got to be a top at least 20 quarterback in this league. You got top edge rushers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got a Pro Bowl safety. You got a Pro Bowl nose tackle. And then one next to him when he's healthy, and Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence.
An all-pro left tackle.
Left tackle,
Yep.
exactly. Right tackle, he gonna be there soon. So
Mm-hmm.
let's not act like this team don't have no fucking talent, man.
And I'll say
That's the
this real
shit that.
quickly too. Go ahead, finish your point. Well, I was going to say real quickly, if you want to talk about how much this coaching has really done their job, all you got to do is look at one player that we have been trashing, and I'm not talking about Jones, for years, O'Shane Zimenez. And look at the
Zimenez
player
and
he's
Slayton,
done.
both of
Look,
them.
even more, Slayton at least has had some moments in the past, so I'm not going to put him in there. Zimenez has been the guy that we have trashed for years. He can't
That's
get it
true.
done. He's
Yeah, he's gotten it
ineffective.
from
He
everybody.
hasn't done. He hasn't. And I've been also. We've all been critics of him. And
Yeah,
look at
you
O'Shane
can't
Zimenez
say you haven't been.
coaching.
If you say you haven't at least
Mm-hmm.
questioned O'Shane Zimenez at some point,
Yeah.
you definitely capping.
And you
Go
look
ahead.
at this dude now. Look at this dude now. O'Shane
What's up, Matt?
Zimenez is scary to say. O'Shane Zimenez is one of the most important players on this defense. I'm actually willing to go out there and say O'Shane Zimenez is one of the most important players on this defense because of the impact he's making on the outside in the run game and the pass rush.
Think we needed him on Sunday.
We did
Yep.
because he fits the system. He was coached up well by Dable and Wink, and they're
With the
getting the most
defensive
out of
players.
his
Yep.
talent. They're getting the
Mm-hmm.
most out of that talent that has been hidden in him for 3 years. And
What's
I
good,
credit that
Mac,
to
man?
O'Shane. What up,
Our
Matt?
friend Mac, the Giants fan, showed up,
Another
man.
great Giants
Appreciate you,
content
brother.
creator.
Definitely, man. Go sub to that, bro, man. Got one of the dopest podcasts on YouTube, man. And that NFC East roundup. Can't say it like him, but did
Mm-hmm.
my best, man. But definitely
Peace.
go sub to my man Mac, the Giants fan. Appreciate you tuning in, brother. But go ahead, Jeff.
No, I mean, that's all you got to look at if you want to talk about how much this coaching staff has really impacted this team is just go look at O'Shane Zimenez. Just go look at O'Shane Zimenez and how much this player has grew in his fourth year compared to what he was in his first three. You could say scheme fit, system fit, whatever it is. This coaching staff has tapped into O'Shane Zimenez's potential. And coach,
Mm-hmm.
you get the most credit out
Mm-hmm.
of everybody because you were the one that said when we were talking about well, O'Shane Zimenez should not be on this team. It should be Roche over him because we believe in Roche more. You said O'Shane Zimenez because the fact he could drop back in
Yeah.
coverage and he fits
Mm-hmm.
the system more. And guess what? He has.
Mm-hmm.
He fits this system like a glove. And I would go out there and say if we
Yeah.
can bring him back next year, I would because of the impact and the system fit he is as a reserve outside linebacker. And that's all you have to do when you talk about the impact of this coaching staff and how good they are is look at a player like O'Shane Zimenez, who has been criticized like crazy from this team and a lot. And all these fans, there's no fans that are out there that would have said O'Shane Zimenez should have been on this team by the end of training camp and preseason. And this guy has stepped up. He's fit in the system like a glove. He's been coached up well, and they're getting the most out of his potential. That's coaching. Go ahead,
But
guys.
that's the purpose of coaching.
Yeah.
Coaching is identifying players, their talent, what they're able to do, and then putting them in positions so they can capitalize and your team maximizes their abilities. And they've always had talent. What's up, Dash?
Hey,
I
Dash,
mean,
what's going on, bro?
O'Shane
What's
has
good,
always
Dash,
had
man?
talent.
What's up, Dash?
Even though he played at ODU, which at that time was an FCS level, he's always had talent.
Mm-hmm.
He always has. It's just he needs to be coached up, and he hasn't been coached up prior to this year.
Yeah.
And that's really what it boils down to. Certain guys that we thought were trash are getting coached up. And
Yep.
if they get coached up, you get to see their abilities and their talents. And that's what you're seeing. And sometimes as fans, I've been there where we put on blinders and we don't care. We don't stop to sit back and look at what you're really seeing because you just say, I hate that player. I hate him. I don't like what he did before. He cost us this game. He did this. He did that, whatever the case may be. Sometimes it's, just step back, look at their abilities, understand the scheme that they're playing in and their abilities. How does it fit into that? And how does the scheme fit into what that player does, going hand in hand?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, anybody's welcome on my show, as long as you're respectful and you're not a troll. I know how to spot trolls, but Dash is definitely welcome, man. Anybody in the chat, man, that I know, Wells, um, Levance, anybody like that, Mac. Y'all always welcome to hit the link, or you
Oh,
could just sit back and listen. Either way is good for me, man. But just know I'm not trying to this ain't nothing where I'm trying to like keep people off the panel. We normally go with the four people that's up here, you know what I'm saying? But if anybody wants to hit the link, come on up, man. You know what I'm saying? You're more
we're
than welcome,
moving
man.
on up.
And shout out to Dash too. He is less than 100 subs away from 1,000 subs, and this guy
Let's
Mm,
get that
has
man to a
changed
thousand
mm-hmm.
the
subs then.
game. I'm going to continue to say there's no Giants content creator that has been around the YouTube community for as short as he has. He started in May. And this dude has already almost got 1,000 subs.
That's what's
Get
up,
this
man.
man to 1,000 subs. He is one of the best and most creative
Kenny, you
Giants
too.
content creators out there.
Let's
Get
do
that
it,
dude
man.
to
Kenny,
1,000
you too.
subs.
We need to get you up there too, Kenny.
We need to get you
Let's
as well,
do it,
Coach.
man.
You too.
What? I'm
We need to
sorry, you
get.
missed me.
Let's do it, man. We getting everybody up to 1,000, man. You know, I'm
Yes.
just trying to get to 100, man. Look,
Me
I'm
too.
a content creator. I'm under 100 subs. I don't
Me
come
too.
on here to gain subscribers, y'all. I just come on here to spit the truth about the Giants, the
Ooh.
Jets, the Knicks, the Nets, the
Mm,
Rangers, the Mets, the Yankees. That's all I do. I just want to talk sports. You know what
me
I'm saying?
too.
I'm
Yes.
appreciative to
Oh,
anybody
let
that
me touch it.
likes, subscribes, and tunes into this platform. I definitely am. Trust me, man. I truly am. But subscribers, hey, look, I'm not worried about it. They'll come, but we're gonna
Yes.
keep giving you the information.
Mm-hmm.
Facts of the matter is, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, anybody willing to hit the link, please come on up. Rock with your boy. We talk all sports. We talk all teams. So not just about the Giants. We're gonna get into the Jets too, man. They had a disappointing
Rock
loss.
with you
Mm.
Yup.
all
Am I
night.
They
can
def
I say something
Rock with
really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Nimmer. Sure, man. You got the floor, bro.
I was in the Twitter space with you. There was not there was people arguing if we don't get a wide receiver, DJ's not the guy. If we do, DJ is like they were just arguing over each other, and I was like, why?
There's a lot of
So
Yeah,
knuckleheads in their Twitter spaces. Let's just be real.
I
Mm.
don't but
yo Jeffy, I told one of the other Twitter Spaces people that like have that support DJ. I was like, I'm gonna stay off the negative Twitter Spaces, but they keep like bringing like I keep my mind doesn't get off of them. That's I don't get it. Why not? But I try to stay away from Twitter Space, but as soon as I see it, I just pop on. I'm like, I'm gonna go listen.
No, I understand. I understand. Not a
yeah, nah,
problem.
you more than welcome to listen and do what you do. I don't normally go on Twitter Spaces, but I seen there was some conversation and some content that needed to be talked about. So
Yeah,
I'm always willing to drop my. I'm not a shy person at all. I'm always willing to drop my opinion in any space
Yes, that's a
that
fact. Hey,
what's
Dash.
what's up,
What's
big
going
guy?
on?
What's
Yes.
good,
What up,
man? What's good
Dash?
with you, Dash?
I'm good, man. How
Look
y'all
at you at
doing?
hard at work already. You hard at work already. I
You
He's
see
see me,
you.
already
right?
in the
I see
office.
your work.
Now, what's good, fellas? I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down.
We're
We
good.
Nah,
on
we
here.
good, man. We just rapping about obviously the Giants and the news that they didn't really make any moves, and I know that
Yeah,
upset some fans or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So um just trying to talk some people off the ledge, man, and we just kind of going around the horn. You know what I'm saying? Just
yeah,
to see like what's really good with this team,
Excuse me.
because some people think this team is rebuilding, some think they're contenders, some
yeah.
think that they are somewhere in between. What's
Contenders
your
for what?
what's your stance on where the Giants are? I continue for a Super Bowl. Isn't that the prize?
That's the prize. That is the prize at the end of the day.
So I mean, I've been on record saying that if they got a number one receiver, they could be contenders for the Super Bowl. I've said that
Yeah.
myself. Facts. So some people say they don't need it, that they ready right now. Some people say they rebuilding. They should trade everybody. I mean, we're the Giants fans is all over
So,
the place.
yeah, nah,
They
they
really
are.
are. They
Hold a
really
minute.
So
are.
Hold a minute. Hold a minute. Hold a minute.
Yo,
Hold a minute. I don't know. I don't know of any first year head coach or staff that has come in the door and taken their team to the Super Bowl. And I think
McVay
I'm.
didn't do that. I thought McVay did that when they lost.
hmm.
Did he do his first year?
Did
No.
Tomlin do it with Pittsburgh?
Nah, Tomlin didn't do it his
No,
first
no,
year.
he
No,
It was
didn't
his
do his
first year.
first
It
year.
was
the
the second
second
year.
year, yeah.
It was
I
the
don't.
second year. It was the second year.
That's why I'm looking like, because you have to build your culture.
Yeah.
And if you had if the previous staff had talent like that from the door, they wouldn't have been walked out the door. I don't know. You know what? I'm sorry. You gave Dash before. No.
Now, well, to answer that question that you're saying that for the Giants, the coaching staff was just that bad last year too, though. It was just that bad, I think, and we'll see. We're seeing right now what good coaching can do. But I know when it comes to this trade deadline, I know Nima hit me up on Twitter and was asking about wide receivers and stuff like that. And I told Nima, I said I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't do anything. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually made a move. It just has to be right, and the money has to be right. If it's draft picks, the
Yeah.
compensation has to be right. So I wasn't surprised when we didn't make a move. And what it showed me is that Joe Shane said he had a plan, and he's actually sticking to it. And he didn't let any outside pressure force him to make a move that he might have regretted, as far as trying to keep the cap healthy and things like that. So and as far as us being contenders, with a 6-2 record, you have no choice but to be a contender, in my opinion. You put people in front of you. We beat teams. We can only play the guys that's on the schedule. So I understand we didn't play any juggernauts yet or anything like that. But yeah, we were beating a lot of the teams that were in front of us. That Seattle game, and I can't wait for Coach to break down that Seattle game, because the worst thing I did was watch that game twice. Worst thing I did. Frustrating
Yeah.
game. And on our end, especially Mike Kafka, I was disappointed in the adjustments, or the lack of adjustments. I was actually not mad at the defense at all. The Russian,
Defense played solid.
yeah, we
Defense was
stopped.
Yeah, they
solid.
did.
We had one of our best defending games
We did.
this season.
Hmm.
Gino did go off, but as far as, he didn't throw for a ton of yards. It's not like he had a 300-yard game. He was just very
Yeah.
accurate. He had a short field because of those turnovers, and they capitalized on it. So I didn't go crazy when we lost this game. We just got beat, and I'll just take it as a loss. It happens. Um, and that's pretty much it. But I think as long as we play our style of football, Mike Kafka sticks to what he knows we can do, because we're 8 games in now. So we're 8 games in. He knows what we can do and what we can't do. We're not. There's nobody else waiting in the wings outside of Kenny Galladay that can come back and make some kind of difference, and I don't think that's possible right now. Or he talks good, but I don't know if his body can back up his mouth. But other than that, it's just is what it is. We got to survive with the guys we got right now, and we'll see what happens.
So Almighty Finesse says, I'm jealous seeing all of these teams make moves.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. Let me
I mean,
interject something. Let me interject something. I stand corrected. There was one coach, Don McCafferty,
Oh
who
boy.
took over for the Baltimore Colts when Don Shula left to go
oh
be the head
God,
coach at
that
the
was.
Dolphins in 1969.
I was gonna
Oh
say
my
70.
God.
So, so my whole point was, it's never been a first year head coach that we can all think of that is going to
Yeah.
lead you to the Super Bowl your
Yet.
first year. Yet.
Yet.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that, Dash. I'll take that.
Right.
So,
Now my
but
confidence is not shot at all, man.
no, 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 no.
Not at all. Not at all with this loss. People are going crazy. And then the other thing I would say is that some of the wide receivers people were asking for, you see the price tags on some of these guys. Calvin Ridley got a second. Are you kidding me? He hasn't played in 2 years. Hasn't played in 2
Kadarius
years.
Tony got a third.
Third.
We got
Chase
to think
Claypool for
about what we
second.
traded for our own
Yeah,
receivers.
Chase Claypool
Yeah.
got a second. Yo.
That
Claypool got a
shows the
second too.
market. So right there, that tells you that I wanted T. Higgins. That was going to be a first round draft pick.
What did I tell
Judy
you, Coach?
is first
Coach,
round draft pick. Yep. Yep.
What is Claypool in your opinion? Is he a 2 or a 3? Because he's definitely not a 1.
I think it's a
two.
He's
two.
in between the
A
2 and the
two.
3.
He's
Depends
in
on
between the
it.
2 and the 3.
He's in between the 2 and the 3.
Not
He
worth the
can
second round pick.
he can become a number 2, but right now he's still developing. I mean, he's young.
Yeah, he is
He's
young.
Yeah.
young. I'll say this. I do believe he has the skill set, if properly developed, to be a number one.
And that's the key,
I
coach.
yeah.
How much do you believe in the coaching staff to develop one of these guys into a number one?
Yep.
No, I mean I have faith in his coaching
But
staff.
but but we don't have faith in Kenny Galladay. Cause what? He's an older receiver and people don't think he can develop.
Yep.
It's
Nah, that's
also
his
the
hips, man.
money. It's also no.
Exactly. So
He
there's
ain't
a
number
there's a
one.
there's a
He
catch
ain't number
22.
one hit. He's not a number one at this very moment. But he has the skills and the tools to become a number one.
Shout out to
Will
Wells
he
too.
put in the work? I don't know. I don't know. But that man has the skill set. He
Definitely shout out
does.
to Wells.
I like Claypool's skill
That's
set.
that's that's my opinion. And I've been watching him since his freshman year at ND,
Mm-hmm.
and I've
Nah,
always watched him and he's gone up against some talent, and he's put up numbers. And I've seen what he can do against some guys who are in DBs who are in the NFL right now, and he put some sport on them.
you
So
think it's a
it. Hmm? I'm
you
sorry.
think it's the right move for him to add him to Justin Fields? You think Justin
They can
Fields helps
develop
them
it.
develop
They
together?
can grow together. They can grow
Okay.
together as long as they get the right coaching. That's the thing. I don't know this head coach. I don't know their staff, so I can't really speak to them. But if they both get and I followed Fields too from Georgia to Ohio State, and I've seen him. And Ohio State does not usually put out some good quarterbacks, and he's the best of them all. He's the best of them all that has come out. And I'm going all the way back to Art Schlichter back in the '70s.
He's better than Golden Tate.
Golden Tate. Wait a minute.
He
Golden
played for Notre
Tate.
Dame. He played for Notre
Oh,
Dame,
you're
right?
talking about Claypool. Okay.
Yeah. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Did you switch? I
No,
missed
no,
it if
no.
you
Yeah,
switched it.
yeah. I was talking about Fields for a second.
Okay,
But
my
yeah.
bad.
No, that's all right. But yeah.
And to be honest, he's had good years. I mean, his first 2 years he had over 860 yards receiving, and that first year he had 9 touchdowns. So Claypool's got talent. The
And
kid
listen,
does have talent in the league.
my wife is a Pittsburgh fan. She is upset about that.
My
Absolutely.
father
her.
is, yeah. My father is. I mean, trust me. I grew up a Steelers fan until I found the Giants. So yeah, I know all about that. I know plenty of Steelers fans. Some are upset, and some are like good riddance. So
Yeah. That had a
Yeah.
lot to do with Pickens.
But why though? What did Claypool do to make fans feel that way?
He had a couple of big drops.
yeah, and that seems to be the
Isn't
problem.
that the same thing we've been arguing about with Darius Slayton?
Yeah. Some
And
people are fickle.
the thing is, we expect players to be perfect when they get to the NFL.
Yep.
And that's the beauty of the game, is taking advantage of their imperfections. As a coach, I'm scheming. What does he do wrong? What does he do that I can take advantage of? And if I'm his coach, I'm working at him to improve.
It's sad. My girl, a Cowboys fan, and
Oh,
just
bro.
as delusional as Skip Bayless. Got me white hairs at 26. Damn,
Trust
bro.
me, I got a brother who's an Eagles fan, a brother who's a Cowboys fan. My sister grew up a Washington fan. My
Good
father's
Lord.
a Steelers fan, and I'm the Giants fan. So trust me, I get where you coming from.
So was
And
your
my ex
Got the whole
down
NFC East in your whole family, coach.
exactly.
was it like a
Exactly.
military family? You got a military
Yeah,
family
yeah.
travel?
I'm a military brat.
Okay. It makes sense
Nice.
a little bit. It makes
Mhm.
sense a little bit.
Nice.
My
Yeah.
wife is an Eagles fan, and
So
anytime I say anything about the
Yep.
Eagles on the
Yep.
podcast, I'm gonna get a
Man.
smack in the back of my head. So that's why you see me turn my camera off.
Yeah, allow me to say it for you. That way I can't get smacked.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
She'll
Damn
smack me.
Eagles.
She can't smack
Yeah,
you.
Wells. I remember Roman Oben. Matter of fact, he's opened up a
Mhm.
camp in North Jersey and done well with a lot of the young kids who are coming through his camp. He's getting them into a lot of the top prep schools in North Jersey. So yes, I know all about Roman. His son actually did his son go to ND? I think his son went to Notre Dame.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah, I remember him. So Mm.
His says
Mm.
his says I get the little smack on the head too, and that shit Dak on
Nah, that's
Guys,
what's up though.
you know what's weird? I was talking to my nephew today, and I was like, "Hey,"
Mm.
he was like, "Hey,
Mm.
did you hear the Giants made no moves? The Vikings made a move. They got his tight end." I was like, okay, you guys only made one move. Nobody cares. He's like, we're better right now.
Well,
I'm
I
like,
mean,
wow,
You
you know,
don't know if
some,
wow.
you're better. What? Play the
Yeah,
games.
exactly.
That
You
was
gotta
a
Play
play
good
the
the
move for him
games.
game.
though.
It
yeah,
was a
that's
good
a
move.
good
That is
move.
true.
That's a very good move.
Was it Hawkinson, right? Hawkinson went there,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
from
that's
Yeah,
crazy because
Detroit
they
T.J.
traded
Hawkinson.
in
in
division.
division.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So
That is
it's like
Detroit.
I guess Detroit knows it's over.
she said, "Watch it."
There
She
she
said, "Watch
goes.
it."
See, I told you. I told you.
I didn't hear it. Oh, okay.
We'll see you in week 14, DC. We'll see you in week
Better not
watch
14.
say
this.
nothing about
Watch
them
this.
goddamn
Watch
Eagles,
this.
man.
Watch
Oh,
this.
She gonna
she
be on
popped
Wait,
your
up in the chat.
ass.
hey, watch this. Watch this. Let me get my knife and fork, man, and get me some hot sauce for some barbecue
Yeah.
birds.
It's gonna be good eating. Gonna be some good eating.
You gonna have that man in the doghouse for something he ain't even say.
No,
Right,
I said
yo.
it. I said it. I said it. I said it. No, it's not him. It's
I
me.
can't
Yeah,
wait.
man.
Let me tell you, I can't wait to play the Eagles, man.
Oh, me
I
too,
can't wait, man.
man.
The
I
way they
can't
bigging them up,
wait.
Same.
man.
Dash, I
I
want
can't
them in
wait.
the link. I want that team in the link.
I want
I'm
them healthy
so
too.
tired of losing to that team in the link. I want them in week 17, and
That'd
I'm
be
going to beat
fantastic.
their ass.
We trying to go, man. We trying to go to the game, man. I'm
Yeah,
trying to set it up, man. With me and my wife, we can go to the game, man.
it's
But
easy to
Which
get
one? The
to.
Giants home game or in Philly?
in Philly, yeah. She want to
That's
go to
Okay.
Philly, yeah.
that
Yeah.
field is so easy to get to. It's right off it's right there on 95.
Yeah, we pass it all the time. It's right
Mm-hmm.
there off the 95. Yep.
My ex.
Can't miss it.
Trust me, I know my ex
Yep.
is over there.
Big
So.
ass toilet bowl.
Wait,
Man,
so
I hate the fact that Philly is the central place of winning right now. That drives me nuts too. That you have to look at Philadelphia as the place where everybody's winning. The damn
That's
Phillies
true.
now are killing it
That's true.
too.
The Phillies,
yeah,
well, can't
Oh
say the
yeah,
Sixers, but
yeah.
Even the
they
Somebody.
doing
Sixers
good.
are turning around too.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know about
Hey, they're looking better than our basketball team, bro.
Is,
that. She
is the
said,
missus
"Coach
from
got
Philly?
jokes."
She from Philly?
Nah, South Jersey. So
Oh, that that makes sense too.
Yeah.
Tell I can't stand South Jersey either. I'm from North Jersey.
Wow.
Trust me, one of my exes is from South Jersey. She lives
That's two different
right
planets,
across.
man.
She lives right across from the Philly airport in Jersey. So she's not in Camden, but she's a
Two
little
different
further.
planets, North Jersey and South
Mm-hmm.
Jersey, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I
he
like to
said,
learn.
"Please turn off your screen when I show, because I trash all the boys losers. No disrespect."
I miss it
Nah,
when
Shout
she
Tito
out to
knows.
you
always
though.
keeps
She
talking
knows it.
trash.
She knows the trash talking
Yeah.
it is what it is. She don't take no
That's what's up.
disrespect to it.
No,
That's what's up.
exactly. With her.
Hey, random though. We share a name. NYG.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my name too.
Oh,
Yeah, my name's Kenny too.
oh shit.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
That was funny
Okay.
when I saw Tucho say that. Yeah, we share a name too.
Yeah, man.
I'm named after my
I
pops,
got
bro.
something to blow your mind. My name is Jeff.
Oh, shit.
You guys didn't think that was true.
Hey Jeff, do you like Jeff or Jeffy?
Doesn't matter. Jeff, Jeffrey, whatever.
Okay.
Either
I'm
way, it
changing.
doesn't bother me.
I'm changing my new name. People can call me Neymar.
Neymar?
she said 7-0, y'all. So
Yo,
Yeah, for
people can
now.
call me
For
Neymar
now.
now.
For
So somebody
now.
Really, really,
is
really,
I'm
Nimbo.
telling
really,
you, she gonna
really,
talk
really.
shit, yo. Y'all
No,
done
no,
got
no,
her
no, no,
started.
no. Okay. Yo, we got it started. Bling, 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 bling.
Yes.
I'm like,
4 fingers. 4. If you want to talk about championships, we got 8.
You can be 7-0. You can be 7-0. Go ahead.
Y'all threw
All that
snowballs at
matters
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
what happens at the end.
Please make an official announcement. You live. We be at the link January 8th. Giants away game. All boys losers pull up.
There it is.
Shut the
Uh-oh.
hell up.
There
Okay,
you
all
go.
right.
There you
Shit,
go.
yo. Yeah.
Shout out to Tuto.
Tudo's about to smack
Definitely
some
gonna have
Eagles
to
Mm.
fans
pull up to
around.
that one too, though,
Well,
for sure.
there's one thing I need to clarify with that statement. It's not just
Good
North and
sport.
South Jersey. It's North Central and South Jersey. Get it
Yes.
right.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
you're right
Yep.
about that.
Yep.
You're right
It's
about that.
people
Yep.
think,
You're right
oh
about
no,
that.
there's no Central Jersey. Yes, there is.
I'm
Yes,
on the
there
border.
is.
I'm on the
North
border
and
of North
South
and Central.
Jersey. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. They two different states.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It
And
is.
Cause
Central
South
It is.
Jersey,
Jersey's basically like you from Philly, and then
Philly,
North Jersey's basically like you from New
Central
York.
Yo,
Jersey,
let me tell
Central
you how much
Jersey is.
being from Jersey, I hate when people say that. I
Hey.
I
hate when
know,
people
I
say
know,
that.
I know, I
Oh,
know.
yeah, same way. I
But
feel the
yo,
same way,
Dash,
Dash.
it's true. It
Nah, it
really
is.
is
It
true.
is. We a
I
little bit
didn't
more
know that.
country. We a
I
little
didn't
more
know
country
that
than North.
until I went down South Jersey. Yes.
Yeah, we a little. As far as no, it is absolutely. I have some family in Trenton, and yeah, it's absolutely
Mm-hmm.
different.
Hell, they
It's
even
different.
call like a sandwich different. South Jersey, I believe,
They
calls it
call them
Taylor ham.
hoagies.
North,
They hold,
and they call
yeah.
North
Pork.
Jersey calls it a pork roll.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Tail of
well, hold
ham,
on,
tail
hold
of
on.
ham, tail, and I don't eat pork, but yeah, I
I
remember that.
I'm from North
They
Jersey. I say Taylor
heroes,
ham.
man.
I say Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
North Jersey says
Heroes.
Taylor ham.
Heroes,
South Jersey says
hoagies.
pork roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what we call them in New York. Heroes.
Mm-hmm. See, it's subs.
And then you got
Yep.
subs. I say subs.
We say
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
subs too.
Bacon, egg, and
But
cheese,
like I
salt,
said,
pepper,
Oh, y'all
I'm
say
from
ketchup.
Union County.
subs. Yeah, I say a hero.
You say you from Union County. See, now you
Union
talking.
County. Yeah, Union County. I know,
Plainfield.
Coach.
I'm
I'm
Plainfield.
from Union. Well, I'm from
Yeah.
Vauxhall, but it's Union.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah.
know. I went to school at King, so yeah, I know all
Yeah.
about
Like you
it.
said,
Yeah.
she was born in Secaucus.
All
That's
right.
North.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's North. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
This
way
is
up
way
there.
north. It's right near the city.
Exactly. Exactly. But she right across from the stadium. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's
You're
wild.
born in Secaucus, but you're an Eagles fan. And you were born right there.
Yeah.
you were,
That's
Yeah,
right.
you
no.
were born.
Giants, but we're
You,
Jets fans.
yeah, wait a minute.
What I'm trying to figure
Wait
out.
a minute. Wait a minute. I
Especially
mean,
not
at least
you're a
we
Jet
from
fan.
Plainfield, which is further is Central Jet. Man, all right.
Well, here's a question.
I,
When did you become an Eagles fan? That's the question. That's the next question.
Is she a
When?
Randall
Yeah, that's the
Cunningham
same
fan?
question.
It gotta
well,
be. It gotta be family. It got somebody in the family
yeah,
had to be an
That's
Eagles
true.
fan first.
yeah.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite player, Nisi? Like, what player or players did you grow up that just made you an Eagles fan? Because that's usually how it starts. Was it Dawkins? Was it Trotter?
No, my
It
brother, my
definitely wasn't
Nah,
brother.
Trotter.
she actually like she actually was a big Vic fan, and I
All
I
right.
can't hold her on
Okay.
that. I did like Mike Vick, man. You know what I'm saying? I didn't
Yeah,
like him
yeah.
when he went to the
Are you?
Eagles, obviously, but
She didn't say Deshaun Jackson.
oh
No,
god.
see,
Yeah, no.
my
That
brother,
name.
my brother was Wilbur
Yep.
Montgomery, so that's way before most of y'all's time. He always talked about Wilbur Montgomery.
Yeah.
So
Bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper,
pepper
ketchup.
ketchup.
Yep.
That's
Bacon
right.
egg
Yep.
That's right, Wells.
is bacon, egg, and cheese. It's all one word. Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Right.
Bacon, egg, and
Bacon,
cheese.
Right.
egg,
Yep.
and
That's right.
cheese.
That's the Jersey way, right there.
It
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
ain't.
salt, pepper,
Mm-hmm.
ketchup. Yep. All
Mm-hmm.
What up,
all that.
Breezy?
Breezy, what's good with you, bro?
Oh, I know he's fired up about the Nets. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about the Nets. That disaster. Yeah, Dash,
Y'all did.
welcome to Nets therapy. This is what's gonna be for tonight.
I told you what happened, man. I told as soon as the Nets moved to Brooklyn, I stopped. I stopped.
Oh,
Vance,
oh
I
Vance,
wow.
stopped. I stopped, man.
Vance.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Even the good years, even like not the good years, but when they were okay, I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't. I even bought like the Brooklyn. I had the Brooklyn hat, a couple of Brooklyn jerseys, and it just didn't feel the
It
same,
ain't
man.
feel right, did
It didn't feel the same, man.
It's not feeling
So
right now. This team just keeps giving us heartache after heartache after pain in the goddamn ass.
well, they got
And
Nash up out of there. I saw that. They got Nash out of there.
that's
Tudor
step
says, I grew
one.
up from Jersey, half my life in grass from Rutgers. Okay.
Are
Okay.
you?
Oh,
But what part?
you!
North or South
Mhm.
Jersey though, too though, or Central?
So
Since
there's
we had
different
the third option.
campuses. There's different
Or Jersey.
campuses for
Matter of
Rutgers.
fact, yeah, there's three different. Most people don't realize in the state there's three major campuses, but Rutgers in Central Jersey has
Man, I got my
Wait a
I
minute.
got my heart broke
Livingston,
at Rutgers Stadium.
Livingston,
My junior
Bush,
year of high
College
school, we lost in
Avenue.
the playoffs at Rutgers to Montclair.
Wifey says, yeah, but my fam is in South Jersey.
Okay, it makes sense then.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
Makes
makes
sense.
sense.
Yeah.
Bush, College Avenue. It's 5 campuses in Piscataway, New Brunswick. I
Well,
keep
say I
forgetting that.
attended a few parties at Rutgers.
I did too.
Kudos,
Rutgers
Oh,
man.
beat them
believe you me,
Hey yo,
we
they
all
notoriously.
did.
Grease
I remember
trucks. Grease
Rutgers.
trucks,
Yeah,
man.
that's I was just about
Can't
to
beat
say that,
them.
Jeffrey. I was just
Those
about to
fat
say that.
sandwiches.
The fat bastards and all that stuff, man.
Oh, man. You
Pat
can't beat
Yeah, I remember
Darrell.
those.
that.
Yo,
All that.
Okay, now see, I'm gonna take y'all way back, way before y'all. Before the grease trucks were there, but there was also one called Greasy Tony's that was on the corner of Somerset Street and Eastern Avenue. If you look it up, it's an old diner. But when I say they gave you the greasiest burgers, the good ones, ah, yes,
Out here killing people
yes,
for 50 years.
Yeah.
yes.
You know,
Say
all
She
the
some mess
very
said
like that.
closet food and all
it
wrapped
will
up in buns.
always be Vic. So, like I
Yeah,
said, she's a
yeah.
Mike Vick fan.
Watch this. I'm gonna mess with her.
I'm a Mike
And
Vick
she
fan
says,
too.
I
No,
miss my Nets.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
Mm.
did.
sorry,
We
honey,
did.
There
but
it is.
they in Brooklyn right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Trust me,
mess
we
with her.
missed
I'm
them
telling you,
too.
that's what I'm talking about, man.
Michael Vick is a wannabe who? Number 12. Can you tell me who that is? He's
Yep.
just
Oh,
left-handed, not right-handed.
Uh-oh.
Mhm. Am I going to get her started?
Ah.
Am I going to get
another.
her started?
Oh, my God.
Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, man. Start with an R.
RC.
RC.
Yep.
RC. Yep. My brother hates when I say that to him. He hates it.
I
Like,
mean,
no,
it's
he's not.
true. Randall Cunningham did some amazing things, man.
He was.
Yeah,
That dude was
Amazing.
I
one of the
mean,
underrated quarterbacks.
and that's the thing, man. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, you know, what they want to call the black quarterback or whatever, like
hmm
that shit goes back before Vic. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
with all
Oh,
due
absolutely,
respect to Vic,
absolutely,
with
back.
all
absolutely.
due respect to
absolutely.
Vic,
Goes
but
before.
I think the modern, you know what I'm saying, the younger people, man, they
Oh,
always
you
look
don't
to
know.
Vic like that was it, man.
Mm-mm,
It
mm-mm,
started way before Vic, man. Randall
mm-hmm.
Cunningham was that dude, bro. I'm
He
telling
was.
you. He was that fucking dude, man. You know what I'm saying? And so was Steve McNair, Ed McNair, man. Shout out to
I
Ed
loved
McNair,
watching
man.
Eric McNair.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
watched
Even
him.
going back to the OG Doug Williams, man. His first ever win the
Before
Super
that,
Bowl.
Or
before
Warren
Hey,
that,
Moon. You can't forget about Warren
Marvin.
Warren
Moon.
Moon
Those can
too.
go back
Nope,
before
nope,
that.
nope, nope,
I
nope,
can't go
nope,
back
nope,
that
nope.
farther.
Okay, all right. I'll leave you that. I'll leave you that.
I'm a little bit
I
younger than
got one
you.
for Coach. I can't
Marvin
remember
Briscoe. Marlon Briscoe.
which one was he.
He's the first black NFL quarterback,
Oh.
actually American Football League. But
Hey,
yeah.
who was the quarterback for the Steelers before Terry Bradshaw got there?
Oh, that's the one that Bradshaw took the job from. He
Yeah,
was from. I think he
and
was
he
from
was nice.
Tennessee. Yes, he was.
He
He was
was
from
nice too.
Tennessee.
I
He
can't
was
remember
actually
his name.
Yeah. I'll tell you in 1 second.
I saw a documentary about him. I didn't even know he
Mhm.
I
existed.
know the Steelers used to have. Now this was in my era. They used to have Cordell Stewart,
Oh,
Slash.
slash,
Oh,
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Cordell
I remember
Stewart.
him.
Byron Leftwich when he was a quarterback. Don't forget
Byron
about
Leftwich
that.
was nice. Dante
Yeah,
Culpepper.
bro, he was all right.
What about
Culpepper
that
was good.
quarterback that played for the Jaguars after Leftwich? He was number 9. I forgot what his name is. He played
Oh,
with
he
James too.
hold on.
Gerard, I think.
Yeah, David Gerard.
Yeah, he
Yep.
was
Dave,
not that
David
bad
Gerard,
Gerard.
too.
yeah.
He was not
No,
bad for that little bit of time too.
that's a lot, man. There's a couple of them, man. There's a couple of them.
But McNair was like one of the poster childs. That dude was sick in his
What's
prime.
good, Hit?
Yo,
What's
what's
good with you,
going
bro?
on?
Hey, yeah.
What's
Appreciate you
going
Five.
pulling up,
on?
man. That's what's
Yes,
up.
sir.
Joe Gilliam.
Yes,
Joe
sir.
Gilliam.
That's that. Yeah, there you go. That's him. For the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yep.
And my brother, what's up? Hit.
Man, I can't even hold y'all.
He
I
said
just
his
came
name is
back.
Chris.
Yeah, my
His
name is
name's
Chris,
Chris.
but listen, I can't even hold y'all. I didn't drive, but like I'm lit after watching this Nets game, dog. I had me some drinks at the bar.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
Nah, that's good, bro.
I didn't even
Okay,
watch it,
okay,
man.
okay.
Who
See,
did
y'all
they
going
even
there with
play?
names.
They
Y'all
played the
going
Chicago Bulls. We
Bulls.
lost 108 to
Lost,
99.
yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
I
Y'all
haven't
going
heard
there.
Hit. I haven't heard Hit like go break it down with the Nets. So I really am curious to hear how Hit feels about the Nets.
I'm not
He's
gonna
a
hold you,
hardcore Nets fan too, and he's been putting up a lot of
That's
stuff on
right,
Twitter
man.
with
It's
us.
hard to the city, man.
bro.
Y'all hit that like button, man. We got a full panel tonight, man.
Princeton.
Appreciate y'all,
This,
man.
bro,
Princeton.
this Nets team, and I'm one of those people. I be shitting on the Knicks. I'm not even gonna lie. This Nets team is sorry. This Nets team is ass. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand like how this team could have the players that they have and still put up a shitty performance. I honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I might be a little dramatic. If they were to play the Lakers, I would take the Lakers. I'm gonna be 100%
That's when you
real.
know it's bad.
Like,
Oh,
Man,
that's when you know
that's
it's
pretty
bad.
bad, yo.
dog, like
Y'all gonna make me
defensively,
watch the Nets, man. Y'all gonna make me watch and see what's
Don't,
going on.
bro,
don't.
it's just
I,
so aggravating.
You're
The
gonna be
defense is
disappointed.
horrible.
I haven't watched
Like,
the Nets since Darren Williams.
bro,
That's how long it's been. That's how long it's been.
bro,
I'm telling you,
adds it up.
They're
they
gonna
they
make you miss Darren Williams. They're gonna
That,
make you.
yeah,
I'm
you're
telling
right.
you.
so what is it though? I'm curious because they have some players.
they do.
What's going on?
For me personally, I always thought it was they did not buy into what Nash was trying
It's the
to sell.
coach.
You know,
Yeah.
I really believe that. I never was a fan of the Nash hiring. I literally tagged all three of you guys, Jeff, Coach, NYG 22 when he was fired. Like, yo, like it's just I don't understand. And
Hey,
defensively, man, it's horrible.
are they
So,
still
what's up?
blackballing Mark Jackson as a coach?
It seems like it.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Because like every
yeah.
open like every young well I can't even say the Nets are a young team. I mean I still look at the Nets. I'm not totally off the Nets, so I know a couple things that's going on. But every time I see a coaching spot open up, I think about Mark Jackson.
Mm.
I think he can help all these younger guys, you know, in the
Mhm.
fundament and bring some type of identity to a team. I think Mark Jackson can do that. But
It's bad.
he's getting
Man.
blackballed still though, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I don't want to say that, but yeah, it's true. He is. He really is. I mean, I wanted to actually because I was gonna message Jeff and NYG 22 actually tonight because I wanted to get their thoughts. What do y'all think about this possible Udanka shit? Because I'm gonna be honest, I like it, but at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. I'm so fed up with this Nets team.
What's the lineup? I don't even know the line. Who's the lineup now?
Kyrie Irving,
Bro,
Joe Harris. Not even gonna say
KD.
Ben Simmons because he's hurt already. Shocker.
which
Royce
is
O'Neal,
insane.
Kevin
Royce
Durant,
O'Neal.
and Claxton. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
There's
Kyrie
some
Irving
pieces
did
there,
tonight?
though. That's the thing.
4 points. The great
Yeah,
Kyrie
I'm not gonna
Irving.
hold you.
But you know,
4 points.
Yeah,
but that goes to
it
show
was
you because I got
bad.
into an argument with a guy that told me Kevin Durant was this such a good player, which he is a individual good player, but he don't make anybody around him better.
I'll be honest with you. I will agree with you there. I think he's a good player, but
Yeah.
And Kyrie Irving's the same way though.
Yeah, I mean,
Individual,
there's
but don't make
players in
anybody
this
else
league.
better.
Yeah,
you're
there's
not
players
wrong.
in this league that have that ability. Obviously, like LeBron, obviously
Yeah.
like the Steph Currys in the world. But I agree with you, man. I mean, I would be lying if I disagree. KD's a great individual player, but I don't think he makes the people around him great. And I don't think that's a
Yeah.
slight at him.
It's
But
not.
at the same time, I need KD to be fully involved as well. I need it to be fully bought in. Same with Kyrie, which I don't doubt that he is, but I do have my
But they
moments where I'm
wasn't
like,
though hit because of
exactly, yeah,
Nash. That's why they wasn't bought in because of Steve Nash.
bro.
You know what I'm
How much
saying?
you guys want to bet after that players only in the meeting they had after Indiana? They probably were talking, saying we got to get this
Yeah.
Nash dude out
They
of
So
here.
said they
who's the
got to
coach?
get his ass the
Bro.
fuck out of there.
Who's the coach
now?
Straight up.
Right now it's Jacques
right,
Vaughn.
yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
Oh
Jacques
wow,
Vaughn.
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah,
name I haven't heard in a
you
while.
remember him? Y'all remember Jock Vaughn?
I
the
I
remember
remember
Jacques
him now.
Vaughn.
Yeah.
He played for the Nets for a little bit back in the day.
Right. Yeah, he was
That's why I remember him.
And for the
ass.
Spurs. Yeah.
To say the least.
I just
Oh, let
man,
me see what
first-
Kenny is saying.
my first Nets jersey was the Joe Johnson jersey. My pops gave me that
Oh, Joe
jersey.
Johnson.
You said a Joe Johnson.
A Joe Johnson jersey.
My first jersey was Kenny Anderson.
Okay.
There you
Kenny
go.
Anderson jersey.
There you go.
I
Yeah.
remember Kenny. There you go.
I remember him. I remember him and Derek Coleman.
Yep.
DC.
Yo,
Yep.
and you guys are, man, what? Remember they used to sell you just go to the sneaker store. They used to sell like the NBA tapes.
Yep.
And it was
I
an old
remember
highlight.
that.
It was an old highlight tape that they had like the best players. I forget whatever season it was. And it was the year Derek Coleman and Kenny Anderson were playing together. And oh man, that's what made me love the Nets so much, man. Obviously growing up in New Jersey, but then just Derek Coleman. I mean Kenny Anderson. Man, that's what made me a fan. And then
Jason Williams, before everything that happened with him, he was that dude was a hell of a rebounder back in the day. Jason Williams was a beast.
Well, then those early successful 2000 years with Jason Kidd and all the rest of them, yeah, man.
Still my favorite team. You have Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin, Richard Jefferson, Casey
Heartbreaker.
Collins, Kerry Kittles, Lucius Harris.
Yep.
We had McCullough. I forget what his name.
And they played like a team too, man.
Todd McCullough. Yeah, Todd McCullough.
That was a team.
Yeah, that's right there. That's the
team.
biggest difference right now between the team they tried to make up back in the early 2010s and the team they're trying with now. That team back then, they were a team. These teams right now, they're individuals.
It's not. And Jeff, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was talking about this to a guy at the bar. I'm not saying KD is the problem. Not at all. But he's either let a lot of this shit has like slide, or he's just not being that leader that the Nets need him to be. Because there's just the issues. They need to make a documentary of this Nets team and how
they probably will.
They are. Because I've never seen a team that has potential yet underperforms week in and week out. And stresses me out sometimes more than the Giants.
It pisses me off.
Impossible.
This team does piss me off more because of the fact they have more potential and they're more talented.
They got
than the Giants
so much
do.
talent. That's the thing.
That's what pisses me off.
Yeah.
I'll be 100%.
Everybody look at the Giants as a team without no talent, but I disagree, man. I think the Giants have way more pieces than the Nets. If you're looking at team for team, you know why? Because the Giants got the foundation in place. The Nets have no foundation.
No.
Kyrie's what? Gone.
And then the guys didn't want to be there.
KD's probably going to be gone next year.
Yeah.
And the coach is out of there now.
But then they gave up all their draft picks too, right? Didn't they give up a bunch of draft
for James Harden? How well did that work out?
I have no draft picks. That's what I'm saying.
And then we're trading for a guy that's not even playing right now, Ben Simmons, who looks like he doesn't even want to be on the court.
Simmons, man.
Bro,
Simmons gets me going, bro, because he looked like
I can tell.
Bro.
Fucking like, yo, this dude is a man. I can't.
I'm gonna say it for you. He's a bum.
See, that's the difference between the Giants and the Nets. The Giants at least gave us a couple years of happiness. What the hell did the Nets ever do to give this fanboys happiness? We might go down as having the two worst trades in NBA history. With the whole Billy King garbage and then the whole thing that happened with Sean Marks. I'm sick of it. I see Knicks fans that are they had it back. Put this Nets team out there and look at what they're doing to their fan base. Every single second there's drama coming out with this damn team. Man. I'm sick of it.
The turning point is when they tried to go ahead and bring in Paul Pierce and who was it? Paul Pierce.
Oh my God!
That shit right there was
that's the straw that broke the camel's back for me.
Darren freaking Williams, who sucked.
That was the real last time I threw away Nets gear.
Let me get to a couple comments. Wifey says she says I'm still angry about what was done to Vic with the dog fight and shit. Yeah,
well,
me too.
Let me tell you this though, because it's a difference of opinion in that, and I see both sides. I can't speak for anybody else. I grew up in an area where dog fighting was a thing, popular.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then you get older and you see the other side of the road. Yeah, it's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. But I will say this: that's a lot of time to get at, man. It's a lot of time to give that man for something he wasn't doing himself. He was responsible because he had it was his house,
All right,
it was his
well,
property and stuff like that. But yeah, they threw the book at him because you got people that did awful things too that didn't get half
Yeah.
that time. To
That's
people
very
that
true.
did stuff to people
Yep.
and didn't get that kind of time. So yeah,
Yep.
but I
It's
understand
hard
both
for
of
me to
those, man.
comment. It's hard for me to comment on that because
Absolutely.
I admit it. I'm an avid dog lover. I
Yeah,
love
you're a dog
animals.
lover. We
And
I'm
that's
we
a
fine.
get
big,
it,
big,
man.
big
That's
We
animal
fine.
get it,
lover.
man.
So when I hear
Absolutely.
that, I understand. Like it's a thing, around around that area.
Yeah,
But
no.
for me, it's just very, very hard to see because I love animals, and when I see, I get more aggravated and more pissed off when I see an animal get hurt than I do when a person gets hurt because
but
animals
why?
don't know better.
And
Animals
that's
don't
true
know
though.
better.
I'm gonna give you a easy well, not an easy but a similar situation now. I got country folk, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got folks deep down in the south in the country and they fight chickens. Um
I was gonna
would
say
would 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 someone be that upset over a chicken?
no.
That's an
I mean,
animal now.
it's the
It's
same thing
No,
as
listen,
and
people.
they
you
fight
know,
and they fight. They literally fight these chickens. They
See,
bred them to fight.
see why
Just saying.
where I
Yes, I
grew up
do.
at
I
in
do. I have to be honest, I do.
where I grew up in Pompano Beach, Florida, in my area, like we had a lot of people doing chicken fights, um, dog fights. So for me, during the whole Vic situation, I was relatively young. I understood what was going on, but because in my neighborhood, like I would see things like that. I at the
yeah,
time, I'll be honest, I didn't think it
you
was a big deal.
you
But
become
as
numb to
I
stuff.
got older, I was like,
Yeah,
okay, like, but he didn't do it. You feel me? And I agree with you. I
Yeah.
thought it was a lot of time for someone that didn't do it. When you have people out
Yeah.
here that do things that are even more malicious to actual people that
yeah.
get what I would deem as a slap on the wrist. I mean, we ain't even gonna talk
Right.
about Brett Favre's ass right now.
Yeah.
Nah, but
Like,
nah, yeah, I understand it. But I just was saying because now, like I said, I'm older. I
yeah,
understand. I haven't owned dogs as an adult, but I grew up with dogs. I had German shepherds when I was a kid. And yeah, it's you. Dogs are different. You can't compare dogs to chickens, in my opinion. But that's just me.
Yeah. All you gotta
That's
do is
just
just look
me.
Yeah,
at my picture. All
I
you gotta do
agree.
is look at my profile picture
I
on my
agree.
thing, and you'll see how
Yeah,
much
I'm
I
just
love
saying
dogs.
like
it's true, Jeff.
Yeah,
from just from that standpoint, man. Now, I'm not advocating obviously for no
of
animals
course, absolutely.
to I am an animal lover myself, you know what I'm saying? So I look, I don't kill spiders. Some people smell I don't even kill spiders. You know what I'm saying? I
I
Hey,
just
kill the
that's
hell
the
out of
type of dude
spiders.
I am.
I'll punch a
I
spider
don't
with my fist.
Oh
I
my
don't give a
god.
I
damn.
don't
That
yeah,
mother
I
I
effer
see it
don't
doesn't
on the
bite,
wall. I
though.
just pop.
Spiders gotta go.
I don't believe in none of that, man. But you
Tell
know
you,
what I'm saying? I do understand the fact that, some people are getting more time or less time for murder than what Mike Vick did. So I
Yeah.
Yeah, you
definitely
got.
agree with my wife on that one.
Can I say this
Yeah,
real quick? I got to
Go
change the
ahead.
subject back to the disgrace that is known as the Brooklyn Nets right now. I mean, is it really hard to say that? Is it hard to say as a Nets fan that sometimes you hate this basketball franchise for what they do to you?
I'll be
I mean, it's
honest.
like psychological damage what this franchise has done.
I will be honest.
Psychological damage what this team
In
does.
in my
Every
entirety,
single damn
Yo,
in
I'm
my
so
game.
glad I don't follow the
entirety of
Nets like
being a
that.
Giants fan, I've never once said I hate this team. I've been frustrated. I've been pissed, but I've never been like I hate this team. I can count more on two hands the amount of times I've said I fucking hate this Nets team. Like
Because
it's
what
excuse
have
my
they given
language,
us? Happiness. They've never
but
given us
it's
anything to smile about.
bro,
It's
and I know the Knicks
misery.
got it worse, but damn dog, like this is ridiculous, man.
Oh,
Welcome
Okay,
from South Jersey.
look. This is
welcome
heart
to
of the city. So let's just put it all out there on the table. Out of all the teams you root for, who gives you the most or
the
gets you
biggest.
the most emotional?
Oh, the
And I'm gonna go
Giants,
The
for
ahead.
damn
Giants
I'm gonna
and
sure.
the
go ahead.
Nets.
I'm gonna go ahead and set it off. It's the fucking Giants for me.
Yeah, it's
This
for
fucking team is
Giants.
literally gets
Giants.
me that way.
I get
No other
so
team, not the
emotional,
Yo,
Yankees, not the
baby.
Nets, Better beat the fucking Giants.
I got a story for you. I got a story for you. I got a story for you. So obviously we remember that Philadelphia game when Evan Ingram dropped that pass, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. I felt an emotion that I've never felt before, right? And I couldn't figure out what it was. And I was trying to explain it to my wife, right? She was like, I was like, yo, I've never felt this before. She said, you know what it is? It's heartbreak. What you're feeling right now is heartbreak. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, absolutely right. Because I've never been that emotional over a game, man. Like it was like anger, frustration,
Yeah.
sickness,
Wait,
emptiness
Dash.
in my stomach, and I've never
What
I'm
about
listening.
that game back in the day, 2010, when Deshaun Jackson returned that punt for a touchdown because dumbass Matt Dodge decided to kick the ball to him? What'd you feel about that?
And when Coughlin told him the one thing you don't do
Yeah,
is
exactly.
kick that ball. Now let me give you another one. What about that
shit
playoff?
had me ready to call off for
I think I
work.
know
I'm
where you're
not gonna
going,
lie to
Dash,
you.
with the
That
playoff one. I
game,
think I know where you're going, bro.
I
Hold
remember
on.
that game. Go ahead, Dash.
You remember the playoff game against the 49ers?
Yeah, oh my God, that was
When they
psychological. That was bad.
the long snapper and they try to throw it into the end zone. You remember that? I was at
And
work.
we were killing them that whole game. The whole game. I actually cried during that game.
What year was that? And the way that the lineman
2002.
fell down. The way that the lineman fell down.
Trey Junkin.
So that was 2002.
Appreciate you, Wells, man.
That was
Appreciate you, man.
2002 playoff game.
I was 19. Okay, I was 19. I was working at Jiffy Lube in Livingston Mall in New Jersey, and I was watching that game with my friend. Yeah. That's before I moved to Vegas.
I think I was 17 during that game when I watched it, and I've never in my life actually cried after a football game. I will admit it. I was bawling my eyes out because of how they lost that game. I'm like, we had that game wrapped up.
Man.
We were destroying them in the first
Jeff,
half
I was
somehow.
my coworker was a San Francisco 49ers fan. I was talking the most trash. The most trash.
As you
That
should.
fourth quarter came, and then I had to leave work. I couldn't even stay there. He was killing me. I had to
You
go
know
home.
what? You know what, guys?
Wow.
We paid
I had
that
to go
team back
home.
10 years later in the
For
NFC
real?
Championship game. We paid him
Yes,
back.
we did. Yes, we did.
Thank you,
So
Eli.
Tudo
Manning.
says Princeton, but went to Rutgers
To be with his wife.
with my wife. She was on the volleyball team, but I always kept my workouts private. Everyone thought I was a bodybuilder. Never said anything to anyone about my wife. So, hey.
Okay.
That's a
Shout out to
That's
you.
South Jersey too. So Tudo, South
Shout
Jersey.
out to Tudo, man. For real,
Princeton
man.
ain't no damn South Jersey. That's Central Jersey.
It's Central. Is it right on the cutoff? It's right on the cutoff.
I don't even
Breezy
consider.
Breezy says
Clinton.
tread lightly about
Tread
KD.
lightly when you talking about KD, man.
I'm sorry, big.
Who?
Listen, Breezy. I
KD's a
apologize, but I said what
You
I
said
said.
dude in the Giants hat. Guess he talking about-
All I said was he's either allowing it or he's condoning it. That's all I'm saying.
It's two of us in Giants hats.
I'm
Listen,
gonna say this real quick.
Yo,
The teams that
hit-
give me the
hit-
most emotion is
Hit the
probably
link,
the Giants
Breezy.
and the Nets.
Hit the link, man. That's
Uh-huh.
my
It's
dude,
gotta
man.
be the Giants and the Nets. Both those teams
Let me-
together, they drive me the most
That's my
nuts.
dude, man.
Every
You know-
single time.
you know what made me not like KD, since we could talk about KD now, is when he lost to the Warriors and then joined the Warriors.
Yeah, that wasn't something.
Yeah, that's true.
I ain't gonna
That's
front.
good point.
I
That
still
wasn't
don't get that
something
from
to
y'all.
lose,
I
y'all.
still to this day don't.
Don't
get
say
that from
y'all. I'm
y'all.
older than that. I come from a different era.
I gotta be honest.
That
We
was
run
a
it
sucker
back.
move.
Not
We
to
run
cut
we
you off,
we
Coach.
run it back.
I didn't.
Go ahead,
I honestly didn't mind when he joined. To be real with you, because I felt I couldn't be upset with that when I was very happy when LeBron joined Miami, because I lived in Miami at the time. So things changed up drastically when LeBron came. So I felt it would be hypocritical of me to be like, hey, like at KD when I was over here jumping and screaming when LeBron came, and I wasn't even a Heat fan.
So Taj a Lakers fan. How do you think he feels right now?
What's good, Taj?
But
now, first of all, I'm LeBron. First of all, I'm a LeBron fan, so like
I
get that
respect
straight.
you
So.
saying that.
Nah,
I'll be honest. I
I'm a LeBron fan
respect
too.
you
But
for that.
Look.
I'm a
I
LeBron fan.
respect that.
I'm a
LeBron is
LeBron's fan. I
LeBron
saw
is number
LeBron's
2.
when he came to Jersey, and he played Melo down in Trenton, when they were in high school. So
I remember.
I feel
I
you. I
remember.
feel you, Taj. I feel you,
I
bro.
remember. What was
Yeah,
those
Now,
What were those tournaments called?
It
Because I
was
remember
it was quite a few because it was Oak Hill there. It was his high
because Tyson.
school.
What school did Tyson Chandler went to?
He went to a school in Chicago.
Oh, that was it Oak
Because
Hill?
he
No,
was there too.
Oak Hill is down in Virginia,
I think
but
he was
he
a
was
part of
up
that
in
tournament too.
yeah. They were a part of that tournament too. It was
Because
like a lot
I
of high
played
schools.
against Tyson Chandler. I
Oh,
remember that.
okay.
oh yeah, Tyson Jr.
Right.
y'all
That
want
dude
I
was
to?
played.
pretty good in his career too. He had some nice seasons.
Hey, coach, you remember St. Pat's?
Yes, I do. I
You
used to
remember when
live.
St. Pat's had
I
had
lived. Yes, I
they
do.
had Al
Harrington.
Harrington, they had Samuel
Oh,
Dellenbert, all on the
I,
same team.
Trust me. When I was living in Roselle, I used
We
to go
played.
all the way up to. Yep. Hmm.
Yep, and then I remember we played against them in high school. My junior sophomore year, we
Okay.
played against them.
Okay.
And I remember
Okay.
highlighted that game. We lost that game. We played at Elizabeth, and I remember that the floor in Elizabeth gave you some extra springing, a little
Mm-hmm.
spring when you jump. And I
Mm-hmm.
remember my man Reggie Trail caught one off the glass on top of Al Harrington. That was the highlight of the game. We still lost by 30 though. Still lost by 30. But they had they had they had Samuel Dellenberg. This is a high school team. Al
Yes.
Harrington. They had Mike Nardi. And he
Mm-hmm.
went to Villanova. I'm trying to think who else. It was the point guard. I can't remember his name right now, but all of them, all D1. If you figure Al
Yeah.
Harrington went straight to the league,
Yeah.
Dellenberg, did he go straight to the league too?
No, he went to Seton Hall.
He did. Yeah, he did 1 year. Okay, and then
Yeah.
went to the league. Yeah, and that's
So,
man.
yeah, I remember. Trust me,
St.
you
Pat's.
know
I
I
hated
know.
St. Pat's. I
It
hated
was
St.
always
Pat's.
either St. Pat's or St. Anthony's with Bobby Hurley.
Yep,
And
St. Anthony's too. Yep, because
Mm-hmm.
that's where
let's get a
what's his
couple of these
name?
comments out the way. My man Breezy said, "Dude in the Giants, hey, he talking about you, Hit, man.
Oh, I know he
I guess
talking about me.
I guess he coming for you, Hit."
Oh
um,
shit. Oh man.
Nisi says, wifey says, yes, Jason Kidd had the jersey and everything. Jason Kidd was a stand-up new net. Let's put it
Yeah,
like
that's a
that,
fact.
man.
That's
he
a fact.
was.
Wells,
He
he
was.
got a run. Great stream tonight. Shout out to the panel.
I'm gonna
God
mess with
bless.
all
11
y'all.
to 6.
Wells,
Let's
I'm
man.
gonna
go.
mess with all y'all now.
Shout out to Wells.
Jason Kidd is the second best net ever.
Who's the first?
Dr. J.
He's
Oh
right.
yeah, yeah.
I'll take that.
I ain't mad at that.
Respect.
I ain't
Yeah,
mad at
all-time
that.
great.
I'll take that.
I was gonna say
You gonna
I
show
ain't
me
mad at
that?
that. I ain't mad at that, Coach Ed. Yeah.
But do you guys know who's the all-time leading net in scoring?
Was it
32. No, number 32 for the Nets. What was his name?
Shout
I
out
can't
to the brother,
remember at the
man.
moment.
Reels
He
Franklin
played with
joining
Dr. J. He played with
joining
Dr.
the
J
chat.
too. He played in the early 80s. Damn it.
number
I'm
32.
drawing blanks. I'm gonna be
Am I,
honest. I'm drawing
Jeff, that's who
blanks.
you talking about, right?
Actually, I believe it's Brooke Lopez. I think he passed him. I believe
Brooke
Lopez is
Lopez.
the
Brooke
all-time scoring.
Lopez?
Yeah, Lopez was a
Lord.
scoring
He was a
monster for
center for
years.
us. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know,
Yeah.
but damn.
Yeah, wait, hold. You said 32.
Brooke
Yeah, he used
Lopez.
to
Yup,
win.
he's the all-time leading net
No, he's talking
scorer
about he played with Dr.
for the
J though.
Nets.
Y'all gonna have me.
But
Now,
32 is Dr. J.
Look it up.
Brooke Lopez?
Yeah, he passed Buck
Oh,
Williams.
Brooke Lopez. Oh.
see, my thing
He's the
is,
all-time. He's the all-time. leading scorer?
10,444 points as a net.
Brooke
Brooke
Lopez.
Lopez.
I mean, he
Oh,
has
damn.
been in that for a
Yeah.
while.
Lopez was really good in his prime. It's just his
No, he
team
was.
sucked.
He was.
He
Nah, I'm
was.
not knocking
Buck-
him, but
Buck Williams,
He was
okay.
yeah.
I think.
All these Chris Morris, Mike Jaminski, Otis Birdsong.
not in the same category, but like my dad was like a real big fan of Julius Erving. I never got to see him, but he would always talk about how good of a player he was, how special he was.
Yes.
Brooke Lopez.
That blew you guys away, didn't you?
Look.
Brooke
If there was
Lopez.
no Dr. J, there is no Kobe Bryant, there is no Michael Jordan, there's none of them. Because the
Yeah.
things that you were seeing Michael and all of them do, Dr. J was doing that back in the ABA.
Yeah.
They were doing everything that they were playing street ball back in the ABAs, while the NBA was just, you know what, they're fundamentally sound. That's pretty much it. Pass the ball, make the right passes, all that good stuff. But the ABA took it, and Dr. J was the one. I mean, coming down the lane.
Dr. J was 32.
Yeah, he was 32.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's somebody Williams. It's somebody Williams who
Buck
was.
Williams.
Oh, Buck
No,
Williams.
no,
Buck
no,
Williams. Gotta
no.
be Buck Williams.
No, this was a guard. He was a guard.
Damn.
You said
But he
you said
played-
you
but-
said early 80s. Hold on.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at
Early
that.
80s, yeah.
We
The
should
only
know.
Williams I know is Buck Williams.
And Jason
No.
Williams too.
No, but
I'm about to
Actually,
go on
Vinny-
basketball
it's not
reference.
Vinny.
Yeah, I was gonna say
no,
while we figure that
it might
out,
not, it might
I'm
not
about
be
to go on
20.
basketball.
Jeff, you
I'm
try to
gonna-
laugh at a quote.
New York.
So
New York. Knicks.
Katie was interviewed after the game, and Katie says he was shocked by Nash's decision to leave. Said it has been weighing him all day.
Oh, shut
I
up,
enjoyed
KD.
coming to work with Steve. This is really
Man,
disappointing.
Shut up,
KD.
KD. Stop it. That's not. You're holding it on your head.
It
like
was
KD
weighing
know
on
he
you
got
all
that
day.
man fired. Let's
Yeah.
get into this shit real quick. Hold
Yeah,
on,
KD
hold
I
on,
want
hold
to
on,
talk
hold on.
about this
He's
right now.
good.
I gotta get
Hold
into
on,
this.
hold on,
team.
hold on. Let me speak my piece real quick.
Yeah, talk your talk.
Um,
I had to hold my
Bro,
laughter.
look, we already know this shit was set up from the offseason. I told people when they said that, oh, KD and Joe Shy and all of them had a conversation. You know what that conversation was about? Hey, look, if this dude sucks ass, talking about Nash, we getting him out of there. We gonna
Yeah.
give you a 10-game sample. I said it on this podcast, a 10-game sample for Steve Nash to prove he's a valid coach. He didn't do that. He going out there getting ejected out the game, and people got the nerve to say, "Oh, Steve Nash, he showed guts, he showed heart." He was acting. He was trying to save his job by going out there flailing his little skinny ass arms, trying to make it like he throwing a tantrum out there on the court. When we know good and well it's all an act. Steve Nash is an actor. He is not a coach. He's an actor, man. And I never buy into a guy like
I
Steve
always
Nash.
felt questionable about that hire too.
I've been
Right.
saying it since day one. I didn't like the hiring, and I got ripped for saying this on Twitter. I'm gonna keep my receipts. I said when that meeting happened, they gave Fasad an ultimatum. It's either KD
Terrell
or
said,
general
"Dope, man,
management
get the
and
Google on."
Steve Nash. And to me, it's a no-brainer. Get rid of Steve Nash. He's a trash-ass coach. Should have never been the coach for the Brooklyn Nets. You wasted time, precious years, on this experiment that I'm sure most people knew was not going to work. But you know what? At the end of the day, I can't be too upset because this is what they wanted, right? They wanted a coach that ain't really the head coach because they don't need a head coach.
That's what KD
We
wanted.
had a head coach, and it was a pretty good one, and Kenny Atkinson, and they decided he wasn't the
Yeah.
guy. They fired him. That really
I mean,
wasn't
Kenny
that well.
Atkinson,
It's just frustrating,
Jack
man.
Vaughn.
But NYG, to answer your question earlier between the Giants or whichever, definitely the Giants get me the most stressed out. And the game most recently that I actually shed tears was when we played Carolina, that OBJ and Josh Norman game. And it wasn't
Oh,
even
my
anger.
God.
It was a mixture of
Oh man,
what is this man doing? What is this team doing? What is Coughlin doing? And just how the whole
yeah, that
game
game
kept
pretty much
going.
did get
That
Tom
was-
Coughlin
Bro,
fired.
I'll be
remember-
honest with you. I'm not to cut you off, Dash. That was the game that made me realize I got anxiety. It literally that was the game because I couldn't breathe. The room was slowing down. My mom trying to talk to me, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And she's like, "You're having an anxiety attack," and I'm like,
Wow.
"I've
You
never,
know-
bro. Swear to God, swear
That
to
was
God,
bad. That was
Nah,
bad.
I'm not gonna hold you though. I'm laughing though, bro, because I've been through the same shit. Like
bro."
Yeah.
that game that Jeffy's talking about, the Matt Dodge game. I like
Lord.
that shit
game
was
too,
like,
man. Got
yo, I was
nightmares
ready
with
to
that
go out
game.
there and
Hey,
literally kick somebody. Matt Dodge couldn't kick the
Got
ball.
him.
I wanted
What
to
a
got him.
stupid
I
move.
got
I
him.
wanted to kick
I got him.
fucking body because
I got
he
him.
My
could.
God.
Oh my god, that
Ooh.
was
That
Y'all,
was
Hey, hit
that was
squad.
bullshit.
stupid.
Go
y'all
ahead,
ready?
coach.
Y'all ready?
Yeah.
And I inverted the numbers. It's 23, and it was John Williamson.
Okay,
Okay.
that's the other
Okay.
guy you're talking
Okay,
about.
Williams.
okay.
Okay.
I inverted the numbers because he helped them, and he was that deadly 6'2" guard from Connecticut. He grew up in Connecticut, went to New Mexico State. I remember him, and he was, mm, mm, he was
He
that
was a
good.
dog, right?
When he was with the ABA, yes. When he was with the
All those
Nets,
sports.
yes.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
70s.
Just
So
to
he
answer
was with the
the
Nets, the
All right,
Pacers,
let
the
The
me
Heat. I'm
let
sorry. Go
me
ahead.
let
Yeah, the
me
70s.
let me hit the
Yeah.
chat real quick. Tudo says Central Jersey, and I never talked about my life to anyone. Keep it private. I'm a fourth generational pro rugby player, and my fam.
That's what's
Straight
up.
up, man.
Shout out to
Shout out
Salute,
Tudo,
to
man.
salute to you too, Tudo. My bro, man, Reels Franklin, man. This is my brother. He said big flex. He says, Dr. J for sure. He also says, it's a good comment right here. He says, I like to hear your predictions, how your predictions are holding up in the NFL season. So let's do that. Good question, man. Shout out to my brother, man. They always bring these good questions, man.
Bills.
That's
Um,
what's up.
All right,
NYG
Tudo.
so
fans.
Easy.
who
Easy.
96.
is we gonna get to you. Just hang tight. Where did you have not just the Giants, but the NFL? Let's do it like this. What was your spot on prediction? And what was the most team or the most prediction that you had that's way off? So tell me what was the one that you had that was rock solid, and what was the one that you had that you was a little bit off on? That's just the whole
Okay.
NFL.
The
Okay,
whole NFL. All right.
Anybody can start.
I'll be quick. I was right about the Denver Broncos. I thought they weren't going to be good this year, personally. And the one that I was actually off on, surprisingly enough, man, the LA Rams. I really thought the LA Rams were going to be a better team this year. I thought them bringing in Allen Robinson from the Bears. I'm like, okay, he's going to get a coach that actually knows how to use him, a QB that can get him the ball, and they just look like a shell of themselves. Um, yeah, but those were definitely the two that I'm going to stick with for sure.
I'll jump in. I'll jump in next. So what I was right about was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers being trash. I was right about that. I had a I
Good
had a
one.
feeling that Father Time was gonna finally catch up to Brady, and it took
Mm.
Father Time and a divorce to do it. But I was right about the Buccaneers, and then I was wrong about the entire AFC West. I thought it was gonna
Mhm.
be
Yeah.
filled
Yeah.
with good teams. Especially, I thought the Broncos was going to walk away. Well, not walk away with it, but I thought the Broncos were definitely going to be better. I thought the Raiders were going to be better. So I was off about the AFC West. I called it a gauntlet, and it's not that at all.
I guess I'll go next. I was right about the Pittsburgh Steelers. I thought the Steelers were going to be struggling a lot this year with the rookie quarterback. I thought this was going to be a rough season for Tomlin, and that's proven to be the case right now. And the pick that I was absolutely dead wrong on, I'm going to specifically go to one team in the AFC West, and that's the Raiders. I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I said that team could be like going to a Super Bowl. I must have been drinking the Raiders juice or something because I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I
You,
said
you,
that.
you you know
They
what happened?
suck this year.
You know what happened? McDaniel,
Exactly. Josh
man's a fraud.
McDaniels.
He's
Yeah.
a fraud.
Josh
Mm-hmm.
mother
He is a
effing
fraud.
McDaniels.
He was a
Straight car
fraud then. He's a
salesman.
fraud now.
They should have. They
Yeah.
should have kept. They should have kept that guy that got him to the playoffs last year after Gruden
Yeah,
got
they should have
fired.
kept
That's
him.
what they should have
Exactly.
kept. Because
Yes.
the team fought for that man.
Yes.
Damn right. Yeah, I think he's with the. I could be wrong. I think he's with the Bears right now. I'm gonna look into that real quick.
He might be because I remember seeing his face on the sideline one of these games too.
Yeah,
Might have,
he's like an assistant or a coordinator. I think at
I
the
think he
moment.
may have been like an assistant, like coach or somebody.
he had that
Yeah.
team because you figure Gruden left early last year too,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
still made the playoffs, and they had the
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs issue last
Yeah.
year. Oh, and he held that team together. He should have got another year, but Josh McDaniel, everybody's in love with Josh McDaniel. The
Yeah.
man done failed 3 times.
I felt like that about Cully too in Houston. I
He got
don't
the
know
bad end of the stick.
why. Yeah, I don't know why Houston did him like that, man.
Yeah.
That was some bullshit, and they obviously haven't made any progress with Lovey Smith,
Yep.
No.
which was
And
predictable.
to add insult to injury, they hired Lovey Smith because of the whole black coach thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
They
Don't act
really
like
wanted Josh McDaniel. Not Josh McDaniels.
Josh
Josh
McCown.
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 Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to. They had the whole thing going on with Deshaun Watson. They fired
Mhm.
Cully, and then they tried to give Lovey Smith, and Lovey
He
Smith
took a
is a
team
good
to the
coach.
Super Bowl, but still,
Lovey
that's
Smith is a good
Levy,
Texas.
coach.
yeah, Levy ain't
Just
built like
not now.
that, bro.
Yeah,
He
Love,
ain't
Just
yeah,
not
built
Lovey
now.
like
Smith,
that.
yeah, not in
Got
this
one,
He
got,
ain't
system.
built
I
like
love
got,
his
that.
got
beard.
one of
It's a
got
nice
one of the
beard.
best beards. Got one of the
Yeah.
best beards
He
in
does.
the business.
Yeah.
But
Nah.
it's over for Lovey Smith, man, because he's gone. He's gone after this year. They wasted a year with
They
the
wasted a
Texans,
whole,
man.
yeah,
Because they're
they
gonna have a
did.
top 5 pick. The new coach they're gonna bring in is gonna be able to pick the quarterback that they want. I mean,
Uh-huh.
I'm not surprised with an organization like the Texans, if I'm being honest with you.
Well,
I'm
started
really
with
not.
Bill O'Brien. Once Bill O'Brien
Yeah.
did that,
Yeah.
it really started with the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Is when that
Yeah.
team started to really start trending downhill,
Yeah.
and it just
Mhm.
went all down for that Houston Texans team when Bill O'Brien decided to pull off that move. And look where it's
Where's he
gotten
at
them
now?
since.
Where's Bill O'Brien at now?
I
College?
think he's back with the Pats, isn't he?
No, he's with Alabama.
Yeah,
He's in
I was gonna say
college.
he's in
Oh,
college.
that's
Yeah,
He's
he's
right.
an
in
You're
OC.
right.
Alabama,
He's an
Yeah.
the
OC.
offensive
Yeah,
coordinator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rich.
He'll be up for a head coach here soon. Because
in
yeah,
college. In college.
that's what they do in Alabama, man. They resurrect. That's what they did with your man Lane Kiffin.
Sarkeesian. They did it with Sarkeesian.
Sarkeesian,
They did it with
Lane
Kiffin.
Kiffin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they resurrect his after he failed as a head coach. So
Yeah, because
now
Sarkeesian was a drunk.
the
No.
most team I was on point with was the Raiders and the Colts. I
You
seen
called it,
both
huh?
of them. A lot of people were big on the Colts, and I seen the Colts as being frauds because I definitely did not believe in one
Matt Ryan.
Say
Matt
it.
Ryan.
Say it.
I
Say it.
I can't. I just I
Frank
can't do it,
Wright.
man. Yeah,
Frank wrong.
yeah, you're not wrong.
Wash.
No, I don't.
When
Oh,
them
sorry.
cats, man. It just I knew they was frauds. I knew
when you say
the Raiders was
we
frauds. I called it out. Now I was wrong on the Broncos. I thought the Broncos would do a little something here with
yeah.
Russ and with Judy and the receivers that they got, but the coach is just complete hot garbage. So it ain't much we could say about him. Nathaniel can't hack it. So
Yeah.
um
You can't have it.
it is what it is. But
That's
I
hilarious.
was wrong about the Broncos, but I was definitely right about the Raiders and the Colts. Coach, turn it over to you.
Mm-hmm.
What was you right about beginning of the season, and what do you say that you was a little bit off on?
Damn near right about nothing for the most part. It seems like, other than Buffalo
At
and
least you're honest.
and Tennessee, but every
Oh yeah.
division leader I was wrong on. I mean, out west I said the Chargers, in the AFC, in the NFC I said the Rams, in the North AFC North I said
What, the Bengals?
no.
You got
Pittsburgh.
No, I think it was
Browns.
Cleveland. I think I said the Cleveland.
Oof. Was that before Deshaun Watson got suspended?
Yeah, that was
Nah, when we
before.
did the
Did we? Did I?
when we
Or
did
did I say the
the show,
Baltimore?
you said, yeah, I
I think
think
I
you
said
said
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yeah,
So
I
you
think
were
you
I
said
did
right.
say
Baltimore,
Baltimore.
coach.
Okay, I think I was
Yeah.
right on Baltimore. I said of course, NFC North. I said Green Bay. The
Yeah, everybody was wrong on that. Most people were.
AFC East. I said, of course, Buffalo. NFC. I said Dallas. In the NFC South, I said Tampa Bay. and the other one was Tennessee.
Okay.
Nah, you was right about a lot of them.
No, that's right about three.
Right.
Well,
You are right.
I'm not batting above 5,500, so it's bad. So
Too funny.
mm-mm. So and most of all, I was wrong about the full AFC West because I said all three of those teams are going to make the playoffs. I mean, I said all four of the teams were going to make the playoffs because the division winner was the Chargers, and the other three were going to make the playoffs with the Raiders coming in at the back end.
now let's talk a little bit here about the AFC East. Because my podcast is Heart of the City, so what we like to do here is go all around New York City area sports. So we've talked a lot about the Giants and of the Nets, of course. So let's switch our attentions to the Jets and the Knicks. I know we got some Knicks
Zach
fans up
Wilson
here.
trash.
Uh, and we can talk a little bit about the Jets or just the AFC East and in general. What I seen out the Jets this week wasn't entirely disappointing. It just seems to me like they have a issue basically with the quarterback. So
Uh huh. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm,
let's talk
mm-mm,
about that a little bit.
mm-mm,
So
I
mm-mm.
want
we
to.
got we
I beg
we
to
got
differ.
Giants fans on here,
I
so
beg to
Yo.
differ.
Okay.
we can look at it.
Uh-oh.
I beg to differ.
Look.
I mean, the quarterback is an issue for me, but it's not even that. It's psychologically New England is in the New York Jets organization's head.
Yes.
Oh
Period.
yeah.
Yes.
Case
Yes, I
closed.
Yeah.
agree.
That's what
Yeah.
it is.
The
You
That's
think
what
Patriots
that's
it
what
is.
it
own
is
the Jets.
though?
Yes, yes.
13 in a
Here,
row.
It's Big Brother.
Teddy Bruschi early Sunday at what is it? Whatever the show
So
they have on
let
ESPN.
me ask
Hmm.
before you go on, Coach, real
Mm-hmm.
quick, because we got Giants fans on here.
No, go ahead,
So
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
if New England is in the Jets' head, is Philly in the Giants' head?
No,
No, we beat
Nah.
them.
Nah, we beat them a few
no.
times.
Here's the
Like
reason
since
why. Here's the reason why. NYG. New England has been doing this for years.
for years.
Years. We've at least had wins against the Eagles, whether regular
Yeah.
season and playoffs. New England is in their heads for years. Teddy
Haven't they
Bruschi
beat
said
New
it.
England?
Hell,
When
we've
last
They
had
time they
didn't.
some
beat New
wins
They
England?
against
They
the
didn't.
haven't
Eagles
beaten
at
them
Daniel
13
Jones.
straight times. 13, the
Yes.
most in the
The
NFL.
last.
13 in a row?
Hold
Okay.
up.
All right.
Yes.
I'm going
13
to
in a
fall
13 in a
back
row.
row.
now. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I
And the
didn't
last
realize
time
it
they
was
beat
that bad.
in what is it 2002? They beat them
My
2002 in the
bad. I
playoffs
didn't
when
realize it was
Rex
that bad.
Ryan was there. Yeah.
That's when
So
That's when Rex was
Yeah,
there. Yep.
it
and
was
Teddy Bruschi
Ryan.
said
Yeah.
it. Here's
Oh,
what Teddy
shit.
Bruschi said, plain and simple. He said, when it comes to the Jets can do whatever. But we know when we were in New England, we went into the locker room and we said, it's the Jets. They're going to do something to screw up and they're going to spiral out of control and we're going to take control of the game. Boom. You don't go on national TV and say that.
Mm.
That's a strong indictment. And the key
Man.
point
On the
and the
Jets.
key point in that game was the interception return for the touchdown with the phantom call. Because
Yep.
it was not it was it
Yeah.
I mean, he lunged at him. Don't get me wrong. I get the letter of the law, but it was just like, come on, man. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious with that play?
Yeah.
No, you got a point there.
And they spiraled out of control after that. They did.
Yeah.
That's me. That's my opinion. I'm going to
Yeah,
fall back and
nah,
listen to
you
everybody
good, you
else.
good. He says even with the last week, the Jets are up. Um, I said we'd go over 5 wins, and we're on goal for it. And I had the Jets at 7 wins. So
Mm-hmm. You did say that.
our defense is holding it together. We need to focus on offense, whom are doing a good job but can be better. Yeah, there is a lot to be desired there. QB is what we need. We have the first this year. We need a functional point guard. Basically, we saying the quarterback is the point guard. In NBA terms. So yeah, they definitely need to figure out what the hell Zach Wilson is
Wait a minute. Did
now.
your brother's a Jets fan?
Yeah, he's a Jets fan. Yeah, That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
We do harder to city. This harder to city, bro. You gonna get
it be
Jets
like that.
fans,
Yeah, you are.
Knicks
How that
fans, Nets
happened?
fans. Yeah,
It's like, well, look at Alex and Luca, the twins. Alex is a
Yeah,
Giants fan.
Yeah,
Luca's a
they
Jets
yeah,
twins,
fan.
yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But
We
Yo,
but
go
Al-
back and
Alex
forth on
Alex
this
went
shit.
and, Alex went against his whole family though. Alex is the only one that's a Giants fan. Everybody else is a
Jaden,
Jets fan.
what's
he knew
good, bro?
better. He
So
knows the
Jaden.
pain the
I
Jets have
think
had over
it's.
the years.
I
He's
think
smart.
Reels is the only Jets fan. I think all our other brothers are Giants fans. I'm pretty
So what
sure.
made him the Jets fan?
I don't know, man. Ask that nigga.
Joe Namath.
So reals, if you still in the chat, what made you a Jets fan?
No, he's there. He's there.
Nah,
He's smart.
to talk about
We all
the
roll with
Jets
the
real
blue.
quick.
Yeah.
I had to agree with you, Coach. I personally thought it was just the Patriots are one of those teams for the Jets
They
that the
own
Jets
it,
just can't seem
Mhm.
to get over.
Mm-hmm.
For me, my only critique I would have of Zach Wilson is that this isn't college anymore.
Yeah.
You
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
feel me?
Great
That's my
point.
BYU.
Great
only
point.
critique. That's
Great
one of
point.
my few critiques, but that's like my main critique with him. I don't think he's a bust. I don't think that Jets fans should be freaking out.
Mm-mm.
But if he keeps playing the way that he played this past week, he's going to be in a rude awakening by the time the season's over. They might
Yeah.
be saying to themselves, "I don't think we got the guy here." And he's a talented kid, but I got to
Yes.
give credit to them because I mean Salah, and I'll be real, I've been not the first, but I was definitely one of the people that don't believe in Salah. I didn't think that was their guy. I like their GM, but I didn't think that Salah was the
Joe
guy. But
Douglas.
they believe in him. They're winning games, and
Mm-hmm.
a win is a win at the end of the day. But I just got to see a little better play by Zach Wilson.
That's
But
fair. That's
nah,
fair.
I wanted to say that real quick because actually got to head out. But nah, man, I don't think Jets fans should freak out at all. I don't think you guys are winning the division or going to the playoffs,
Hell no.
but you guys got something solid there.
I
Well,
think
I could
they. I
argue.
think they might go to the playoffs though, man.
Yeah.
I think
I
that
don't
is
know.
still on the
Yeah.
Not
table.
over the Dolphins.
Yeah, I was gonna
Why
say the
not?
Dolphins looking
Not
nasty.
over the
Mm,
Dolphins.
Look at
I
the
think they could beat
full.
the
Wait a minute.
Dolphins.
Wait a minute.
You
Look
don't
at the
think they can get a
full.
wild card?
Look at the full AFC because remember, it's not
yeah.
just the division. It's you got to
Right.
look at the rest of the division. AFC South is only going to really be Tennessee.
Yep.
AFC
Yeah,
North.
Tennessee.
AFC
Yeah.
North.
Baltimore.
May,
Chiefs.
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the
And
wrong
Cincy.
division.
Maybe Cincy.
Maybe Cincinnati.
I don't think
AFC
But
Cincinnati does. To be
AFC
honest with
West
you.
right now. It's only AFC West is only really
Horrible. That's
the
Kansas City.
the Chiefs.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
Appreciate you, Jaden. Jaden
Oh, yo, that's my
Alvis.
boy. Yeah, that's my boy
Yeah, man.
Jaden.
Yeah.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you for stopping by, man. You know what I'm saying? If you don't mind, please hit that like and subscribe button, man.
Yes,
You know
This
what
is
I'm
sir.
about
saying?
bringing his army tonight.
And
Bruh, I be
yeah,
sending these
definitely,
links.
man.
I be
Hey,
sending
man,
these
I
links,
love it,
dog.
man. I
No
love it,
problem,
man.
man.
Definitely, man.
Nah.
You know you my dog hit, man. You know already know, man.
Yes, sir.
Say
Yes, sir.
That's
less.
what's up, man. Have a good night.
Yep, y'all too. Thank you guys for having me on
all
again,
right,
man.
hit
Seriously.
No
nothing but
problem.
love,
Man. Have a
respect,
good night,
bro.
bro.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep.
No
Much love,
doubt,
y'all.
bro. For sure, man.
Can
Shout
I
out
s-
to his squad, man. Y'all go subscribe, sub up to that brother,
Mhm.
man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely a
Yes, sir.
part of our community here with the Big Blue Crew, man. But y'all go ahead, man. Keep going, man. Keep
can I s- can I say
content.
something about the Jets really quick?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it actually hurts me to say it, but I think like whenever I was a Giants fan, we were 4-13. My dad always used to say, "Hey, the Jets are better than you." I'm like, okay. I think it's time. I have said it to him multiple times. I think it's time for the Jets to let go of Robert Saleh. Um, what's his name? Joe Douglas, and start rebuilding.
But
I
why?
don't like the Jets.
Why?
I don't like the
No,
Jets.
no. No, they don't. They shouldn't do that.
Because
Oh,
you
The
don't
you
only
like.
way
don't like the Jets.
No, the
Okay.
only way you're gonna let go, the only
Okay.
way you're gonna let go of Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas is if Zach Wilson falls on his face and he's not the franchise quarterback. Because who is that gonna go against? It's gonna go against the general manager for drafting him, and it's gonna go against the head coach for not trying to help develop him, even though he's more of a defensive guy. That's where you're gonna see that regime take the fall, because what always happens when a regime gets fired is because the franchise quarterback they draft can't get the job done. And my take on the Jets, I think the Jets are still a playoff team. I wonder if, just like Coach said, this the New England Patriot. It's just they're psychologically in that organization's head. It's true. They've been doing that for 20 years since Brady's been wrecking their minds for the past 20 years. Also, the fact that we remember the Giants back in 2011 in that game on Christmas Eve, what we did to them. They have not recovered since that game. They have been a horrendous organization for years, ever since Victor Cruz took it 99 yards in that game at MetLife.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
They have not
wow.
recovered.
Yeah.
They have
It's
not
Victor
recovered since
Cruz's
that
fault
play.
now.
Hey,
Wait a
think
what?
about it. The
They
Jets have
ain't,
not
they
been a
ain't been
good
the
team
same
since
since the
then.
AFC
They
Championship
have
versus
not
Pittsburgh.
been a good team since that game. That game really that
What
took a
what
punch out of them.
what year was that?
2011, we won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
with both our
we did
teams
play
with
the
Brian
Jets.
Hine. That, I believe,
Yeah.
was the game that they put up the Jets banners over the Giants stuff, and that's when Rex Ryan did that, and it pissed off the
That shit
Giants so
pissed
much.
the
I
Tom
pissed me
Coughlin
off.
and them.
Yeah,
Oh my
that
God, you
set
know
us
they was
off.
hot.
Justin Talk, OC, all those guys, JPP, they were pissed off when the Jets
They
did
were
that, and the
tight.
Giants went out there and we made them pay.
Here
But the
you
Jets,
go.
in terms of now,
Go ahead,
I
Jeff. I'm
thought
sorry.
was, I think I still like this Jets team. I think they're talented on defense. I love their secondary, especially their corners. I mean, Sauce, DJ
Mm-hmm.
Reed, they're damn good players on the outside. I like their pass rush. Quentin Williams, we talk about Dexter Lawrence. Quentin Williams is playing like a beast in the interior. Carl Lawson is coming back from that ACL injury, and he's playing great. I think a lot of it has to do maybe with Zach Wilson playing skittish. That offensive line has been beaten up bad. That Vera Tucker injury really, really hurt that team bad.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Becton injury. They've
Jets
been
got
losing
what?
offensive
2
linemen.
losses or three
No,
losses?
I got they got 3 losses.
Three
They're
They
in
got
losses.
the
they're 5-3 and we're 6-2, right?
they're in the
Yes.
fifth in the AFC. They're in the 5th spot in the AFC with the
Yes.
Dolphins,
Giants in the
Chargers, and
5th spot
Patriots.
in the NFC.
Yep.
And also,
So okay, so who's better?
I still don't like them.
Who's better?
I like
Jets,
the
Giants. Let's go. Hit
Yeah.
that
Okay,
damn like
okay.
button.
Wait a minute.
Who's
What did
better?
you say?
Jets,
No,
Giants.
stop.
I
Wait a
mean,
minute.
want me to be
Giants.
real?
Hold up. Let's keep it a buck. Let's take our fandom outside for
Are
a
you
minute. I'm
talking talent?
going to read my brother's comments because he's a Jets fan, and I'm gonna try to be as unbiased as I can and give you a little bit of basically what would favor the Jets. All right. Reels, let's start with Reels. I'm on my way. I grew up Gang Green. Went to the college outside the hood, went to those games, and they stuck with me. I don't bandwagon. I agree, he doesn't.
Appreciate
I
that.
hit that like button, removed it, playing around. But like I said, I got into football in high school, went to college outside the hood. I started going to the Jets games and they stuck. Don't bandwagon. Okay. So the Jets, right? Let's agree. Do they have better wide receivers?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yes.
Tight end?
Yes.
Yes.
Right now, yes.
Who they got a tight end?
Uzama,
Conklin, Ruckert,
Conklin,
and
Ruckert, they're better.
Uzama.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that tight end room is better right now. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. How you rank the O line?
Are you
Their
going to do
O-line went healthy.
position, or are you going to do
Because
as a group?
You doing a
Thomas
group or
better
you,
than everybody in
It's
that.
group or
let's
position.
do it as a group.
All right, I'll say this: when the Jets O line is healthy, when the Jets O line is healthy, it's not
you know
bad.
it's bad. You know it's bad
It's
when you say,
tough.
"Let me say this." Let's
Yeah,
say
that
this.
is it.
They're the same.
You know what
They're
it
the
is.
same. They're the same.
I'd probably say about the same because
Yeah, they're
both
the
teams
same.
are strong at healthy. They're both strong at the tackle position, but they're
I
a little
get
bit inefficient
We'll
in the
get at
center.
We'll get at a push then. We
That's
gonna
a
push that one.
push. Because Evan
I get
Neal,
it,
Andrew
okay.
Thomas, but they have Vera Tucker and they had Dwayne Brown. They're both pretty good too. Vera Tucker, I'd say, is playing as good as Thomas was before he got hurt. So,
Quarterback.
And he's really the guard too.
our quarterback Daniel
Quarterback,
Jones.
Daniel
Daniel
Giants.
Jones.
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 Daniel
I think Jones is
Jones.
better than Wilson. Yeah.
Jones, I agree.
Debate.
Okay. Running back.
Are we talking
Saquon.
collective
Saquon.
or are we talking
Saquon.
individual?
This is all collective. Every position.
Collective.
So
Okay,
you can go back to the
Saquon,
quarterback, Daniel
Breida.
Jones and Tyrod versus Zach and Flacco, whatever.
It's not
Six.
Flacco. It's White. It's White.
Yeah, it's
Flacco's
Mike
Well,
third.
White.
whoever the hell it is.
But
It don't
the
matter.
Saquon,
they
Jets.
He still got the
they
better
still
So we
quarterback.
ain't better
still got
than
we
yeah.
still got the better
Saquon
quarterback.
and
So
Brady.
Saquon
who's the
by himself is better, but I like that Jets collective running back room when
Yeah,
they're all
it's
healthy.
it's.
I like their running back room. Brees
They
Hall,
just
who's the
got
who?
Michael
James
Carter, and James
Robinson.
Robinson. They got three good
They
running
just got
Yeah.
backs.
Robinson. They got Michael Carter.
And Brees
Like you
Hall's
But
said,
here, but
closer.
here,
Robinson.
but
Brees
here's the
Hall's
thing though.
hurt.
Here's the thing. Saquon Barkley gets so many of the carries that we really don't see Brightwell, and
We
it's,
don't
it's
we don't
but
see
right. So
Brightwell or Breeder that much.
I mean,
yeah,
Barkley by
Yeah,
himself. To be honest with you, Barkley by himself is still better than their whole running back room.
yeah.
yeah,
That's
absolutely
Barkley
right.
by himself puts him over.
Yeah,
I
So,
absolutely
agree.
right.
so
Yeah,
it has to
absolutely
be the
right.
Okay,
It
so
has to
so
be the
let's
Giants.
so let's go D line.
Even.
Whoo.
Even.
Yep.
Even or the
They're
Giants
even.
have a slight edge, very
Wait a
slight.
minute. Wait a
Quentin
minute. Now, are we doing? Wait a minute.
Williams.
Hold on a minute. When we say D line, are we including the edge
Defensive
rushers?
line, not
No,
the
no, no.
linebackers.
But listen, the edge rushers are also considered either part of the line, but they're also outside linebackers, and they both have
Yeah,
that. That's why I'm asking:
Yeah,
is it just
I was gonna do linebackers separate, but yeah, I'm just talking D line straight
So the
up. The,
front,
the
the
the players
defensive
that
front.
line up
do
and
you
on the
consider
Quentin
3-point
Thibodeau?
stance,
Williams.
Do you consider NYG? Do you consider Thibodeau an outside linebacker or an edge or a
linebacker,
linebacker?
He's
Okay,
an edge
so
linebacker.
rusher.
then, so okay,
He's
that's
the
what I
edge
want to
rusher,
clarify.
linebacker.
That's what I want to clarify. That's why. So if I'm doing that, they're even.
yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
Quentin Williams,
Yeah,
Dexter Lawrence are about even. Rankins has
Dexter
played well.
Lawrence.
Same thing with
Yeah.
uh
Leo.
Leo. So yeah, they're about even. I agree.
Linebackers.
They got better
Giants.
CJ
linebackers.
Mosley.
Jets
See,
linebackers are
Giants.
good though. Jets linebackers are
I
pretty
have to.
good.
I have
Yeah,
to go.
Their
CJ.
I have to go.
inside linebackers are good.
But
Yeah.
That's
see,
what I'm
you
CJ
saying.
just
We
said
Mosley.
that's the
talking. We
point.
talking.
You
eh,
just
We
said you
talking.
said the linebackers are the linebackers, and you have to include the
Right.
inside
Yeah.
with the outside.
I agree.
And it's
I'm
the
exactly what
Jets.
you're saying, Coach.
And
Yeah.
Jets
it's the
have a better
Jets.
inside linebackers. And if you put Carl Lawson out there as a linebacker, he's pretty
Yeah.
damn good too, and he's more
hmm
established. I would probably say the
hmm
Jets too. I agree.
If we were
Their
just
inside
doing
linebackers are
outside,
better.
the inside is what kicks them over because right now the outside to me are even.
You know what's
Even.
crazy?
Exactly.
It's
That's
Yeah,
a
where I'm
wrap.
going with Coach. It's
DJ
the
even
Jets
with the
Mosley,
got the
Quincy
inside
outside.
Williams are playing some
linebackers.
damn good
Yeah.
football with the Jets.
It's a
hmm
wrap after that because their secondary is
No,
better.
because you separate it
Oh
because
yeah, they
safeties and
secondary.
cornerbacks are separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their corners are better.
Oh
The
yeah,
corners are better. Sauce and Reed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Safeties, we
Mm-hmm.
got it.
The
I think we
corners are
have the
better.
edge at
Safeties, I
safety.
think the Giants are better.
With the way that
Speedy,
Safety.
Love is
Love,
playing right
and
now, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
with Love
definitely
and
on
Kenny
McKinney,
and Love.
Okay, so pretty
Yeah.
much
and then
even. They're
Belton, Pat
even, but
Belton
it
in there
now.
too.
Don't forget special teams. The punter
Oh
and the
boy.
Okay,
kicker.
kicker.
Hmm?
We got
Graham
the
Giants.
We got
better
Gano.
we got
kicker.
the better
Yeah.
kicker. Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
We
the
have
We
the
got
better
the
better, and
better.
kicker.
we
We
have the
got the
better
better
punter
kicker.
too. We
We got the
definitely have the better
better punter
punter.
too. But their special
The
teams is
punter.
better overall.
Better
But the
punter,
kick,
yeah.
yeah, kick returner
The
and punt
returning
returner.
game.
Yeah, they
Barrios is
better.
better than what we
Yeah,
got.
returning.
Barrios
Yeah,
is good.
given what Richie James put on
Yeah, did
tape,
you
that
just see Richie
goddamn
James, man?
god,
Barrios is
god.
the
Yeah.
kickoff, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Barrios.
To me,
Braxton
he's he's
Berrios.
Yeah,
he's
their
he,
return
he
game is better.
he's Barrios to me is even
How
with
the
Brightwell.
hell you get? How the hell you fumble with that?
Wait a
What
minute, wait a
the
Yeah,
minute.
hell?
man.
Brightwell and Barrios to me are even. What's so different about them? They're
Barrios has had
even
I'm talking
returns for
about Richie
touchdowns.
James.
this year. We're talking about
Production
this
wise,
year.
Barrios got more
I'm
yards
saying
than
this
Brightwell.
year. This year.
Barrios has more yards than Brightwell this year returning the ball.
Okay.
Brightwell doesn't know how to kneel in the end zone. He wants
Hey,
to
He thinks he could
take
take it
and
out
hey,
everywhere.
return
Yeah.
Yeah,
everything.
that's my
That's
running
bro,
wild.
joke.
make it a fair catch.
That's my running joke for Brightwell. He don't get the
Let it
touches
be a
on offense.
touchback or something.
He is going to run that ball out every chance he
I
gets.
mean, he did
He
get
will.
that.
He
He did get that 48-yard return. Did Barrios do that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but how many
Barrios has
times
had
he
those two.
returned it to the goddamn 10-yard line and got
Yeah.
tackled?
the
Way more than
15,
that 48-yard
the
return.
But again,
17.
I'd have to see. Like you said,
Right.
you said Barrios has more yards. Then I'm gonna go with the Jets return guys. Then I just have
Barrios
to
was
leave it like that.
was a Pro Bowl returner, so I'd
Yeah.
have to give it to him as the edge.
See, that's the thing. You're saying was. I'm only going based on this year.
I
Yeah.
still give it to Barrios. Barrios
Okay,
is
that's
more an
fair.
explosive
That's fair.
player.
Yeah, give it to Barrios also.
We have the
What
advantage though
about
at punter and kicker though.
what about coverage though?
Coverage.
kick coverage, punt coverage.
Oh,
I don't know. I haven't seen the Jets punt or kick coverage.
Mm.
Ours has
Yeah,
been
me
up
neither.
and down at times.
I say the
Giants,
Jets.
because we don't forget we got multiple. Don't forget the turnovers. That has to be calculated into the return, the
Yeah,
coverage teams.
true that,
That's true. That's
true
true.
that.
And we got
yeah,
what?
yeah.
We got
That's
I
true.
give
Yeah.
I give you that, coach. Yep, you're right.
So I mean,
Yeah,
again, but I
because
haven't
we
seen
got
the
the most
Jets.
fumble recoveries in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
You said
Yeah,
humble.
and they have a
We
lot
had
of
a yeah,
picks.
we had a month punt versus Tennessee, had a month punt versus Carolina.
Yup.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So just to
So
review it real quick: quarterback, Giants; running back, Giants;
Giants,
wide receivers, Jets;
tight
tight
ends,
ends, Jets;
Jets.
offensive line, push;
Yep.
defensive line, push; linebackers, Jets; safeties, Giants; cornerbacks, Jets; punter and kicker, Giants; punt coverage, kick coverage, Giants; and then punt and kick returner, Jets.
It's tied still.
They're
And
So
then
it's
about
even.
even.
Pretty much
coaching front
Oh yeah,
office, Giants.
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 As good
So
as the
that's
Jets
That's
might
that
be
gives the
now,
Giants
Giants
the
have the advantage.
edge.
that's
The
the edge.
coaching.
That's the tiebreaker.
That's the
Coaching.
edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's the coaching.
Mm-hmm.
And I like
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Salah and Douglas too, but yeah,
me
Shane
too.
and Dable are better.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and especially since they're rookies too. So
But the point of this exercise is it's closer than you think. And a
yeah.
lot of these teams are closer than we think. So don't get all twisted thinking Philly and Buffalo and all these teams are juggernauts. The NFL is a lot closer than you think. When you do these types of exercises and you go position by position, these teams are a lot closer than you think.
Well,
And
that's
it's only the way they're structured and the coaching is the main factors that separates a lot of these teams from being good to being great.
I agree.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I agree.
All right, I'm gonna
So
call. I'm gonna make an unpopular thing right now. Kenny Galladay will have 2 touchdowns in his first game off the injured list against the Texans.
Man, we be making that
Mm.
Call me
prediction.
crazy. I
man,
don't care. I
if
put
you
it
if you
out
if you
there.
if
True,
you
Jackie,
ever
all
hit
right.
if you ever hit that pick,
Yeah,
because
Kenny
you
can
you
play.
didn't
we
said
be
that
making
shit
a Kenny
about
Galladay
a good
touchdown prediction
I
every
have.
yeah.
game.
That
This
man will let
dude's
you
got to do
down a
something. I
lot.
think he's going to be motivated. I think he's going to be a motivated dude coming out of that bye, wanting to prove everybody wrong that he's not this scrub that everybody
Yeah,
thinks he is.
because cancer ain't on the team no more. So I mean, I could see it.
Oh, Taj, that's brutal.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's his thing.
Taj,
Cancer.
Taj, that's brutal.
Cancer with a K. Cancer.
Mm.
Cancer. That's his name.
Wow,
Good
Taj.
lord.
Yo, that's true.
Good lord.
You saying his
Taj
name is
really put the.
cancerous Tony?
Oh,
Oh man, that's
Nah,
cold.
just
that
cancer.
is really
Oh,
cold.
just cancer.
It's just
Okay, he don't
cancer.
even get
Yeah,
the iris on it.
yeah, that's it. Just cancer with a K.
He don't get
Uh,
the iris.
I
He
swear, if
don't get
that
the
mother effer
cancerous.
gets suits
He's
up
just
again
he's
with
just
Kansas City and he
cancerous.
goes out there
Yeah.
and plays well and scores a touchdown immediately, there's a little
Oh,
part of me that's going to get
that's gonna
pissed off.
happen.
Yeah, it probably
Trust and
will.
believe that's gonna happen. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
No doubt
Because
about it.
he's healthy now. That's
Mm.
He
exactly what's
been
gonna happen.
healthy,
He's
man.
been healthy.
He
That
been
dude been
healthy.
playing us, man, for real.
Whoa,
Shaking
whoa, whoa! Wait a minute!
hands
Wait a
and
minute!
shit.
Wait a minute! Because if that's the case, if first of all, it can't be him doing that. That's
Yeah.
medical. That's medical. That's not him. He can, and he alluded to it. He said the Giants are the ones that have been holding him back.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, if he goes out there and he
But
plays, because
why?
that I don't
Exactly.
know.
That's the key.
That I can't
And
answer
when
for you.
he was on the field, what did he show?
What did he show? He showed nothing.
He
He ain't
dropped
show
the
anything.
He had
football
one
wide
good game
open.
in
He
Dallas,
dropped the
and
pass when
that
he was
one
wide
good
open.
Okay,
game
He didn't.
he got thrown
And
out
then
the
everything
game
else
from
got
from the
called back
punch.
too from this year when he did play
yeah,
though.
I mean, because when he
Yo,
did make that big play, exactly. So it's like you can't kill him for dropping the pass, but then what about that? He did make an
I,
explosive play, but it was called back because of a penalty. That's not on him. So
I don't like a guy that comes in and doesn't really want to be a New York Giant. This organization is founded on players that buy in
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
what the Giants are doing. You can
Mm-hmm.
tell guys like Kadarius Tony, like some of these guys just ain't with that type shit. They ain't.
Kadarius Tony, to me, to be brutally honest, he just wants to be in a winning situation. Plain and simple. He wants to be in a big name situation because ultimately, I mean, I know some people may not want to hear it,
Kadarius
but
Tony
it's
wants to put up stats. That's what
because
I
then
think.
what is that going to do in the long run? That's going to help his brand
Yeah,
because
that's what
because
it's
Yeah, his
that
about
brand.
with
that's
these
his
guys.
brand.
Exactly.
Well, not just that. Don't forget his music. His music seems to be
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
almost as important. So if
it
he's
is.
making a name in the NFL,
It's
that's gonna
trash though. I ain't
that's
mad.
going whether it's trash or not. All it's going to do is going to get people to click on it, go in there, whatever the case may be, and it's just like on the internet. What do you want? You want likes and you want subscriptions, basically. And if he
Yep,
Yeah,
gets
lights,
that,
camera, action.
exactly.
exactly. So, and he can get that in KC in a sense because you don't need a big market. You just need a winning situation. So,
Facts.
So
I
who's the Giants fans are gonna be mad that Kadarius Tony goes over to Kansas City and puts up 10 touchdowns and 1,100
for
yards? Who's gonna
me,
be mad at
I
that?
wouldn't
for
even be
me,
mad.
I wouldn't
I ain't
give
gonna be
two
mad at it.
I
shits.
wouldn't give two shits
I don't
either.
care.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's
That's the
not
point.
giant
But
anymore.
Yeah, I don't
but
care. Also,
but that's
And you
us.
know what?
That's us.
And you know what, y'all? We almost beat the motherfucking Chiefs last year with
That's a
Joe
fact.
Judge
Right.
as the goddamn coach
Mm-hmm.
Joe
and
Mm-hmm.
Judge,
a
bro.
way worse squad than we got right now.
No
Guarantee
doubt
you,
about
we
it.
play them sons of
Horrible
guns right
timing
now.
So
in
We
that
gonna we
game
gonna put
too,
it on
though.
them.
so
Guarantee you, bro.
but your question was in terms of Giants, you're gonna have a large contingency that are gonna be upset about it.
Yeah, they are.
Let's be
They
real.
already
They're
are. They're
already
already
mad about
So
it.
here's the,
Yeah,
they're
but
already
what I'm
saying
saying
preparing
is
Joe
myself
Shane
for it.
is a horrible GM because of the fact he traded away a wide
I think
receiver
it
when
Yo,
everybody was
look,
waiting for him to come
I think
back.
it's 50-50. I think it's 50-50. My point is if he goes over there and play balls out, then you're going to see probably going to be about 65% of the fan base because that other 15% is going to change their mind.
Yeah.
And
let me.
that's what I'm getting at. Go ahead, Stash. I'm sorry.
No, no, I'm just saying because you had mentioned about the fan base flipping on Joe Shane.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
wild to me, man. It's wild to me, but even more wild to
Shit,
me
they
is that
flipping on him because we didn't get a wide receiver.
yeah,
Exactly.
exactly,
Right.
and
That's why they
it's
mad.
crazy to me. And then they're saying that oh well, certain people, and y'all probably already seen the video saying that the GM doesn't believe in the team because he didn't go get a wide receiver. Like,
Yep. Hmm.
There's a
and then you got
video.
and then you got people and then you got people believing that, man.
Ugh.
Because
Mm.
a lot of I go through I'm reading through the comments and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, people are really feeding into the stuff that you putting out there, man. And it's crazy to me
Don't
that
tell
you
me
can
it's
think something like that.
don't tell me it's stand up, right?
No, no, I wouldn't stand up this time. It was a guy that actually went against
No, I'm
stand
saying
up.
that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I think
but
I know who it is.
that's a little bit flip floppish too. A lot of the guys be flip flopping like that, man.
But
Yeah.
And like,
why? I don't get
and
it.
instead of saying that they're wrong, like how many times have I
Mm.
said I was wrong to all the
Mm-hmm.
Big Blue, the Big Blue
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
crew,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's Pat's channel, G
Man,
Nation channel, whatever. I'll let y'all
Mm-hmm.
guys know if I'm wrong or not. I was
Mm-hmm.
I
absolutely wrong
told
about Saquon
Taj
Barkley.
and Pat on the channel that I was wrong about Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
man. Ain't nothing wrong with
Straight
being
up.
wrong,
I
man.
admitted
Ain't
that.
nothing
And
wrong with being
it's
wrong.
all
yeah.
good.
But
It's part of elevation of life.
You
yeah,
know?
but people just stand on something
Some
and
people are afraid
then
to admit they're wrong. That's the problem.
that's
They're
it.
too
Yeah.
prideful to
That's
They're
admit
worried
they're
about
too
wrong.
being
That's a
right.
prideful.
fact.
Yeah, and it just killed me because I usually don't comment on certain people's channels, and I saw that and made me comment and maybe put something in the comments. Like you really got people believing this,
Mm.
but it is what it is. It is what it is.
And it's okay to be wrong, man. You know what I'm
It
saying?
is.
Because it helps us all build.
Yeah.
Because
Mm-hmm.
ain't none of us right all of 100% of the time. So when you see somebody that's wrong and they admit it, then it automatically gives you the confidence to
but
admit when you're wrong. It's a trickle down effect. So
but
people got
yeah.
to be able to open up their own ego and say, look, I was wrong. I came on here checked myself about Daniel Jones, because what I didn't see about Daniel Jones was the fact that his cast of players around him have been putrid.
They learned, bro.
And I didn't really realize how putrid they were, especially the coaching. That coaching
Yeah.
was ass.
They
It
sucked.
was ass, yo.
They
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
sucked.
Joe
saying?
Judge,
So
man. Oh my god.
All you gotta
I
do is
had
look at that last game of the quarterback
They all
sneaks, and you know
suck.
how bad they were.
Nah,
they were
it was
they were
bad. It was
bad.
bad. It
I
was
I
bad.
was mad at Joe Judge at that Washington game.
Yeah.
The first Washington game from last year, the Thursday night football game.
We almost won that game. But they called that BS
Yeah,
offsides on
And
Dex.
that's the
yeah.
thing. We almost won that
Like that
thing with
last
ass
drive that we
coaching.
had, like we wasted like 3 plays on like run plays or some shit like that. Like we were so conservative on that last drive of like our last drive on
Oh
that
man.
game. Like we were so conservative. Like after the James Bradbury interception, you remember? Yeah, we were so
So,
conservative
you know
after
what?
that.
Speaking of conservative, man, I'm hating when we're getting the ball in the second quarter and it's a minute plus left and we just content on going in the half, man. Like this past week, we had a minute 47 seconds and we didn't even try to do anything with
I'm
it.
glad you brought that up. That was frustrating as hell, Dash. That was
Sometimes,
Yeah,
really frustrating.
Yeah,
sometimes
that
it's
was frustrating for Def.
a lot of times it's where you positioned on the field, because there is a rule of thumb that if you're 25 or in, unless you have that type of an offense, like if you're Kansas City, okay, I can't argue that. Like last year when they had Tariq Hill in 13 seconds, you get down the field, then fine. But if you don't, because we're saying we don't have those type of players, so.
but okay, so I understand that, but to the point, this past game, they were forced. We got
That
lucky
one.
enough this game. We ended up
Mm-hmm.
punting, and they only had 16 seconds left, so they
That's
decided
true.
just to go into the half. But
Mm-hmm. That's true.
it wasn't the Green Bay game. It might have been the Baltimore game where we actually, I think we got the ball on like the 30 in the second quarter, and we
Yeah.
still did. We decided just to go in and like to me, you run the ball on first down, run the ball on second down,
Mm-hmm.
and then you do some BS on third just so you can punt. I just don't like it, man. We need
But
those points, or we need to at least try, especially
yeah,
if we're gonna end
no,
up punting the ball anyway.
you're right.
I think it's a confidence issue, man. I just don't think that the Giants coaches have confidence in their offensive system right now versus the other team's defense.
Yeah.
I
I
can
mean, I
And the
understand
injuries
understand
it.
don't
that.
help either.
I honestly think that's what it is, and I honestly think that they go into the games looking at like, okay, if we got the lead, let's try to maintain the lead. Now if we're down, we gotta let DJ go out there and sling it. But if we're up, we're gonna play it conservative, or we're
But we've never.
close.
I
If
mean,
we're close, if we're not up, if we're like tied or maybe 3 points down or something like that, they're gonna play it conservative. I'm gonna tell
outside
you
of that
that's
Bears game, we haven't had the lead in any of these games going into the half.
right.
No, we
We
have
don't
not.
have the lead because we don't have that type of
But
offense.
yeah, it's
No.
Yeah,
it's
we
it's
don't
it's
have the person
what
there.
do we complain
Right.
about? We don't have the receiver. So I get
We
it. You're
don't.
Yeah.
right. But it's like, okay, it's a catch-22. Yeah, you want to sling it, but who you're slinging it to? And our receivers, Dash, you said it.
Exactly.
Our
Yeah,
receivers don't get open.
And
So,
our offensive line is banged up right now too, so maybe they don't feel comfortable slinging the
oh
ball
yeah,
around with some backup
That
guys.
that's the
but but
biggest
but
thing,
a
Jeffy. It's the O
but a minute
line.
47,
Yeah.
a minute 47, and you know damn well that if you don't
yeah,
run the clock out, you got to punt that ball, and then that other team is going to try to do what they do. Like I said,
I got to go
luckily for
back and
us this
look.
time around,
Yeah.
it was 16 seconds,
I got to
and
go
they
back
And
didn't.
and
I
look
agree
at
with
that.
you on that, Dash. I think the play calling
Mhm.
in that last drive was
Yeah.
very poor. They
Yo,
should
Yes,
have
it
yeah,
just
was.
ran it and ran out the clock, but they threw
Yeah.
it. Jones
hmm
got sacked, and then they called timeout, and yeah, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, they threw
Could
it
have been
on
an
like
absolute
they ran the
disaster.
ball on first and second, and I believe they threw it on third down, so they still
Threw
killed
it
the
on
clock,
third. You're right.
and then
That was an
punted.
absolute disaster.
I'll tell you what's
But that's what that is. That's like we want to say, oh, Evan Neal got to learn, Kayvon Thibodeau got to learn. That's Kafka
That is.
learning on the job.
That is.
Yeah, it is.
He's still learning too. That's why everybody talking about, oh, Kafka.
And
Kafka ain't going
I brought
nowhere.
that point up. Yeah, yeah,
Kafka is
yeah.
not going anywhere.
That's
If
a fact.
anybody's going to get a job, it's going to be Wink
It's
Martindale.
gonna be
Wayne
Wink. Yeah.
Martindale.
But
Yeah, it's gonna be Wink.
Kafka is going to be here. He's still learning, man. You can tell. He's still learning. He's getting out coached. They're out coaching people because of Wink Martindale and Brian Dable.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
ain't because of Kafka.
You want me to be honest
Trust me.
too? You want if we lose Wink Martindale next year, if he becomes a head coach, and we decide to hire within, you know who the guy I'd really consider being the in-house defensive coordinator? Jerome
I know where you're
Henderson.
going. Yep.
Jerome Henderson.
Yeah,
My
What
man.
that guy
Yeah,
has
you already
done,
know.
what that guy has done with that cornerback position that every
Mhm.
single one of us have said was going to be a weakness, and he's going out there putting Fabian Morneau, and the way he's playing on most weeks, that dude deserves to have a promotion with what the work and the yeoman's work he's doing at that cornerback spot. Because he's doing an
He did it
excellent job
last year
coaching
with
up those kids.
Williams. With the
Exactly.
kid Williams.
with
Exactly.
Darius Williams. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Nah, it
doing
wasn't
a
Rodarius. It was
fantastic
the other
job.
kid, Javon or Jalon.
All right, it's 147. Tied score right now. 7-second. 3rd and 12. Seattle has the ball. I think they just took a
Coach done threw the
timeout.
tape on.
The coach is out the tape already.
Yeah.
Because you got me like, okay, wait a minute, Ed, did I miss something? I'm like, wait a minute.
It's like a minute 47, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, Seattle has the ball right now.
Okay.
All I gotta say is if when we get on the field against the Texans, I swear I better not see David Sills, Marcus Johnson, and these dudes playing a whole bunch of snaps
Fourth and
anymore.
eight.
No more,
That's
please.
what it's gonna be.
Fourth and
I
Who
eight,
want
else you gonna put out
142.
there?
Galladay,
The kick
Robinson,
is
and Slayton are the
Galladay?
primary three. Yes, they're the three you want to put out there
Yup.
on the field.
Yup.
They got to be the three. You have to see what you can get from
Galladay,
Galladay the rest of the season. I'm sorry.
I'm not
you-
I'm not mad if you put Galladay out there. You can put Galladay out there. That's cool.
Oh yeah, over
but
David. Over David.
You have to
Sills,
get
like,
something
hell
from
yeah,
this
yeah,
dude.
over David Sills. I agree.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm not
That's
gonna
what I
hold
mean right now.
Galladay like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Galladay's not a bum. I think Galladay just lost it. Whatever he had, he lost it.
Yeah,
That's
those
what I
injuries
think.
that he
He's
suffered.
trying. And that's why I would be wrong at Galladay. I was wrong about Daniel Jones, but I was also wrong about Kenny Galladay. I thought
Okay,
Galladay wasn't out there trying. Galladay's out there
right.
trying.
That's
He
the
just ain't
field
got
goal
it,
that
man.
whatchamacallit tip. That's the field goal to whatchamacallit tip. We got the ball 135. Brought it out to the 23-yard line with 131 on the clock.
So it was 131. Okay.
Okay.
You know who's
And then
also
we
really
ra-
doing a good job right now too?
I'm
Tibbs.
trying to.
Tibbs is
trying to-
really doing an excellent job harassing on the outside. I think Thibodeau is
He
starting
gets-
to really make his presence felt on the
They gotta
outside.
start.
linebacker.
They gotta start giving him some calls.
They don't respect him, right?
Yeah.
They
don't
do. They
respect
need
him.
to start giving
Yeah,
Kayvon Thibodeau
yeah, like, they
calls
still
because he
don't
is
respect
starting
him.
to
31.
disrupt.
But here's the-
DJ runs gains 3 yards. He did the RPO
But-
with. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nah, I was gonna ask you, Coach, because I know we can get into the film, but as
Hurry
far as
up.
what you see about Thibodeau, do you
Mhm.
see him having more than one move? Because I only see a couple moves from him. I think he needs to
He's still
expand his
learning. He's still
pass
learning.
rush
He's still
moves.
developing. Yes,
Yeah.
he only.
Because
So
I
he's most-
only see him try to go that outside move.
He
He's
had more
only-
moves in college, though. He had
He's
moves in
doing.
college.
He's doing a bull rush right now.
Yeah.
To set guys up. And he really is trying to set them up by going outside to the inside. Saquon runs the ball, gains another 5 yards. So it's 3rd and. So I'll see what you. All right. So based on what you were saying, Dash, because of where they lined up, they were at the 23-yard line. So they did line up, and you do what you're supposed to do normally like that in that situation. You do run the ball, but they did a quarterback zone read where they faked it to Saquon and DJ read the end who crashed, and then he took the ball, but he only gained 3 yards off of that because normally in the past he's gained big yards. So
Yeah.
this time he didn't. Which Seattle they played that well.
They played the hell of a game.
Exactly. So, but you do run from there first. You do, whether it's a draw or the other pass you do is a screen. You try and give them a screen to see if you can get something to go downfield to
Yeah,
move, break
get
it downfield.
something big, yeah. But
Yeah.
to me, it felt like the RPO that was called. I
Hmm.
felt like it wasn't that, like they weren't trying, because that RPO wasn't working all game.
Hmm.
Well, at least going into the second half, like
Hmm.
it
Hmm.
wasn't working.
They
So
played it.
I thought maybe they tried something different, but I just didn't feel it. Like I said, I could be
It's
wrong.
where
Like
they
I said,
started. It's where they started, the 23-yard line. That's why.
all right,
To
and I'm
get
always going to side with your opinion because, like I said,
no.
you break down film, like
Trust me,
no
when
other.
you look at it, I know you look. You break down field. Stop it, bro. You do too. So cut
Yeah.
it out. You know what you're doing. You'll look at it and you'll say, okay, they started at 23, 131. So the first thing you're going to do is you either drop back if you go under gun, you drop back and they hit them with a draw or a screen. I get that.
Okay,
Here he
yeah,
did the quarterback zone read, kind of the same thing, just to see what the defense is going to give you. If DJ broke it, so if DJ broke it for like 15, 20 yards, then you
you think
probably be a
they
little
would have
bit
kicked
more
it?
aggressive.
They would have kicked
Yeah,
it in the gear. Okay,
yeah, you're more aggressive because if you get 15 yards, you're now at their 38, which now you could try and push it downfield to at least get into a field goal
field goal
range. So
position. Yeah, yeah,
so that's the whole thing. It's if you're under the 25-yard line, me and all the coaches I've been with, we always do that. We always kind of get them with a screen, get them with a draw, some type of a run, just to see if we can get anything to push it out close to like the 35 to the 40-yard line. Then we'll try and do a pass to try and get us over the 50. And you still do they have timeouts?
yeah. We had timeouts.
Yeah, we had two timeouts. So then that way you can move it downfield a little bit better because you could attack the middle of the field, still work the sidelines, do whatever you want to do, and then try and get in field goal range. But Seattle played the run. They
Yeah,
did. And
yeah.
with the pass, they have their cornerbacks who they felt could cover whatever we threw out there, which they could, other than
Now I got
Slayton. Go
now
ahead.
I had another question because a lot of people were saying that what that the Seattle Seahawks did what the Bears did in the second half as far as their defense stopping our run, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think they did more of what Carolina did in the first quarter. I mean, in the first half against us, where they
I
played
think
the
so.
gaps.
You might be right. Yeah, you're right in terms of that, but I think it was a little bit of both per se. There were certain things they were doing. Like Carolina was not when we ran it, they were not playing DJ. Here they
Yeah.
play DJ a lot. They play
Okay.
DJ a lot. So and
Okay.
they attacked them. They kind of had an outside spy because they knew if Saquon goes away, you have that outside spy, whether it's the safe and I think it was their safety that was always rolling down as opposed to staying up high.
So let me ask you something, Coach.
Look more at
As
the
far as
film.
X's and O's are going,
Hmm.
um, if you're running that Wildcat with Saquon Barkley that they like to run,
Hmm.
is there not going to be a threat to where he can throw the football?
It should be. Ideally, it is,
Because I
but
haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
it's also remember what do I always say? It's chess.
I know.
So just
I know.
because he hasn't thrown it, everyone gets caught up into
You
well, he's going to
you
run.
think they're holding that? That's what I'm
Yes,
asking you. You think they're
yes,
holding that
yes,
in their
yes,
okay in their
yes,
back pocket?
I would
yes.
love that. I would love for that to
And
be
He's
you
true.
gonna
think
throw it to
and
Kenny Galladay in the end zone.
oh my god.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine
Well,
how they
here,
would
here's the
explode if
thing.
that
Here's the
happens?
thing. Here's the thing. With that, you're not going to put Saquon to throw it outside. He's going to have to throw it right in between the
I think
hashes
so. I
to
think
Wandell.
a,
he's gonna
to a
throw it
tight
to a
end, a
tight
To a
tight
end.
tight
end,
end.
or a
To
And
a
I
slot
tight
think
end.
guy.
that tight end is going to be Nick Gates or somebody like
Oh,
that.
Oh
that
Yo,
would
Lord.
I
be
could see that.
oh.
No, I could see that. No, and you know what?
yo,
It
I'm
might not
telling
even
you.
be. It might not even be Gates. Think about who it might end up being. Andrew
Myrick.
Thomas.
That's
No,
true.
Andrew Thomas.
Thomas has already done it before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if you're going to do
Yep.
that, because the
Good
question is,
Lord.
you can also go in a sense, unbalanced if you make Thomas or the tackle the eligible guy
Yeah.
on that end of the line. So I
Hmm.
mean, there's ways that you can do it to get it in there to get the pop with Saquon in to a guy like that, especially if you see that they're not playing anyone who goes to the if they're just selling out for the run. Because if they are, yes, that's the first thing I'm going to say. If I'm talking to the OC, look, you see that, you see that, you see that. They're not playing the pass. We can get them with a simple pop pass, and that's all you need—a little pop pass, and have Saquon just act like he's going to jump up with a little Tebow-esque, dump it off.
like Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yes, that's the perfect
Yeah, just
one.
kind of like a jump shot, just like shoot it
Yeah.
up to them. You
But
know what
and
I'm
Lord.
it's
saying? To
also
make sure that they get it. That's what you got to do. You just
yes,
kind of got to like
Good
throw it
Lord.
up just to make sure
and
because
when
that's how I would
when
do it. Because
it's also
I don't
timing.
know if I
That
want to
play
see it.
No, that play is a timing thing. You got to
I
catch a
coach
team
is
who's
right.
really selling out, and they're not
They're
expecting it.
sleeping,
Because if they're keeping somebody back for the most part who's playing looking for that, then you don't run it. You
and
don't
you
run
know
it.
who they gonna
Hey,
catch? They gonna catch Philly. Cause Philly gonna be so
Mm,
aggressive, cause they just want
mm.
to destroy the Giants. They gonna
I think
catch
it's
these
Dallas. I think
dudes.
it could be Dallas.
so
Oh,
I,
I
watch!
think it.
I
I
Dallas is
think.
more that
I
aggressive
think. I
guarantee
think
defense.
it's
you,
Dallas is. Dallas is that aggressive.
Yeah,
it's
agreed.
gonna
Look,
be one of them
dude,
two
It's going
teams.
to be
It ain't gonna be
I
Dallas.
Washington, cause Washington gonna play it safe. It's gonna
I
be
got
one
a, I
of
got a,
them two.
yeah.
I got a
Watch.
What's
question.
up? Hmm.
I got a question because I'm just thinking about a play. I never drew up offenses, so let me know if it doesn't even make sense. So if you have Saquon in that Wildcat,
Hmm.
does that same position with that the inside shovel pass to the tight end, does that work with Saquon?
You
At
mean
we
like
know
the
how
way he scored
Kansas
on?
City how Kansas
Oh,
City
you're
used to
talking
run the
about
play
Kansas.
with Kelsey, but it wasn't a Wildcat. But
I
when they used to
wouldn't.
run it
You
with
I'm not
gotta
Mahomes,
trust.
trust
I'm not. I'm
Saquon to
not
make
trusting.
that pass
I'm
though,
not
and
trusting
that's
because
dangerous.
that's too much.
Yeah,
There's too much going on in front of him. To do a little
yeah.
pop
That's a
pass over
wide
the line,
receiver.
that's
I mean,
that's
that's
one
the
okay.
thing.
running back.
But
That you're
you
asking for
got all
trouble
this
if you do
going.
that. Yeah.
You got a line going this way. The tight end coming back this way. Do you have somebody pulling back? You have the running back going the opposite
It
way.
could
So you
work
have
though.
too much. Yes, it
But with
could.
the option of him being able, like I said, he still has the ability to run it, and he still also has the ability to toss it to the running
It,
back
you
that's lined
know
up next
who
to
it
him.
would work with?
But to
It would
sneak
work
that
with a
tight end
guy
and
like Odell Beckham Jr.
No,
Saquon
no,
Barkley,
no,
I don't,
no,
I don't,
no.
I don't think. Yeah, I think it will work with
Mm-mm.
OBJ. I think it will.
No, the way he's talking about that means you're doing a shuttle pass to the tight end. You're basically flicking it to the tight end who's coming across. You flick
Mhm.
it like that, and he's
The
getting
shovel
it and
pass,
turning it.
like like they did earlier this year with
But
Saquon.
but you're saying you want OBJ is the one who will go outside. You're now telling him to turn and go up. Once he gets it, he's right behind the offensive
No,
line
I
and
was
he's set.
talking about OBJ taking a snap. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, well, I'm talking
Oh,
about yeah,
oh,
but I'm
oh,
talking
oh.
Saquon. Saquon. So say you have the Wildcat with
Mm-hmm.
Saquon, you have Brady
Yeah,
lined up next to him, and you have your tight end on the left side. Now,
Where's
if
Brady?
you're
Brady's lined up where? To his right?
Brady's lined up to his right because that's the toss option,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
No,
So then
that's his own read. So now
that's his own read.
he's gonna read it. He's gonna read it like this. That means you're saying the tight end is coming back the opposite way. So now
Yes,
he's gonna do that. But what is Saquon doing? He has to give them some type of threat to say that once he fakes it to Breida, he's gonna take it and run. Is he
but
gonna run up inside?
he's still reading that end. But if the end crashes, because the end can either crash on Breda for the zone read.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
So and if he crashes on
and that's
Breda,
more than likely what they're gonna do. Yeah,
Barkley can still
No,
run it,
I
right?
get it.
But
Yeah.
now if the end also crashes on Breda and Barkley does have the opportunity to run to the outside, if that outside whoever's left on that outside would it be like the nickel or linebacker,
but
somebody whoever's reading Saquon, if they take Saquon, he still has the option to do that shovel
But
pass
see,
on the inside to the
the
tight end.
thing
He
is,
just takes
but
too
see,
long to
that's the
develop.
whole thing. That's the whole thing. The whole point was trying to get a shuffle pass to the tight end. If that
Okay,
backside end is crashing,
that's
like you
too.
said,
He's in the way. He's in the way.
it's either he's in the way, or even if he doesn't get there, he's going to see you shuffle it, and then he's just right there because
So
you're
even
talking
if he,
about
I think
he.
yeah,
the best play for the Giants, and I'm not a coach, so but just hear me out. I
Mhm.
think the best play for the Giants is a play action on the goal line and flood either the left or the right side and let Jones take an option either to hit a receiver in the end zone with the flood going to his right or left, or he can let Saquon take the handoff if they think they got the advantage there.
Oh,
But
you
did,
see, you can't do. It's either you're doing a handoff or you do because you said play action. That means is he in the shotgun that he's giving the fake off of it?
Well, not necessarily a play action. I guess it would be an RPO.
well, didn't they run that similar when they snuck out the tight end and
But
Jones
you
had
And
the
they
said
and
option,
they usually make good with that play. It's
no,
either he
and they
hits the
didn't
tight end
run it.
no.
or he or
Here is
he
it.
runs it in.
You're talking about split zone with a flood concept coming off of it because
Yeah.
you're talking about maybe an inline tight end with the wing tight end right
Uh-huh.
there.
Yeah.
Now the quarter
Yeah.
having Saquon to the left where he's giving it to him where that tight end comes across like he's either going to and the front line zone blocks to the right. The tight end comes across like he's split zoning, either going to attack that weak side end with Barkley coming the opposite way, and then what you call it booting. Okay, I can see that. That outside receiver goes vertical, the tight end is there, and the backside is dragging. Yes, that's a great play. But the whole key is that end. Now, if that end jumps on the tight end, then he still has two other reads. But if that tight end comes to him, you got to dump off to the tight the motion into the flat. So yes, you're
Yeah.
right.
And then you could always run it if you're the quarterback. That's what I'm
Well,
saying. That's
the key is that end because if the end is coming to the quarterback, he can't run it. He has
he
to get rid
can't
of
run
it.
it, right? But if
Yeah,
he's not, then you
yes,
have the option to run.
run it. He
Exactly.
can either run it. He still has the backside because
And then he
okay,
or he could throw it exactly because
yes,
he's
he
like
has
you
two
said,
other
he still has
options.
receivers coming across. Yeah,
He has one
Absolutely.
receiver. He'll probably wait a minute. So
two
one,
receivers.
two,
You should have
three,
two
four. Well, he could do three. He could
because you
do.
gonna
He
have
could do.
if you could have two tight end set, coach, or you
No,
could have
you can have it outside. You can have it outside. So you
you
can
can
have a
have an
Z.
outside. Yeah,
You can have a Z, you can have the H, you can have the Y, you can have the X, and you have the back. So yes, you're
right.
right. So that backside, you could have a shallow with an over with the vertical and the zone read to the flat. So yes, I mean the split
Hmm.
zone to the flat. So yeah, you're right about that.
Sheesh.
You know,
Yeah.
Man,
so or you can either go two tights on one side, and you could go 13 personnel. Two tights, one on the left, and your outside receiver is a Z. So that outside, that right left side end could zone, and then he can angle with the split zone to the flat. The backside shallow, the backside could do it over, and then you have the
Uh-huh.
vertical. So yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. You could do
Yeah.
all of that. That's beautiful. It's just in the end, it's what does that tight end do? I mean, that backside defensive end. Because yeah, it's there. All of that is there. That's a
yeah, it gets
beautiful
fast.
concept.
It is.
So it's just what do they do? How do they defend it? And where are you running that from? Because if you're running it from like the 7, I mean, you could do it, but that outside receiver really doesn't have much to work
I
with.
like it if you run it from like the 10 or 15, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you
Like
could do it
not
from the
right at
7.
the goal line, but at least a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit out.
yeah.
Gives you a little more room
Yeah,
to
just right
execute it.
outside the red zone. Or I
Yeah.
Well, I
mean,
mean,
right inside the red zone, I should say,
no, I
right
get it. I
inside the
get it.
red
I get
zone,
it.
and
I get
within
it.
like the 15-yard line.
15 to
Yeah.
10. I mean, you can still
Yeah.
do it from the 7. It's just that now that outside receiver, instead of doing a vertical go,
I
he
want to
can
do
run a
like a comeback,
no, he
something
can
like
run a
that.
V
Now
cut.
he can run the V.
He can run a
Yeah.
V cut where he can angle like he's
Mm-hmm.
coming in and stop and then angle back to the back corner. So it's still
Yeah,
doing
Yeah.
the
Can he?
same
yeah.
Can
thing.
That's yeah.
Hmm?
so if the quarterback's flowing, right? If the quarterback's flowing, whether it's to the right or the left, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
opposite side wide receiver, and I don't know what the route's called. He can run if you're at the 7, he can run that 10 yards. You figure so he's halfway into the end zone and basically
Well,
run. It's not a drag, but can he run that
well,
along
all right.
the
The
back of the goal
way
line? I mean,
if you're talking about say you're in 12 personnel, then that means you're going to have an
it's
outside
just the one
receiver
receiver,
on the
just the one.
outside.
Uh-huh.
So yes, he can run. He's going to run what I call the over route, which is basically he's going to. It's a deep crosser.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
not a post. It's not a post, but he's running an angle over the backside. He's going to stay inside the
But he's
back.
trailing. He's trailing the quarterback. He's
Yes,
still going to be inside of the
yes,
quarterback.
Yeah.
yes. And then the other tight end will run the shallow, so that way he's going to be in traffic, but he's still going to be coming across. You
And
can
that's kind
line
of
up.
like what. That's kind of like the same route when Marcus Johnson dropped that touchdown in
Yeah.
the end zone. That's pretty much the same kind of route, right?
Well, he ran a quick slant.
Oh, it was a slant.
Yeah, he
He
ran
just
2 steps and then came in. He over would be
not the one that he dropped, not the one that he dropped on the 2-yard line. I'm talking about that one end zone, the touchdown pass that he dropped that wound up.
Oh, that's the
I know
over.
which one you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the over. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
right.
Okay.
That's kind of like what the other over would do. So, I mean, you could do that, or you could, if you
It
want to
was-
do an in cut, you could do a quick. I mean, a
I
whatever
like it.
7-10 yard
I
in.
like it. I like
That's
the
a good
V.
play concept.
I like the V cut on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
So
need to make sure you have the players out there that can go out there and execute it properly. That's the problem. Marcus Johnson
the
showed us he can't do
That's
it
the
twice.
problem.
yeah,
That is the
Yeah.
problem. That's the problem.
yeah, I'll get you. I'll give you that. So
Man.
what do we got next? You did the Jets. You did the Knicks. I mean, you did the Jets, the Giants. What do we got next? Oh, NYG.
Yeah, I mean, we can we can just like balance it out or whatever. I mean, because there's no real
Knicks. We didn't do
base
Knicks.
baseball news.
Yeah.
Because the Yankees got put out, the Mets got put out.
Mhm.
Now they are talking about
Ooh.
Anthony Rizzo and him opting out, I guess. So
It was the other one too. Don't forget the other one. If you don't know,
You know,
Judge unfollowed all the Yankees stuff.
you know,
Here we go. Yep.
You know what happens?
He's playing the game, man. He's playing the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah,
You know
but
what-
go ahead.
No, I'm saying, you know what happens to me when people start talking baseball?
Mm-mm.
I gotta step back because I don't do baseball like that. Hey,
No,
but
I don't. I mean, we go hard. We go harder the city around here, man. And I try to make sure I do cover every sport. You know what I'm saying?
does
So,
hockey, too.
absolutely.
but I don't have. Well, I got a little baseball knowledge, but I'm
I
a
enjoy
total
baseball
idiot when it comes to hockey.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you, but I
Yeah.
am studying the game. I am. I really am. I
Mhm.
do have something special, man, coming out on hockey, man. I think you guys are gonna love it.
I enjoy baseball. I enjoy people talking baseball too. I just can't follow because that's a game that I never played. I never played it.
I
It's-
played
it-
it in the park. Never
Yeah.
played it professionally. Yeah.
I played like minor league baseball for a little bit. I mean, I followed the game for a while. It's just not easy being a Mets fan for
Yeah.
obvious reasons. But yeah, I
Jeff,
mean,
Jeffy.
Yeah.
Man.
I had one
Jeffy,
more
my
question.
friend is a Mets fan also.
Oh boy,
Like
I'm
a really
I'm
What
good
fan
Mets
are
fan.
you? I don't want to hear about your friend. I want to hear what kind of fan
he's
you
a
are.
Knicks fan, a Giants fan, and you're a Knicks.
you a Yankee fan, Nemo?
I'm not a Yankee. I don't follow baseball. But my friend
Okay.
is a Mets fan, and he tried
Nah.
No, you're not your friend.
Hey,
Forget your
Hold,
friend.
wait,
We're not
hold on.
here for your
He
friend.
tried to convince me to become a Mets fan. And I was like, I'm never gonna become a Mets fan.
What the hell is wrong
Try
with
to
him?
yeah.
Why would he want to put
I
himself
don't know.
through that much torment?
Hey, can I got one more question because I got to get up out of here. I got one more question. It's football related with the Giants,
Mhm.
and I direct it to all you guys. What is the answer for the QB spy on Daniel Jones? How
That's a
do
good
we
question.
how do we counter that? Because we've seen the spy ran in the last 4 games, and we were able to kind of nullify it until we got to Seattle.
Mhm.
Is it because obviously they have the spy? Is it because one thing I noticed with the Seattle Seahawks, that interior linebacker play for them was fantastic. So is it just that they played it better than all the other teams because of the inside linebacker play? Like number 56, I can't even remember his name. He was disciplined. He was all over the place. He was reading his keys, and he didn't make like any mistakes. And we
It
were
wasn't
able to.
KJ Wright, was it?
No, it's he's a third year guy. I know he spent all that time learning behind Bobby Wagner. I can't remember his name now, but it was number 56. I know it's number 56, but it wasn't KJ Wright. But yeah, man, I was just wowed by how good of a linebacker this guy was, and for Bobby Wagner to not be there, and that middle linebacker position still look as good as it did against us. I'm just sitting here like, okay, what could Kafka do? That probably would
Okay.
have been an answer to that spy. And I like I said, I want to
Okay.
ask that because I do have to go, but I just wanted, since I got you on here, I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
That's a great
Especially
question, Dash. That's a
Down
phenomenal
the
question.
distance. First thing I'm going to say is what's the down the distance? What's the situation?
okay,
If we just his name is Jordan Brooks,
yes, that's him. That's him. So
your guy from Texas Tech. So
so
okay.
say we have a second down, 2nd and 7, QB
hmm
spy. Well, what do we do there?
Are we in a plus or minus situation?
We're going to be in the plus. We'll be in the plus. We're on their side of the field. We're in the plus.
Okay.
So say
Do
we're
we
like on
seven?
on their 40, their 38, their 40-yard line, something like that.
2nd and 7. You know what we just talked about? You know the play we just talked about?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
one because the linebackers are going to flow. They're going to come
the
up. They're going to
flood
flow,
concept.
and you
Yep.
can instead of having the tight end doing the shallow, you can have a deeper post behind it because of the down and distance, and that backside tight end can do an over. If you do the split zone, you can run a goal line. You can run anywhere because of the whole concept.
Yeah.
So
Does
and,
does
and
does the
mhm.
one receiver become a decoy in that position, or do they
Well,
want to run a real route?
Good
no,
question.
they number one, the left. Say you got the X on the left.
Okay.
The X receiver's on the left. You could send him vertical. So line him, say, like right on slightly on the inside of the numbers, even if
Okay.
we're on the hashes. Or let's say you stack him on the numbers. Okay. His release is going to be outside. Just
hmm
don't get pushed into the sideline, but just release outside to right up outside the numbers. You'll still have space, and quarterback is going to be rolling that way. You
Okay.
can do he can even do a fade off of that. You still have the backside tight end doing the over. You have the Z doing the post. You have the wing tight end coming across in the split zone like he's going to crack the end. He's still doing the flat. You're still doing flood concepts.
But
You
what
still do.
how do you trick that spy though in that position? Because he's going
No,
to be
you don't.
reading
You want the spot because if he's coming up and he's reading the quarterback, you have the backside post. You still
Yeah,
have
you
the
got the post,
over.
and then you got the
You have the
over with the
over.
flood. It's
So that
basically
oh
safety's
flood
come
okay so
concept because you got all those receivers cut into one side, like Coach
exactly.
said.
so
You
so
know what I'm
so
saying?
this
So it's gonna be on the quarterback to just pick which read
hmm
to that
Yeah.
side because he's gonna
so
be rolling to that side too, and he can
so
also have the option to run. Go ahead.
so because the quarterback is rolling, the
hmm
spy has to honor that. He
hmm
has to. He can't
That's
Yeah.
his
sit back
job.
because the
Yep.
threat is still that he can take off for the most part.
The way Seattle played
Possibly.
it, the way Seattle played it, because they
And the
were worrying
quarterback
about
can
him getting to
also
the
look off the
outside.
spot too, if
No,
he
no, no.
has time in the pocket.
The spy's first job is going to be playing that run. So you're
hmm
not looking him off. You want to draw him to you. So
Okay.
as a quarterback, you want to do that. So
Right,
now,
but with his eyes, you can still fake him. That's
no,
what I'm
because
saying.
if you fake him, what are you faking him to? Because if you
Yeah, but
fake him,
okay, because you want to draw him in. You want to draw
yes,
him
I
in
want him to come
so you
down.
can open up that route behind him.
Exactly,
Okay,
Okay.
exactly.
I
Okay.
got you. I see what you're
Okay.
So,
saying, Coach.
and
Okay.
they did it with they did it a couple of times with the safety. The safety was coming down as opposed to the line because the linebackers are going to stay with Barkley first, so they're coming
Yeah.
down and flowing
Mhm.
to their left to the offense's right if we're booting to our left. So they have to do that. That's why the over is going to come behind it. So once those linebackers come down, that backside tight end is right behind it. It's open there. And
Okay.
then you have the backside post. So even if that last safety gets to the middle, he's going to take that backside post away with that backside cornerback. So you're really going to have the over, the flat, and then you have the backs and the front side fade.
Mhm.
And if they stay back and there's nobody there, the end crashes. There's nothing there. The DJ could run it.
Wow. Okay.
So,
Okay.
but again, the purpose was to spy. So if they're spying, there you go. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm either, and if I see that constantly, we should have, number one, looked at the flat. What is the flat doing? Because if the vertical is pulling everything away and the split zone gets out into the flat, DJ, just dump it right there. Let him do the work for you. So, and if they roll with the split zone, that's pulling them away. So when he comes around, there's the alley right there.
So
Even if that safety comes down, then you have the over that he doesn't even have to cross the line of scrimmage. He can just get it to the over.
so if he's reading the defense, is he reading the flat first, then the spy?
He's reading the defensive end. What is he
Uh-huh.
doing? Like, you're going to look at how they lined up first and foremost. So right now, based on the 12 personnel, I'm doing 1-by-3. So if they're playing cover 2, because that's kind of what they did. If they played cover 2, because we have double wings, you have, let's just say they're in an odd front with 2 edge rushers and 2 inside linebackers. Okay, maybe one inside linebacker. You might even take a zero tech and make them a heavy 1, just on the outside shoulder to the center into the strong A side gap. Then you can say, okay, fine, they're doing that. They're playing it that way. The linebackers they really going to play the back to the line to the ends. The split zone is going to come across. So that backside edge rusher. You with me, Dash?
I got you. Yeah, because I'm looking to the side because I'm staring at my wall. My wall's white and I can picture it. Okay.
Okay. So this whole thing, I'm talking about it, and I want to have a whiteboard. I want to have a whiteboard to draw
like normally I like if you ever see me close my eyes when you're explaining something, I'm trying to picture it.
Okay.
So I'm staring. Okay. I didn't want to close my eyes because you guys don't know me like that I do that.
Figure that out.
You good, bro.
Because I'm looking off to the side because I'm trying to find because it's a blank spot on my wall. I'm trying to envision what he's saying at the same time. Because usually I just close my eyes when people explain stuff.
So again, we're 1-by-3, 2 high safeties. So they have a 7-man box basically. So once we do that fake run, the backside tight end, the front side, the wing is coming across on the behind the line of scrimmage like he's doing the split zone. Like he was going to do the block like say Tibbs got cut on. Remember that one? That's the split zone. So he's either going to fake like he's going to hit the edge rusher and go to the flat.
Yeah, you're going to see a man come around in motion. Basically,
no, he's not motioning. He's not motioning on the snap. On the snap, he's coming across the backside of the line. Like the offensive line is going
on
right.
The snap. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then he's going to the left. That's called split zone. That's why he's doing that, because it's splitting the zone.
Splitting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they got half of them got to honor it.
Exactly. Because there's 3 things with the split zone. Most people don't realize. They hear it, but they don't. The running back can either go like an off tackle if they block it right, like an inside zone. He can go to the outside, but if you block it right, you also can cut back. So the back has 3 options if he gets the ball. But the back, if you fake him, now the quarterback is the one that takes that alley right there. If they block it right,
that cut,
exactly,
cut back. Yeah. So and that's what Jones been eating him up at with that cut back. Yeah,
exactly. Got you, so the end is crashing.
Y'all hit that like button, man.
So when the end crashes,
that's a fact.
When that end crashes, you have that wing tight end who's going to the flat. So who's taking him? That backside safety who's coming down because he's the spy. So if he jumps the flat, that means the quarterback has the alley right there to run. Or he could wait and have the backside over who's got behind the linebackers, who the linebackers, once they realize that if they turn around and try and get into their zones, they're not going to be able to get to the over. He can hit the over right there because there's really not going to be anybody there except him, the safety, and that front side corner. And then you have the vertical go to the fade, whatever you want. So split zone, if you run it right, is the most dangerous zone option type of play that you can run against a defense. I don't care if you're in the forefront. I don't care if you have an 8-man box. If you run it right,
Sheesh.
So,
I'm gonna go ahead and salute Coach Ed, man. Salute Coach Ed. I appreciate it. And then because I got to get off, fellas. You guys have a good night, man.
Thank you.
You guys have a good night. Who's anybody doing anything tomorrow?
I think either Lou or Pat. I'm not sure. You know they do
Yeah.
something on Wednesday nights.
Okay. All
That's
right.
So
how
I'll
the
see
Yeah,
you
they
Chiefs
got
guys.
will
the
I,
broadcast.
they got the big blue lounge. I
yeah,
okay.
think tomorrow.
yeah.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
see y'all guys tomorrow then, man.
All right,
Have a
man.
good
Be
one,
Y'all
safe.
Dash.
stay
All
up,
right,
man. Be
Dash,
safe.
man.
All right, man.
You
Later,
Thank you,
too.
fellas.
man. Thank you for coming in, man.
Yeah, no
Later,
problem,
guys.
man. You know,
Absolutely.
I enjoy
Appreciate you.
talking football, man. Anytime, man. Anytime.
All right,
Later.
bro.
No
All right.
doubt,
Yeah.
man. You in the
Take it
right
easy,
place, bro.
Dash. That's good stuff.
So,
Good stuff, man.
yeah,
For
Coach,
real,
you
man.
Coach, you should be back on the sidelines with those plays and concepts you're throwing out there. Wow, I'm trying to like keep
The
up to
the
it without it.
flood concept is definitely dangerous, man. And the way coach is explaining it, I can see why the Giants are
know.
using it
Mhm.
Yeah,
with
Exactly.
Saquon and Daniel Jones. Yeah, I see.
because
And
they got the
imagine
abilities to execute it, and they've already
Yeah,
been doing it.
they do, and they have the
now.
skill though, not just a this.
That's why, yeah,
Yeah,
they
like
have
you
the
said,
skill to
the
execute it
the
and make it
the
happen.
ability, but you know, a lot of people think that these guys aren't fast or athletic. I mean, Daniel Jones is
Mhm.
fast, Saquon is fast, and they're both smart. They're not dumb guys, so they
Exactly.
yeah.
And in that play too, you can also, if you were further back, you can go out of 11 personnel because you could do the wing guy, and then you can have two receivers, one on with a slot, and they just basically do the same thing. They're just in a different position because you still have the split
Mm,
zone, the line flowing. You have the deep over, the post, and the vertical go to a fade, whatever you want to do. So it's like, okay, there you go. That's why if they're spying, that's why to me it was just like Kafka. You got to adjust to that. Those are some of the things that you got to look at. And trust me, when I go through the film, and that's what I plan to do tomorrow, is really look at it more because that's what it looked like they were doing. They were just doing that. And
yeah.
if that backside edge was just sitting, he wasn't crashing. Mm. There's so
Mm.
much more. I mean, even give it to Saquon, let him stop, have DJ roll because you're going to pull that edge with him, and there's another alley right there. That's why I was like, you got that. You got the inside zone to the outside zone. So that's why it's like, yeah, I could sit here and do this all day long, and you got
Nah,
to.
yeah, we know, man.
But
Hey,
we know
man.
you can do
Yep,
it all
yep,
night
yep.
day
That's
long, Coach. You're good at
why
this
you're
stuff.
the coach, man. That's
Yeah,
why you're the coach, man. You are the coach
that's
for our
Appreciate it.
community, man. You know what
that's
I'm
why we
saying?
shut up when we listen to you talk. When you talk, go
And
into
when we
detail
say
about that stuff.
coach, we're talking about you, bro. Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
See,
talking about
Yep.
nobody else, man.
see, and that's when I want to get my whiteboard up. See, because if I can get my whiteboard up. Like my walls, I actually have on my walls because of my handicap is whiteboards. So it's there to kind of protect the wall in case you bump into it. But I could sit there and take draw markers like a real coach. I mean, like I'm in a real coaching meeting room and draw up the plays for you. And that's what
I
I've been
got I
trying to.
got
I'd
I
love
got
to see
something.
that.
I got something for you, coach, man.
I want to
Say
see that
less,
Mm,
man.
also.
what's
I
up?
got something for you, coach.
What's
Say
up?
less, man. Trust
Okay.
me. I got something for you. Um Nimmer, man. What's good
What's
with you,
up?
man? How you doing,
Nothing,
man?
nothing, nothing much.
Um, what you gotta say, man? How you feeling about the New York Knicks, man? Because we haven't talked about the Knicks here lately.
Oh
Apparently,
We
my
Now they
have,
Kafka
lost
is
to the
with the
yeah.
Knicks.
Bucks, and then they they dropped another one.
Yeah, we haven't. I've been on Nick's Twitter Spaces. They have already
Yeah, I
started.
was on one earlier, man. It's
They
actually
already
pretty
have
entertaining.
started. They already have started rant. They already have started ranting. Fire Tom Tibbs. Fire Tibbs. That's what they have
Yeah,
started.
they're pretty aggressive.
They started ranting that like fire Tibbs now. I'm like, why? Like he's not the scapegoat yet. Like they have started screaming that like fire Tibbs, and I was like, why? Like I was on one day before yesterday, and people were like, Tibbs is the problem. RJ Barrett's not learning because of Coach Tibbs. I'm
Uh-oh.
Oh man, he was so worked up over Coach Thibodeau. You know, he had to shut his camera off,
That was Coach
and he
Thibodeau that
just
shut off his camera because he didn't want to hear
yeah,
about
he
them
he
getting
said,
fired.
"Look, I've had enough of you and your nonsense to think that I'm a bad coach. Now, look,
Exactly.
the Knicks lost to the Bucks. The Nets lost to the Bucks too.
Yep.
You know, I mean, hey,
Those damn
the
Bucks.
Knicks, the Knicks are gonna lose games, and it is what it is, man. But I don't think that Brunson and all of a sudden RJ Barrett are a problem.
No,
Where'd you go, Nick fan?
he just went
I'm
all
here.
Batman.
Is he out there?
No, there he
Is
is.
he
Just
is he
came out
still
of the
available?
Batcave.
He's back. Okay, there he is, man.
I'm
Dang,
still
man.
here. Also, RG Barrett extension was nonsense. RG Barrett should have
Hey, what?
never should have got extended.
Nonsense. Why you
What?
say it's nonsense?
Because
Why-
I have heard Knicks
Exactly.
fans. I've heard Knicks fans on Twitter Spaces say
No, no,
that,
no,
and
no,
I
no, no.
asked
I want to
RG
know
about
why you think it's nonsense. Forget about the other Knicks fans. Why does Nimmer think it's nonsense?
the reason I think it because he hasn't scored a lot of points lately. Like I haven't seen him do that much. Like I don't feel like
You
he's
see,
that.
you see, holla. RJ sucks. Don't want him here. You see what I'm talking about? So RJ Barrett is the problem. He's mediocre. You got you got Brunson. I guess he sucks too. Julius Randle sucks.
They all
I guess
suck.
they all just some, suckers.
Yeah, it's just, Knicks are a
Pause.
steaming
But
pile
yeah.
of suck. That's all they are.
Right. So
apparently.
but hey, so what's your solution? A young gem? I thought RJ Barrett was a young gem.
Yeah.
Damn. Is he old now? Did he grow? Did he age? Did I get caught in a time loop? I mean, isn't the guy still like 20 something years old? Like, what the fuck's going on
Yup.
here?
He regressed that
Knicks
much in a year?
fans.
I
Nick
gotta always
fans.
say, I'll always say the same thing. It's early in the season.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
See,
Coach
Yikes.
Ed, I think we should have got Donovan Mitchell.
Why?
no.
For what? Cause
No,
y'all lost to them. Oh, that's what it is.
no.
You
I'm
see,
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
see,
One of
look what he
my
did to us, man. They beat us up, man. They bust our asses, man. He destroyed us,
But it's
man. He had
true.
like what 30 something points and shit. Like, come on, man.
It's
Come
true though,
on.
bro. Like
Come
it's
on.
true.
look.
Don't
Come
do
on, don't fall for that. First of all, it's early in the
that.
season, man. It's early. It's stuff like that gets me aggravated. Because
I know,
look,
man.
I understand it's frustrating. We lost. We wanted to
Knicks
win,
fans.
but in the same token, it's going to take time. I mean, you got a new point guard. You really did.
Yeah.
So it has to take time for him and everyone to get acclimated to what he's doing. And he has to get acclimated to everyone else. So, to want to get rid of
Yeah.
somebody it's crazy.
But why is it RJ Barrett's fault though? That's what I don't understand.
He's
I
the
don't
Why is
supposed
he
understand.
the
star.
target
He's the
now?
supposed
But
star, so they're going to target
but,
the
but
supposed
last year
star.
it was Julius Randle, but now it's RJ Barrett's fault.
Contract. You're going to go right to that contract extension and be like, that's the dude. He got his contract. He got his money. Now he's Mr. Complacent. He's not going to be as good as he
Oh
was.
my god.
We'll
They will
see.
never
The
let
only
anybody develop in the Knicks organization. They'll never develop ever.
No, they don't. It won't
You
develop
guys
fast
won't
enough.
allow it to. They will
No,
not allow it to.
That's true.
it's not even. It was so what? Let the fans talk. It really boils down to what the coach wants to do.
They didn't let
I
Porzingis
mean,
develop.
let me see. RJ is averaging 17.7 a game. Jalen Brunson's 18.2.
But
Julius is
RJ's
at
the problem.
18.3. See, I haven't heard that. So I mean,
He just said it to you in the chat, and then Nimber said it to you that
see,
they want RJ out of there.
see, I wasn't looking in the.
We'll take
First
him.
of all, I'm not paying mind to the chat right now because
Nah, that's my job, coach. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm the host. The host supposed to talk
you
to the
want a
chat, but
high
yeah,
draft pick. Okay,
that's what they
Is
telling
that what
you.
Almighty said?
Yeah, they want him out of there. They don't like him.
terrible efficiency. So let's see. RJ
But
is
Nimmer's agreeing. You were saying that they were you were in Spaces and they were saying the same thing, right?
Yeah, they were saying the exact same thing. Like RJ Barrett got an extension, he looks bad, stuff
Okay,
like that.
so let me say this. Okay, if somebody is shooting 40%, is that good or bad? Somebody tell me.
Yeah, I think I don't have to answer that. I mean, we talking to the Knicks fan.
He's shooting 79% at the free throw. Okay, the 3 point is what I think is they're complaining. He's shooting 21.9, 22%. But he's shooting
He says
40% from
that's
the field.
terrible.
Okay.
Almighty finesse. He says
So
that's
so what
awful. He's just
so give
trash.
me give me give me almighty finesse. How many points should RJ be averaging per game? What's his shooting percentage? His 3 point shooting percentage and his his free throw percentage shooting.
He probably wants him to average 20 points per game and shoot about 50%.
But
He
it's
says
seven
he's talking
games.
about field goal percentage. Well, an
It's
average
40%. Go ahead, I'm
average
sorry.
field goal percentage shooter would shoot around 40%, or at least
Exactly.
like 42 to
Mm-hmm.
43%.
Yep.
Exactly. And he only played
So
six
it's not. Yeah.
games. 6 games. Hmm. I mean, Jalen
Forty
Brunson,
percent
let's
is
see.
not terrible. If you're shooting 50% from the field, you're either a center or you're Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Okay,
40%
Jalen
Stanford.
Brunson is shooting 47.2. Fournier is
That's terrible.
42.4.
According to him, he doesn't like that. You got to
Hartenstein
be
is
shooting 50
58.
to 55% from the
So the
field.
only one on the team doing that is Hartenstein. He's doing
Yeah, because he's
point
a
fifty
fucking
five
center
eight.
and he probably takes like three
Exactly.
shots a game. Yeah, and he
Julius
makes
is
two of them.
43. Julius is 43.8. Cam Reddish is 48.8. Mitchell Robinson is 67.9.
Cam
Derrick
Reddish
Rose is
48.
50.
That's good, and
Exactly.
he says 48% is, oh my god, 40
Is
no
good.
47. He says 47 is good.
Ooh.
47.2. That's
Now
what he
that's just
says.
field goal. I didn't do free throws. Let's see. Evan Fournier is 85.7. Brunson's 73.9.
Do
Emmanuel
you have the
67.
stream in the background, Nimmer?
I can mute myself, but I don't think so.
Yeah, your background has some kind of feedback.
Okay,
Alrighty.
3 point.
I think it's because he's on his phone.
Yeah, I be on my phone
RJ's
sometime too, but I don't
21
know.
9.
All right.
29 RJ. Jalen Brunson is 333. Evan Fournier is 45. Hartenstein, oh wow, he's not doing good. He's 125. Quickly is point
Mm.
308. Julius Randle is 0.24. Cam Reddish is .4. Derrick Rose is .471. So and 3 pointers, you need Julius and RJ to step up and be better for the most part. But
Basically,
I mean that's pretty much it. I mean we're 3-3. Mediocre roster. Okay. Okay.
I think the Knicks are in pretty good shape, man. I'm not
Mm-mm.
trying to defend the Knicks here, but I'm definitely trying to be objective with my takes here, and I do think that look, the Knicks at least have consistency. The Nets are in constant turmoil. Again, here we go again. Bringing in a new coach. Now you want to bring in a coach that's got turmoil and baggage with him. And, okay, whatever. But hey, the Knicks do have consistency, at least with their coach and their roster. You know, you got Julius Randle, Fournier, Barrett. They've been there for a couple years. So let's see what the guys can do, man. You know, they're not getting whopped around and just beat to the ground. You know, they're in tough games. They're playing it to the wire. Um, like you said, they
Okay.
still got Barrett and Brunson there. They got to get used to each other. You know what I'm saying? As well as quickly and the rest of some of these cats. Now, Mitchell Robinson can be an all pro, man, if
Mm-hmm.
developed properly, man.
I
This
love
guy's
Mitch.
got incredible talent, man,
Yeah, I love Mitch
especially from
Robinson.
a defensive standpoint. And he has an offensive game. He's not a bum. So don't sleep on that. Like, yeah. So the Knicks really need to develop Mitch Robinson and stop worrying so much about Julius freaking Randle, man. That, his Julius Randle is just a name that's, I don't know, man. I don't know how much he offers the Knicks. For real. Everybody talking about getting rid of Fournier. I'd keep Fournier. I'd trade Randall.
Well, that's the whole problem. Nobody wants Randall right now.
There's that contract.
Nobody
Yeah.
wants him. So, and then the next question
I
is,
wouldn't want
okay,
him either.
the next
No.
question is, no matter what, if you do that, they don't have a power forward outside of him on the roster because right now it's Obi and Julius. They don't have a power forward behind those two. Now, if you want to say Jericho Sims, you could slide over, but he's not that type of a power forward. So it does take away based on the construction of the team. So I mean,
Yeah.
who do you put at the four besides Obi when Obi comes out? I mean, do you want to put Cam at the four because he is 6'8", 6'9", but he's slight of build. So right now the way the
So there's Obi wants out. Is this what I'm hearing now?
That sound. I don't know
I
if that's
never
correct.
heard that.
Obi can go there. Is rumors he wants out.
Huh? Why would he want out?
Why? First of all, that's Obi's hometown. He don't want to leave home.
Yeah, why would you
Yeah.
want out?
Because
Confused.
it may be the lack of playing time because the Knicks they got the front court already
Because of
loaded up.
Randall
Randall,
Okay.
Hartenstein, and Robinson.
clogging up the
The
minutes,
question
man.
is, I mean, I get that, but the question is, okay, you give Obi you trade Randall and Obi's there, but then when Obi goes to the bench, because now you're going to be putting more minutes on Obi.
Who you putting there, right?
So I mean, you got to definitely have a forward coming back in if you trade Randall. But
Yeah.
if you trade Randall, you're going to want a first round draft pick. So you can't have. I mean, you could probably get both, but and is the four coming back serviceable? I mean, to me, it depends on who do you get. I've been a proponent of trading Randall. I'm not gonna lie, I have been because I want to see Obi develop. But the way this team is constructed, you can't do it right now because you just brought Jalen Brunson in. You didn't bring him in just to develop young players. You brought him in to help this team get into the playoffs and make a push. I mean, we also have
What's the
Quentin
next
Grimes.
ceiling?
You want both of them out of here. All right, that's all I need to hear. You're right. You're right, Almighty. They both need to go.
He
Now,
wants
to your
Randall
question,
and Toppin go.
yeah.
Oh,
So
boy.
I
your
think
question,
he says Brunson. I never wanted Brunson. Obi can go. He wants. I guess he wants Brunson
He obviously
and
wants
Obi.
Barrett gone.
he wants
I guess he
Rand.
wants them all gone. I don't
Yeah.
know. He wants Obi gone too.
What's the ceiling with the Knicks?
Guess he just wants to
Maybe
keep Quickly.
6.
Or do you want him gone too?
I mean, if they play well and it can get in good
Yeah.
positioning, maybe 6. I mean, where do they stand right
I
now?
had them at I think 8, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
That's where I have him too. Like 7, 8, around that area.
And if
I
they
think they. I mean, they got a okay team. It just seems that they're lacking something. What is it, Coach? What are they missing with the squad?
right now the Knicks are 8th in the Eastern Conference.
Well, they have a better
Right.
record than the
That's
Nets.
where we kind of have them at. Most.
Yeah. So and the teams
That's where I
behind
had them
them,
at 8th.
Charlotte, Washington are at 9 and 10. You got the Pacers, Miami, Brooklyn, Detroit, and Orlando.
Brooklyn.
Stupid
Let's
Brooklyn.
not talk about this stupid Brooklyn.
Stupid Brooklyn.
So I mean, what are they missing?
Yeah, what are they
I
missing?
mean, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen them play this year except one game, so
Oh
it's hard for me.
damn!
Yeah,
It's that
remember,
MSG problem,
yeah,
It's
yeah.
too hard to watch, isn't it?
no, I don't get them. I don't get them. I don't have access to them. Remember, MSG, because I'm on
Yeah, oh
Comcast.
yeah.
MSG and
Okay. All right.
Comcast is so, and I said I'm
I
not
got
paying.
you. I'll talk to you about that off air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, realistically, it's always been you need that type of scorer. Which I understand why people say Donovan Mitchell. I really do. I understand why they're saying that. Donovan Mitchell is an elite scorer. He really is. Can't deny that. So it's you need that type of scorer. Like one of the guys here. I mean, he's been following the Knicks since 1955, 56. He's seen it
You
all.
don't think RJ Bragg can be that scorer?
The type of scorer that you give him the rock and he takes over the game. No, no. See, Julius Randle was trying to be that, but he's too inconsistent. He's way too
Man,
inconsistent.
hell no, man.
I
I
mean,
giving Julius
RJ,
Randle.
RJ, can he see? It everything always points back to
I think he
Julius Randle.
can though. I
But
really do. I think
the
Randall's in the
issue,
way.
exactly. That's
That
the
dude
point.
gotta
But
go, man.
but
Look, if
what do
I'm
you
a
get
Knicks
back
fan,
for
I'm
him?
like, man,
But the issue
you
is
got to get
because
something back from
look,
him.
look. Julius Randle really is a 2010 type of a guy, maybe 2010 5.
Yeah.
Honestly, he is.
No,
So
yeah,
it's
he could
like,
do that.
well, you can't just give
You
him
can't
away.
give him away, right? You
But
exactly.
if you
So,
trade, you're definitely going to need a four back. I'm sorry, you are. You're going to need a four spot back, even if you move over.
but you don't need a dominant four.
No,
What
I'm
you
not saying that.
need though, you need a stretch four.
But
That's all
you
you need is a stretch four.
okay,
Because
and that's
that's what
fine.
Randall is in a sense. He's a
Yeah,
stretch four that can do a little bit more.
yes. I mean, because he can go down in the low box.
Right. He can do a little bit more. He's a a plus stretch four.
Yes,
You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
yes.
Yeah.
And
You
that's
got the
what you're trying to
premium
do.
stretch four, and then you got the plus. He's the
But see,
plus.
that's what you're trying to
You
develop
need a
Obi
premium.
into. And if you develop
Exactly.
Obi into that stretch, because he can hit the
Then
three
you
from
don't need
time to
one.
time. But see, the thing is, you still need a backup for him. That's my whole thing. And then
Yeah.
I could see you saying RJ can take over. And,
You
and,
need
and
a veteran. That's what you need in front
I'm going
of
to say this
Obi
stuff.
right now,
This is what I'm going to say.
but not a
And
dominant veteran like Randall.
this is an unpopular opinion.
Hit
We
that like
actually
button.
we actually do have that type of player on the roster right now if he's properly developed.
Who is it?
Quentin Grimes. You can give Quentin Grimes a rock and he can take
Ooh.
over and he can do
Okay.
whatever if he's properly developed. He can definitely be
Hmm.
in terms of that. He can attack the rim. When he gets hot at the 3-point line, and then you start closing out on him, and he takes it down the lane, makes the what
I like
the
Quentin Grimes a lot.
the yes. That's why they didn't want to trade him in any of the other the
Hmm.
other whatchamacallits.
Very, very interesting.
Play McBride
Quentin
too. McBride
Yeah,
should be playing
yeah.
more. That kid is good.
Grimes. So Grimes is the answer.
But what's hurting Grimes is Evan
He's not
Fournier.
getting the minutes.
Well, he's hurt right now, but when he comes back, it's Evan Fournier. Do you now if you put him in the starting spot? See, and that's the thing. Two pieces that if you could get rid of, that changes the dynamics of the Knicks, but it does make them younger, and that's Julius and that's Evan Fournier. But they're the most veteran guys, except for Derrick Rose, on the team.
Mhm.
So, but Quentin Grimes, think about it. I mean,
Derrick
yeah,
Rose gives your team a heartbeat.
exactly. No, he
Julius
gives
Randle doesn't. He doesn't do anything.
no, and
He's a stat producer. That's all he is.
that's
That's
where
what
Quentin
James
Grimes.
Harden, Russell Westbrook. That's what those type of
Exactly.
guys are. Stat
Yep.
producers.
Exactly. But you give
Give your
Quentin
team
Grimes that
nothing.
rock, he can take it to the hole, he can shoot, he can distribute, and then on top of that, he can play that ferocious defense.
I
Yeah.
like
So
Grimes whole game a
to
lot.
me, that's who if you can develop him, he could take over for RJ, or you can make it a 1-2-3 between him,
Man, he wants
Brunson.
you to trade Rose too.
I'm not paying him
Goodness
no mind. I'm not
gracious.
paying him no mind anymore. I'm not. I'm not.
Oh
So I
my.
don't.
Get
I
rid
don't
of
care.
everybody.
But now if you traded Randall, then you got Obi to step up. Maybe you could say, okay, I'll see. I don't trust Cam because he's also too inconsistent. But he also shows that he has that skill and he's long. Damn, at 6'8", look at his arms. I mean, we have wing players. We have some really good wing players. And then Brunson is the point guard. The problem to me, I mean, we even have centers. We have three centers that I love, with Sims, Hartenstein, and Mitchell Robinson.
And then what you're doing is, I mean, just coming from a coaching standpoint, is what you want to do is if you got a 3-point lineup out there on the opponent's court, you want to put, like Coach said, length out there so
Mm-hmm.
that you can get in those passing lanes and
Mm-hmm.
clog up those lanes and be able to switch
And that
off defenders and
see.
still be able to guard that defender, man, because you have the length to, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily the body, but the length to. But remember, you're guarding smaller players because you're playing a 3-point lineup. That's what you want to do.
And
Hmm.
see,
Go
the
ahead.
Knicks can. I mean, they can. If see again, it always comes back down to Julius. Now, if Julius was playing like he was 2 years ago, you're not going to hear a damn thing about me because that man was playing 24, 12, something like that.
Yeah, he was averaging the double double a couple of years
Yeah.
ago.
So and it changed the whole dynamic, but he lost it. Now, if he can get that back, then I'll back off of RJ a little bit more, and even Fournier, because then the whole dynamics. Now Brunson, I do like because he does attack the rim. He does get into the lane. Something that quickly we wanted quickly to develop into, but for some reason he didn't. So
Mhm.
you have Brunson. He's all right at defense. I'm hearing. He's not a liability. The liability is Evan Fournier. On the defensive side. So I mean, but if
Oh yeah,
that's
he's
the
your Joe Harris. He's pretty much
yeah,
like your Joe Harris or Seth Curry on our team.
and because of his
Joe
contract,
Harris.
that's the whole thing.
I like
So,
Joe Harris too, but
but
let's just be real.
Yeah, but why is he out there? Let's be
Joe
honest.
Harris? I want
Yeah.
Joe Harris out there because he's one of the guys that can consistently score. I apologize, Coach, for
no, that's
interrupting.
fine. No, go
I
ahead.
like Joe Harris. To me, when the dude is healthy, he's one of the most productive scorers, and he's a
Is he
perfect
healthy?
complement to what he's getting back. He's still getting
Right,
his legs on. Remember, he
exactly.
hasn't played all season. You know what? He's given more effort than a lot of these other players on the
He's
team.
giving
Yeah,
effort. He is.
he
I
had
give
three
you that.
steals
Joe.
the other night. Three. And
Yeah,
he's not a
he's giving
defensive
effort.
guy. I've always liked Joe Harris. The only criticism
I
I've had of Joe Harris is that the dude came up short a couple of years ago when we needed him in that playoff series against the Bucks. That
I
was the
don't
one thing.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not really sold on Joe Harris per se, but I mean, like you said, he's giving effort out there. I guess, but to me, it's more about, look, if you got a squad out there like the Nets got, you can't have cats out there just giving effort. You need a freaking make difference maker, man. And I can't understand for the life of me why this team can't figure out somebody on this squad that can play beside Kyrie and KD.
Well, we know who it
It
could
ain't
be.
it ain't Simmons.
Yeah.
Simmons ain't the answer. I think Simmons, they need to I don't know, man. You're gonna have to do something with Ben Simmons. He- I
Well,
can't,
Breezy
hopefully
man.
wants
with
to
Ime
link.
Udoka coming
Yeah,
back,
yeah,
you can light a
you can
fire
get
under
the link,
him.
Breezy, man. But I can't do it with Simmons, man. I can't. I'm tired of Simmons.
Mm.
Just like I was tired of Steve Nash. I'm tired of Ben Simmons. Yeah, already. You
Yeah, well,
damn right.
I'm
10
a hop
games
off. I'm a
in.
hop off soon because I got to get up early and for some family stuff tomorrow.
Yeah,
But
man, that's cool, man. We always appreciate you coming through, man. You
I'll
know what I'm
hang
saying?
out for a little bit more. Yeah.
Y- no, you're the host of the show, man. So you can leave when you want to leave, man. You got the link.
But
So
in terms
yeah.
of what you said, a difference maker. Besides Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, I got to be real. Until Ben Simmons, whatever funk this dude is in right now, we don't have another difference maker on this team. There's just nobody. I like Royce O'Neal. I think he actually played pretty well tonight. He's been playing pretty well the past couple
I
of
don't
games, but
like
he's not a
Royce
difference
O'Neal.
maker.
Don't-
He's one of the few guys that's been playing well. I like Royce O'Neal. He's healthy.
Yo, are you serious?
Yo,
The
Yeah, I'm serious.
Spurs are in fourth in the West.
Popovich. That's the Popovich effect.
Wow.
yeah.
What up, Breezy?
Golden State is
What's
12
good,
out
bro?
west.
Yo, man, Joe Harris is trash, man.
Right. I don't
Yo,
like Harris.
I just want to get this out the way, man, because I'm ranting. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna say this. I
That
just
loss
see
stung, didn't it? Yeah.
words. It did. It did. You know what I'm saying? So long story short, because I see it's late, man. Almost another 5-hour show. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Heart in the City, man. I pulled up late because my phone, the audio bad. And usually when y'all start, I'm at work and I could do it on my phone, but my audio no good. So I came home and I did the recap. Then I pulled up.
Nah, you ain't gotta explain nothing.
Nah. I'm just
I
I'm
apologize. You had to recap that garbage basketball game that happened earlier by that team.
Listen, man. They didn't. Cam Thomas
Coach
is
can't
on.
believe it, man.
Cam Thomas on his IG. He put hashtag free CT, bro. He is livid. He's vexed.
Thank God. Why is he not playing?
Exactly. Like,
Oh my God.
Listen, they gave. I looked at.
Ume gonna play him though. Ume gonna play him.
Better.
Watch.
Yo, man, I looked at Ed Sumner's stats because he's the stud, the new stud in town or whatever. So I looked at his stats. He played 4 seasons with the Indiana Pacers. Not one of those seasons did topped Cam Thomas' season last season with the Nets. He played more games every season than Cam Thomas in his one rookie season played more games than Ed Sumner in every one of his seasons. Had more points. And the only thing Ed Sumner did was shot field goal percentage better a little bit, not enough to make a difference. He averaged under 10 points in every season. So him as a developed player, 4th, 5th season, he's only averaging 7.5 at max. Cam Thomas averaged 8 points as a rookie. What are we doing? The problem with the Brooklyn Nets, in my opinion, since people getting fired and all of this type of shit, I'm gonna just let my shit fly. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Sean Marks, he's not making sense not playing the Cam Thomas. Why are you playing players that don't deserve the minutes over the player that showed you he deserved minutes? And I asked last time I was on a panel, who is another rookie that had 2 game winners besides Cam Thomas last season? Still no answers. My point is that it's ridiculous for Sean Marks to ignore the draft picks that he chose. He traded Jared Allen. He traded Karis LeVert. All draft picks is why I'm mentioning them. Now, again, he's in a situation where he could focus on his draft picks. We losing with Katie and Kyrie scoring 30 points per night. Case in point is Ayo Don Sumo. He's the third leading, or he's what Cam Thomas could be. He creates his own shot. He's not number 1 in a Zach LaVine or DeRozan. He's not number 2 in a Zach LaVine DeRozan. But he's definitely their number 3 guy. If not, Vucevic is their number 3. And but he's Ayo is the one that came up with big baskets in the 4th quarter for the Chicago Bulls. It's because they trust him and give him the opportunity to show up when it matters.
So who coached tonight though? It was
Billy
Vaughn.
Donovan. Jacques Vaughn versus Billy Donovan.
Jacques Vaughn. So Jacques Vaughn coached tonight. So basically, Jacques Vaughn got handed Steve Nash's lineup for the night and said,
Pretty
"Hey,
much.
look, this is what you're gonna do." So really, we can't really make no real judgments on any of the coaching decisions from here on out moving forward until we see them make the change to a permanent coach. With it looks like it's going to be Ume. So
call him Ume, man. His name is Ime.
Ime, Email. I
Email,
don't know,
email,
man.
I have a
I'm bad
question
with
for
names,
y'all in
bro.
reference to that. I have a
My
question for you.
bad, man. But cat
Nah,
for me.
I'm
I
glad
don't
I
even.
got that off
Yeah,
my chest, man. Thank you, man.
yeah. Nah, man. You more than welcome, man, to keep going in. I just wanted to chime in with that, man, in the fact that I don't necessarily think it's on Jock. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I agree with that. That
Poor
was
little
bad.
Jock Vaughn. He's got thrown in there. Hey man, go out there, man. Do what you can, bro. Like, yeah, we sorry, bro, but you gonna take all this weight right now, son. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations to have to coach this mess of a
right.
basketball team right now.
Congratulations. Here you go.
Oh, I heard
You
y'all. Y'all
can't do
said y'all
that.
not slow. Y'all ready? Y'all tired of Ben Simmons already?
I'm tired of him. Yeah, I am. I am. I don't know if Jeffy is, but I am. I'm done with the dude, man.
Damn, man. All I could say is I ain't even mad, man. Nick Claxton is doing what we thought Ben Simmons would do.
Right.
So,
Bro,
like,
look, I played
it's like that.
basketball and like bro, we grew up in Brooklyn. Like I can't do it, man, with a guy that don't show no heart, yo. Like I can't, man.
Yeah,
Who the
nah,
hell
the
is Ben
ethic.
Simmons? I don't even know who that dude is.
He don't show no kind of aggressiveness, no type of heart, no type of like, yo, man, I don't give a, I don't care who in there in the paint. Care if it's the Kimbe Mutombo, I'm trying to dunk on him. Like I don't see none of that from Ben Simmons, man. I just don't play with them type dudes on the court, man.
DDJ
No, no,
shows more heart on that basketball court than Ben Simmons does. I'm
man. Yeah,
thankful that at least
man.
they played DDJ tonight.
And your heart don't got nothing to do with the health of your body, bro. That's a
Facts.
mental thing, man. That's something that's in your chest.
Yeah.
And I don't see it from him, and I don't know we gonna ever see it from that cat, bro.
Yeah, I don't care, man. Trade him.
Especially in Brooklyn,
Trade him
cause
for Mo Bamba,
hey,
man. I'll take Mo
Let
cats
me
Bamba
get
like
his
over Ben
ass
me,
out.
Simmons.
cats like you, cats like Jeffy, real Brooklyn Nets fans, just New York fans in general. Ain't nobody gonna let off that cat.
Yeah.
Like, ain't
If you
nobody
don't
gonna
got the
give him
heart
the
to play,
benefit of the doubt.
getting the
So
hell off
this
this
ain't the
basketball team. I'm done
right.
with him.
This ain't the right fit, man.
No.
It ain't.
I'll
He is
take Mo
not gonna
Bamba.
be able
Trade
to
him for Mo
handle
Bamba,
Brooklyn.
man.
Ben
Facts.
Simmons is not built for Brooklyn, and you
Nah,
know
man.
that, bro. You know he ain't.
I ain't say all those outfits he wore. He ain't even wear no Timbs, no butters, nothing.
Right, man. This dude he ain't it, man.
I'm gonna keep it real with you though, bro.
He
I
sucks.
don't want to use the wrong word, but um, I'm uneasy with this whole free CT. Like he did this himself. This ain't no rumor. Hashtag
Mm.
free CT. He's basically asking for a trade, bro. Or he asking to get played. Like, nah, man. This is
I
this
think he'll get played, but what he's got to do is he's got to make sure he's ready for the moment.
ready for the
And
moment.
yeah,
All right, let me say this. I heard him at the end of a post game in the summer league, and the reporters asked him or said, "We seen you passing for the first half, and we seen you kind of tap in when the fourth quarter came. Can you explain that to us, Cam Thomas?" He said, "Yeah, fourth quarter is winning time. That's when I get the ball." That's what he said. I mean,
and that's what's up.
I probably could find an interview, but I probably can't. But without, I remember it like
Nah,
yesterday.
you don't have to do that, bro. It's not a debate. I'm just saying I want Cam Thomas to be ready when his number's called. I don't want an excuse. You see what I'm saying?
Bro,
Like,
Yeah,
but
I hear
yo, when you
what more
come,
could he?
when you get your ass out there, bro, handle it. You know what I'm
But
saying?
I
Because
think
they
he
look,
did though.
he's gonna get out there. He's
I
he's
think
on
he
the
did though.
team.
I think he did. And
Yeah.
again, everything wasn't I know he had those 2 game winners, right?
But he's
But
got
there,
to handle it with this new coaching and these
he does
new
not give
players
a
around him.
yo. Cam
Right.
Thomas does not care about none of that. when I seen him in the press conference, he was talking like they said, "Oh yeah, you know everything going on with Ben Simmons and KD." He's like, "Yo, you know, I can't say what he said verbatim. I don't remember it word for word, but in a nutshell, he was like, you know, I'm not even here for that. You know, I'm here to play basketball, and you know that stuff don't even bother me. You know what I'm saying,
Right,
so you know,
right.
I mean, you know, I just want to play. You know what I'm saying? I just go to practice and I practice on my game and I want to play basketball. He does not give. He don't care, bro. He don't care. He don't care about what's going on with Ben Simmons and his outfits. He don't care about Steve Nash is the coach or not. He wants playing time. And his problem with the Brooklyn Nets is that he's only getting 4 minutes of playing time, and they gave his playing time to Ed Sumner. That's his problem with the Brooklyn Nets.
Damn, and that Sumner ain't even getting that many minutes. So shit. Yeah. I mean,
Nah, I mean, let's check because when I look,
I don't know, man. It just seemed like ain't nobody really getting that many minutes, man.
nah, Ed Sumner is getting 12 minutes per game.
Yuta Watanabe's getting minutes too.
He's getting 15 minutes. Wasabi Watanabe getting
Watanabe,
15 minutes.
okay, okay,
He's
yeah.
playing
Yeah,
well. I like
yeah.
what
He's playing okay. Yeah, he's not doing bad.
he's playing with a good spark.
Cam Thomas,
Watanabe.
Cam Thomas never had these minutes, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, he's only 20. He just turned 20. And bro, he's been a winner. He's a star. And the only
No, I'm
reason
not
why
knocking you. I like Cam Thomas. I like his game, man.
He can
And
score the
coach is
basket.
singing, so
Yeah.
I wanna know like
Shit.
yeah, I don't. Well, that was a different type of song, but hey, look,
Here we
we
go.
Where's Kessler Edwards too? Is that dude gonna play at all? Are we gonna
I
sit
don't
him?
care, man. Kessler ain't. I don't. Yo, listen. Kessler got
look,
good defense, but he don't knock down that three. And Wasabi Watanabe is the difference between Kessler and Wasabi. Both of them got good defense, but Wasabi Watanabe is knocking down that three ball. That's the difference. So if Kessler not gonna play, cool. Don't let him. I don't even care if Kessler play at this point.
but Cam Thomas can shoot the three.
Nah, you can't. But he can score the ball, bro. He's
Then well,
nice,
they need
bro.
3-point shooters out there though.
They have them. They're just not hitting threes, and that's
They're
Seth
not
Curry and Joe
exactly.
Harris and
That's
Patty
the
Mills.
point. They can't have guys out there that can't fucking shoot. That's the
Kyrie
problem with
Irving.
having Ben Simmons out there.
Irving was
So if
horrible tonight.
you're talking Kyrie is has not been consistent. I give you that.
No.
Kevin Durant is consistent normally with his shot. But you got Simmons out there, and then you got Claxton. You got a bunch of guys that can't fucking shoot jump shots. Then, to your point, Breezy, why am I putting Cam Thomas out there if he can't shoot either?
No. Cam Thomas can shoot. He can't shoot the three. So
Right, but we need guys that can shoot the three.
Well, like
all
I
right,
said,
so
that's
let's
Joe Harris, that's Seth
let's-
Curry, and that's Patty Mills. That's your 3-point shooters.
okay, cool.
Yeah,
so, right,
we
Joe
need more
Harris,
than that.
right?
That's
But
the problem.
But no, what I'm saying is I'm looking at the specific numbers with players. KD 2 for 4 behind the arc. I respect that. 50%. Cool. Joe Harris 2 for 7.
Not
Not
good
enough.
enough.
Not enough for us to win games, man. You got to do better.
I agree.
Kyrie Irving 0 for 6 behind
Not
the
good
3-point line.
enough.
Not enough. And see, this is my problem with Joe Harris too, is that he's 3 for 8, but he's 2 for 7 behind the 3-point line. That means take more 2-pointers. Why you gotta take everything at 3? Like that's corny. So Royce O'Neal on fire. He had his season high. This is this is his career high. He had 20 points.
Yeah, O'Neal was good tonight.
He was 8 for 12 and he was 4 for 6 for 3. So what we expected from
Yeah,
Joe Harris,
he's
like
inconsistent though, man. I mean, I get it. I know they.
But what I'm saying is with Royce O'Neal, he's a volume shooter, and don't let him take no more than 6 3-pointers. You know what I'm saying? And that's if he's hitting them. Joe Harris, his main thing on being out there is taking 3-pointers, and he shot 7 of them. He shot the most on the team, and he missed them. They even got.
I honestly didn't we were streaming, so I'm gonna be a buck with you. I really didn't really watch the game. I had it on the side, but I didn't really
Oh,
get
I
to.
was watching, and he was
Yeah,
him and them
I
refs were
was
breaking
watching, but
shots.
I wasn't watching. Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
were
No, I
breaking
was
shots
watching.
like
I was watching
crazy.
every substitution to see if Cam Thomas was going to get
but
in the
I
game.
I did see Joe Harris take a lot of threes.
I'll give Joe Harris a little bit of a break because he is coming back from a serious injury, so he's
I
probably still
don't,
getting a shot up.
man.
Same thing with Seth Curry. There's some guys though, not giving excuses to.
Ben
They have bad
Simmons,
games.
what's his excuse?
Well, he's coming off the back injury.
Okay, then if he's got a back, then why is he back? If he's got a back injury,
Well,
I'm
he's
just
now he's got
saying.
a knee injury.
Now he's got
Right.
a knee injury. So
Yeah.
basically, this dude is washed. He's
Good
Kenny
luck.
Galladay. He's the Nets version of Kenny. Fucking Jeffy. This is Kenny Galladay.
Oh, great.
Ben Simmons is.
And he's 25 years old.
He's Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay is only what, 28?
28, 29.
Right. He's not that much older.
Yeah, but for a wide receiver, when you get close to 30, you start getting you start regressing quickly. 25 years old for a basketball player, you should not be regressing that quick.
But he's Kenny Galladay.
Well, we better hope he's not Kenny Galladay, or we're screwed.
No, bro. I just figured it out. He's fucking Kenny Galladay.
That's wonderful.
He's somebody you're not gonna be able to trade him. You're stuck with this cat.
Who the hell wants him?
And he fucking sucks.
He does.
Yo,
Stuck.
Y'all seen what Skip Bayless said about Ime Udoka?
What'd he say?
He said Ime Udoka will be no pushover for KD and Kyrie. He will install and instill a defensive mindset, whether his superstars like it or not. Life is about to change in Nets land. Congrats, Sean Marks.
Good. I like Ime Udoka. He should have been the head coach from the beginning and not Steve Nash.
Yeah, that's
odd
coming from Skip Bayless. Somebody must have wrote that for him.
Put on the teleprompter when he was reading it.
Yeah, he didn't really say that. That's somebody, because that dude's an idiot. But nah, he's right. That statement is correct, though. Yeah, I agree with it.
I agree. You got to have somebody that's not going to be afraid. He's not going to stand down to Durant and Irving. Like, you know what? You guys can do what I said.
You know who Cam Thomas remind me of on the Celtics, because Ime was there last year? Pritchard.
Oh, Peyton Pritchard?
Yeah, kind of what Pritchard does, I kind of want to see from Cam Thomas. You know what I mean? And I want to see him develop, and I think he could develop like a Tyrese Maxey, in the quickness sense. Like, I think Tyrese Maxey is a bigger guard than Cam Thomas, and he shoots the three at a way better, a higher clip. But I'm just saying the progressiveness and the opportunities that Maxey got. Like, Maxey is the man over there now. To me, he's second behind Embiid in front of Harden. I'll take it there to say that much.
I think the reason why the Sixers are turning it around is because Harden and Embiid are their stars. But if Maxey was able to take it to that next level as a scorer and just a player overall, that Sixers team would be tough to beat because Maxey's that X factor on that team. So, yeah, I hope that Cam Thomas could be that. Maxey's a damn good player, and he showed it in the playoffs last year. He really stepped his game up. So, I hope Cam Thomas could do that. But there's got to be a reason why this kid is not playing. I don't know if just Nash doesn't trust him because he's a young player. Now even Day'Ron Sharp seems to be out of the rotation too.
Yeah.
Sharp need to be out the rotation. But as far as Cam Thomas, I don't get it either, man. I mean, the kid should have an opportunity to at least show something.
Yeah.
To give the guy, next to no minutes, it's kind of disrespectful, honestly, man, to that player. And the work that he put in last year, like you said, Breezy. So, I mean, hopefully, but then again, you bringing in defensive-minded coaches, and what's the Nets' problem? Defense, right? So, if Cam Thomas,
what's Cam Thomas's big problem? Defense.
If he can't play defense, he's gonna have a hard time getting on the field.
I still disagree with that because I feel like when you think about why the Nets are losing, you gotta add the fact that it's scoring droughts, man.
It is.
When
It's more
like
than defense. I agree, but
no,
again,
but
you're
but no, but
bringing
what
in
I'm
a
saying,
defensive
but
minded coach now.
right,
Rebounding
no,
too.
which is listen, I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is, don't forget the fact that on a back-to-back situation, because we don't know have a strategy of a coach in Jacques Vaughn and Steve Nash. Not they don't know what they doing. They got KD playing damn near 40 minutes and Kyrie damn near playing 40 minutes. So my
Yeah.
point is, without an offensive strategy and running an offense with a mainly the defense, and everybody else knows that KD and Kyrie is going to get the ball to score the ball, and we're missing plays being drawn up. The one thing that Mets fans got to realize too is Bruce Brown used to cut across the middle, which gave another offensive threat to score the ball.
Yeah.
Now there's none of that happening. There's KD and Kyrie scoring from anywhere they want on the court, and there's 3-point shooting. We lucky that Nick Claxton improved and got his game better. I seen him dig into his bag. He'll drive if he got it.
Yeah.
He'll
Yeah,
take
I
it to
seen
the
that a couple times this season.
yeah.
Yeah.
He'll drive the lane, but we can't rely on that for our
No.
offensive
Absolutely not.
threat.
No, he
That's just
can't be
the
our
shit
third.
that
He
we
can't be our
glad
third
can do.
scorer. He can't be our third scorer on the team. And right now, honestly, he's the third best scorer on this team because nobody else can consistently do that. And that's
What
Right.
do
So
that's a
you what do
problem.
you guys how do you guys feel about a trade? Let's
Trey
just
who?
put this out there. I'm just
Who we put
saying,
on the table?
who is out there that can improve this team right now?
I would say trade Mo Bamba for Ben Simmons. Give Orlando Ben Simmons. We'll take Mo Bamba. Me
Mm,
personally, but I'm not
okay.
trading Cam Thomas, man. Cause I know KD. KD, he get frustrated. They was like, yo, look at KD throwing those ugly passes, getting turnovers in the fourth quarter. And it be because y'all asking him to do too much.
He
Y'all want him to
pissed off. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
he's emotional and he's pissed off and he's like, I'm tired of this fucking team. But the fact of the matter is,
He
though,
tired of not
you
winning.
gotta be a fucking leader out there. Give a
Right. But what
damn
I'm
what you
saying,
tired of,
I get it.
nigga. You got rings. Build these other
True.
players up, man. Stop being selfish, man. These fucking players are so fucking selfish, man. Excuse my language, man. I'm sick of this shit,
No,
man. Like,
say it, because you're right.
stop being selfish, man. Okay, bro. You got rings. You been in championship teams. You left a ready-made team to go to a super ready-made team. You did the soft move. Why you gotta be like this towards these other cats, man? And bitching and complaining because you ain't got the right coach and you ain't got the right team around you. Stop being a sucker, man,
He
and
scorned
step
his
up.
reputation. He scorned his reputation,
Man, like
especially when he did what he did in the off season when he was demanding a trade and I was
I don't
complaining
know
about this
Kevin
and
Durant,
that.
man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to put no negative energy out there on Kevin Durant, man, but this the way the media and I know the media is fucked up, but the way they portray KD, man, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. Like, yo, is this dude really like that, or is this just all media hype? I don't know because I'm
Yeah.
not around KD, man. But to me, if that's his character, I don't like that character, man. I don't like how he's portrayed or how he's being portrayed in the media because it looks like he's a sucker ass dude, bro,
He
that
gets
only
triggered
cares
way
about
too easily.
himself.
He gets triggered way too easily too by the people like
And
Twitter folks and the media folks and stuff.
I
He
don't I
always
don't get
does
mad
that.
at him for being triggered because the media would trigger me too, to be honest with you.
But like the
Right.
Twitter people and the fans and stuff, you can't let that happen. We're
Yeah,
fans for
you
a reason. You
can.
can't
That
you
and that's
can't allow
something
the
that these
fans to get to
these
you.
yeah,
No, but
these
listen,
athletes gotta learn that to just to have somebody, I don't know, man, just to
listen.
kind of stay off
I'm
that.
not agreeing with y'all. I am agreeing with y'all. I'm not disagreeing with y'all. I am saying is, but remember the fact that our generation is the last generation before social media.
That's
So
true.
Yeah,
us being able to detach from social media is easier. I mean,
exactly.
like think
You're right.
about people that
You're
think
right.
about our age demographic and how much you hear in
Very
conversation.
good
Like
point.
we'll just I had to detach myself from social media. I needed a few
Yeah.
weeks. I needed a few, you know what I'm saying? I know people my age demographic who don't even fuck with social media.
The
You know what I'm
smart,
saying?
That's a fact.
the smart.
So, and I'm saying that's only our age demographic and older. More so, these young people, they born into it. So how they
That's
deal with
true.
social media is at a different capacity and always will be.
Yep.
Word.
Mm.
So I never get. I said all I had to say. I would never be mad at a Kevin Durant.
Nah,
For
and that's why
engaging
I
with
can't
the
get mad
fans.
at him either. I'm just like the way I don't know, man. It's like, how do you judge these people? Because you don't know them.
Word.
You
What
know
I
what I'm
will.
saying?
What I will.
And so, but the
Yeah.
way it seems to me, if I'm judging based off what I'm hearing, I don't like the way it seems with KD, where it seems to be like this shit's all about him and his ring chase or whatever, instead of the Nets.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest
Never
with you.
about the Nets, man.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Some of that I can't agree with just off of the strength that he not just him being the best player in YG 22, but the best competitor on our
Mhm.
team. Like the effort he's putting in game into game to win games is what I
Mhm.
like. And again, we lose a lot of the handle we have on the lead in the game because he sits. But damn, he got a rest. And I agree with you far as the mindset of him, how you say, leading the team. I don't think that's necessarily his capacity as a teammate. He's
That's not
somebody,
his lane.
yeah, he's
Exactly.
he's more of, look, I'm not asking you to do nothing I'm not doing. So if I come at you a way, know that I'm not going
You
to
know
ask
what
nothing of you that I'm not doing.
the
You feel
worst
me?
thing the NBA did was they broke up, because exactly what you're explaining, and we've talked about these three players: Westbrook, KD, and Harden.
Yep. That OKC team and Ibaka. You
That
want to throw
that
him in there
that
too?
that basically was what you're explaining is what KD needs. He
Right.
needs a fucking Westbrook.
You say you need a Westbrook? You think so?
Yeah.
Explain that. Break that down for me. What you mean?
I'm gonna break it down for you real easy, bro. You saying this cat is not, he's a hard worker and a competitor, but he ain't necessarily trying to galvanate the troops, if you feel what I'm saying.
Okay,
Russ,
yeah, I see what you mean.
Russell Westbrook is. He
Right.
gonna put that kind of dog in you.
Right.
And what they missing with, I don't really know how James Harden fits into the thing, the shit. But I guess what James Harden fits into it, to where is he's just gonna shut up and do his fucking job. So that's what they basically broke up that dynasty. That was a
You
dynasty
have to
right
throw
there.
in Ibaka too, because Ibaka was another one of those guys that had that same type of
Yeah.
attitude, like that dog attitude at that forward position.
Yeah,
He
I
was as
agree.
vital as
That
those
was
three.
their Kendrick Perkins. You always got a Kendrick Perkins, or Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Charles Oakley. You got one of those
Yeah,
type players
Anthony
on your
Mason
team.
type player. You're
If
right.
you're Draymond Green, the modern day era version of it. So you
That's
gotta
Serge
have
Ibaka.
Serge Ibaka, exactly. You got to have one of those type players on your team. So they had a dynasty ready team that they got broke up, because basically they're all missing each other. Because what KD needed, he didn't need Harden. He needed Westbrook.
Yo, I hear you. Yo, Cam Thomas just changed his profile thing. You remember I told you he did um the free Cam Thomas? He
Yeah.
he changed it to the Joker. Like he joking. He was serious. You know they say it's truth and humor.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear anything about the Joker because that's going to make us
That's,
think of a player that was in New York not that long
yeah,
ago, got
Kadarius
traded.
Tony.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
I don't
his
want another
punk
Kadarius
ass.
Tony
See
situation.
another one, man. Like these dudes, man, these days, they just I don't know, man. I don't
It's these
get
young
down with the
kids. These young
modern
kids
day athlete,
nowadays.
bro.
Yeah.
I don't know how these. I don't know, but I don't know how these cats are still doing it, man. I don't. I don't
Because
understand it.
nobody's putting a stop to it. That's why. They're letting it happen. Nobody's telling these kids otherwise. They're allowing these kids to go out there and run the league. They're not
Look,
stopping
his
them.
squad, like, how the hell are y'all still? Look,
Yeah.
man, it hit, man. This is the show.
It's the heart, man. The heart that is
This is the
always
heart of the
pumping, man.
city. Does the
Yeah.
city ever sleep hit? No,
And
exactly.
See, so
besides,
the
we're
heart
still talking
never
about the
sleeps. The
Sleep,
stupid
heart
man.
can
Nets
never
right
sleep
now.
because the
We're still talking about the stupid Nets right now, too.
How could we be a New York City show
right.
or a heart of the city show and shut down at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, man?
I got,
Get
I
the
got a
hell out of
question
here.
for y'all. I got a question for y'all.
Uh,
How long, if we keep going
The
on the
fuck
streak we're
is this
going right now
shit?
with this team, how long until we start hearing Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving
Yo,
think about
that's
start
some
demanding a
nasty ass
trade?
shit. Wow.
I don't think so. I think I think I don't like okay, let's say they get this new coach or whatever. All right, so do we really think that
13 weeks.
this is going to continue to be a problem with these cats?
nah,
No.
I think no. To answer your question, it's what Jeffy said and what we said. I think that's what happens. I think it's
So
what Skip said.
I don't see them being in disarray, wanting to be, traded or whatever.
Nah, I think Cam Thomas. I think. Listen, you got to realize what we missing about an Ime is that he used to be a guard, to my knowledge. He used to be a guard or a
E-
forward. I
yeah.
think he could see Cam
I
Thomas.
had to have you say Ime before I said it because I was gonna
Yeah.
butcher it and say
Yeah.
something different, and then you would have.
Yeah, but it's going to take more than just Cam Thomas playing more for this team to really start turning it around. It's going to have to be a collective of guys starting to turn things around. Cam Thomas
but
will help, but it's got to be multiple guys that start turning it around. And that's the problem. We're just getting a production for pretty much 2 or 3 players.
but you
Nobody
but you
else is
gotta
helping.
but you gotta have oh shit damn but yeah you gotta have you definitely gotta have players like Cam Thomas, man, come out, man, and basically shine when they get the opportunity to, man. I don't think that you know what I'm saying that they're gonna do this to Cam Thomas with this new coaching staff. I don't know, man, but if you think that, then I mean, hey, and maybe he'll get traded. I don't know.
That'd be a mistake.
I
That'd be a
don't
big
think so.
mistake.
I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna give him an opportunity. I do think they're gonna give him an opportunity because
Yeah,
they gotta figure out who they want on this team and who they don't want on this team, man. And you can't figure out jack squat if you got somebody on the bench.
yeah,
That's just a fact, man. And that's what we was saying about Kadarius Tony. How could the Giants know what they had if he never played? Well,
exactly.
it come to find out they wasn't planning on playing him. He wasn't
Yep, you're
part of the
absolutely
plan.
right. You're absolutely right.
So
Well, also, I mean, I hope that DDJ plays more too because that's the type of kid. I know he's like a little limited with his talent, but at the same time, what the dude does, he's got that intangibles and a little bit of that dog in him, where he's not afraid to play physical up against the offensive player. He's not afraid to drive to the basket. He plays solid defense. I'm happy that David Duke Jr. is playing because I've always liked that kid. I thought he deserved to get
yeah,
opportunities
he
and
did.
minutes on this team, and he's playing pretty well for the minutes he's getting. So I mean, that's one dude that has to be in the lineup a little bit more because he does bring that intangible type play to the team that they do need. A dog a little bit in him that somebody like Ben Simmons we wish can have that in him and some of these other guys.
Right.
Or Yuta Watanabe like him too. He plays with that aggressive like dog style inside of him. Claxton is doing that right now. We need more guys like that. that have that dog in them. They're
Earth.
not afraid to mix it up. Royce
Roof.
O'Neal, even though Royce O'Neal, he even is not afraid to mix it up a little bit because he's a
Yo,
defensive guy.
you seen him throw Vucevic to the ground?
Yes, I loved it. I love seeing Royce O'Neal do that.
Yo,
That's why I like him.
When I see that shit on the instant replay, the only thing he didn't say was "fuck out of here." Like he straight up, and it was physical between them. I feel like he won the matchup tonight between him and Vooch.
Oh, he did.
won that.
He did. Royce O'Neal had easily his best game of the season so far. He was solid.
Bro, that
Like
was the
you
best
said-
game in his career.
Yeah, and Breezy, like you said, you're right. If he shoots a certain volume of 3-point shots, he can be effective. But we brought him in here for one reason: his defense.
And
That's the reason why he's here.
That's the thing where you
not
got to
only
use him
that,
at.
Not only that, they also say, I'm listening to the announcers. They say, yo, this is his 272nd start or something like that. I don't know if that's the exact number, but it was because all of that shit that Sean Marks was saying about availability. He went out and got somebody who played 77 out of 82 games. That's why he gave up the draft pick for Royce O'Neal, because he needs somebody that's going to be there, not just on paper.
Exactly. Somebody that will give you three things. 3-point shooting, if not like a lot of it, but he'll give you 3-point shooting at times. He's going to give you good defense. And like you said, he's going to play. Something that these other players at times can't do is he will be on the court and you can rely on him on the court multiple times. You know what I'd like to see come back too? I want to see what TJ Warren could do when he comes back, because he could be another guy. I know he's had a lot of injury issues too, but this dude, he's pretty nice when he was healthy.
They said November 9th.
I want to get him back on the court because that guy could give us a spark. I've been high on TJ Warren for a while too. Oh, good. That kid could give us a spark on that offense that we need. Because Warren's nice. It's just we got to keep him healthy. That's the problem. Right. That dude could give us some spark in the front court. Did Marquise Morris play at all tonight?
Nah.
Oh, God.
Nah, 0 minutes for Morris. But his pops just passed. Maybe he ain't have it. Like, he just came back like, yo, I got to show up for work. But mentally, his head not in the game. I wouldn't have let him play neither. I'm like, I would have, if he would have said, yo, I can't do it tonight, I could understand that.
Yeah, it's true. I don't blame him if he wasn't able to play. I mean, obviously that's going to wear on him and his brother. So, still, we never missed.
Yo, Royce O'Neal, I just liked him just by looking at this stat. His career high is 20 points versus the Knicks on January 26th last season. I like him even more now, man. Like, he got his career high on the Knicks.
I'd love to see him do it even better when he plays the Knicks in about a week.
Yeah, next Wednesday, man. I'm going to that.
So, real quick, and I'm late as hell, man.
We're going.
I'm gonna talk to y'all. I'm gonna talk to y'all in the background. I got to be better at formatting this show. But Rangers 1-0 over the Flyers yesterday. Okay. The Rangers are 6-3-2. We had the Islanders 3-1 over the Blackhawks. Islanders are 6-4. And then the Devils over the Canucks 5-2. The Devils are 7-3. So
holy crap, the Devils are back.
The hockey teams are doing pretty well. The Devils are in the Metropolitan Division.
All three of them are.
Devils are 7-3. Rangers 6-2. Those are your first two teams. You got the Hurricanes, Flyers, and then the Islanders 6-4. So, hockey's on the up, man. Hockey's on the up and up, man. For my hockey fans out there, man. You know what I'm saying? So, definitely, man. Appreciate you rocking with us, Dash. Appreciate Hit Squad. Of course, Breezy coming through. Almighty Finesse holding us down in the chat. My man Levance. We had Jaden Alvis. Of course, pop in. Reels. Tudo, of course, popped in. Taj, Wells, um, Wifey, of course, man.
Mark the
So
Blue Giant, D-Mac.
yeah, man, definitely, man. All those cats, man. We rocked out tonight, man. This was a
Yeah.
hell of a stream, man. For real, man.
Yo,
It's
hell yeah.
all made by you fellas, man. You guys up here on the panel with me, man.
Yeah, no, I
That's
love this
what
Too,
shit,
makes the
man.
bro.
Y'all
show,
already
man.
know.
You too,
For
bro.
real, man. That's what makes the show, man. And we do this, man, and you see we're getting more and more people, man, to rock with us, man, and to talk sports, man, and just go around the city, man, because we all see this area as home, whether you from New York, Jersey, Connecticut, wherever, man. You know what I'm saying? Massachusetts, even down in South Jersey, Philly, whatever, man. The people still call this area home. So
No
Yeah.
doubt. No doubt.
look, man, this is why I do it, man. Heart of the city, man. And shout out to y'all, man. Um,
Yeah.
Coach, I don't know
Yes,
if Coach is
sir.
still there.
Yeah,
You
I'm
still
here.
around? God, Coach, man. You like the silent assassin, man. Can't leave without you getting your segment, man. You already know what it is.
Hmm. Thanks. I appreciate that. College football was a rough weekend for the locals, basically. Um, the good is Princeton football, still undefeated in the Ivy League, beat Cornell 35-9. Um, it looks like Princeton quarterback Blake Sandstrom threw 17, 28, 229 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ryan Butler led the rushing, 11 for 37. Um, Andre Izovias, 10 receptions for 155 yards and 2 touchdowns. Turning over to Syracuse, rough one for Syracuse, second loss in a
Mm,
row. They lost to Notre Dame 41-24.
jeez.
It was a tough battle. I mean, I know Syracuse did fight back, but Notre Dame really did step up their game. They've been fighting hard, so I mean, it was tough for them. Garrett Schrader did start, but he ended up leaving the game. It was 5 for 14, 35 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Carlos Del Rio Wilson took over, 11 for 22, 190, 2 touchdowns. Sean Tucker, didn't have his normal explosive night. He was 16 carries, 60 yards, 1 touchdown. Um, so, like I said, it was Aronde Gatson, leading receiver, 4 receptions, 78 yards, 1 touchdown. Demarcus Adams, 2 receptions, 43 yards, and 1 touchdown. Again, like I said, it was a rough one for Syracuse. Um, Audric Estime, actually, kid is from Jersey. Was the leading rusher, 20 carries, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns. The kid was really laying the wood
Mm,
during the course of the game. They also had Logan Diggs, 20 carries, 85 yards, and a touchdown. So Notre Dame used the ground attack to really attack Syracuse, and this is their second one in a row. But the college playoff football finally came out, the first one, and in the national ranking, Syracuse actually comes in at number 20 in the playoffs.
wow. Okay.
But there's a surpriser. I just wanted to talk about this quickly. The number one team in the country is Tennessee. They jumped
Wow.
over Georgia and Ohio State, Clemson, Michigan, and Alabama.
Wow.
So Ohio State is 2, Georgia is 3, Clemson is 4, Michigan is 5, Alabama is 6, TCU is 7. But I will say this: just keep an eye on this, because this weekend Tennessee plays at Georgia, so one is playing 3. So right there, somebody's going to get knocked down.
Somebody's gonna get knocked out
hmm
of it. Yeah.
And then Ohio State and Michigan are right now are headed for a big showdown as long as both stay undefeated.
Big Ten championship.
So
Yeah.
no, they play each other first before the Big Ten
Oh
championship.
wow.
So
Oh
whoever
shit.
it's East versus West in the Big Ten. So whoever wins that game goes to the Big Ten championship. And right now, Illinois is leading the West. They're undefeated at
Ugh.
7-1. So they've been stepping up their game. So, but
Illinois.
Illinois is not. Don't sleep on them.
Uh,
Don't sleep on them.
all
So
right, man.
they actually the one thing that most people don't realize, um, their linebacker, their head coach was the linebacker coach at for the Giants this year, but he left when Lovie Smith got fired. So he
Mm,
went down and he took over, and he's been positioning and work. No, it was last year. I'm sorry. He was on Judge's roster, and but he's been building and he's been recruiting because he also used the portal, which a lot of schools are starting to do now. The portal is starting to become a big thing. So,
mm,
but I just
okay.
wanted to touch on that quickly, and finally, no, next is Monmouth. Monmouth hosted Townsend State, but they came out on the losing end. Um,
Mm.
Townsend came in 2-5, and Monmouth was 4-4, but they ended up losing. This is the actual basketball score to me, 52-48, and that
Wow.
was exactly. So they had a freshman playing quarterback because I did see a little of the game. He was 18-25, 213 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Their leading rusher, his name is Enzo Arjana. I can't really say it. I know I'm shredding his name. But their leading
It's all
rusher
good.
for Monmouth was Jaden Sheridan, 19 carries, 211 yards, and 3 touchdowns. When I say that was a shootout, that was a shootout. So
Mm.
it was a big game, and it was interesting. I do have it on, and I'm going back and watch the tape a little bit later. Finally, Rutgers. Rutgers lost to Minnesota 31 to nothing. Now, don't let the score fool you. Rutgers was down 14 nothing at half.
Mm-hmm.
It stayed
Talk
like that
about it.
until the middle of the fourth quarter. I believe it was the middle or early part, like 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and that's when they started to lose. They wore it down because the offense really didn't do anything. Now, the thing about that is they've given the reins to Gavin Wimsatt. Gavin Wimsatt is their 4-star recruit who came out of high school. He left high school in the middle of his season last year to enroll at Rutgers because he was able to do that, leaving Kentucky and enroll before the season officially started. So he only played 3 high school games last year and then played 4 college games. So it was his redshirt year. So he's technically a redshirt freshman. And it was actually his 19th birthday on Saturday. So, what a birthday present. But he finished the game 16 completions on 17 attempts, 68 yards, and 1 touchdown, which shows how rough it is. But he left the game injured. They kept him out for concussion protocols, but he ended up being fine. Noah Verdell, the senior, took over. He finished at 3 for 7, 18 yards, 1 touchdown. The leading rusher was Kyle Monangai, 7 carries, 29 yards. The big loss for Rutgers was Sam Brown, the fifth. He
Mm-hmm.
ended up being put on. He was lost for the season for a knee injury, and they announced that right before the game. So, and Brown is the kid from Philly whose the Russian attack seems to be working very efficiently. So, um, in the receiving, it really wasn't much. Sean Ryan continues to lead 4 receptions, 48 yards. Defensively, Desmond Igbinoso ended up with about 14 tackles, and Aaron Lewis, defensive end, had 9, and Deion Jennings, linebacker, had 11. Same thing with Avery Young, safety, nickel slot, 11 tackles. So it was a tough day for the defense, like I said, because they ended up wearing down because they were really with it. If they had any semblance of offense, I think it
Mm-hmm.
could have changed. Now, from Minnesota, the big thing was wasn't passing. It was Mohammed Ibrahim. I had spoken before. The kid is the truth.
Mm.
36 carries, 159 yards, 3 touchdowns.
And
And
that's on
what
a tough Rutgers
defense?
run
Exactly.
defense. Yeah. Wow.
So, and he was bouncing off people. And the kid is,
Mm,
he's like 5'9, 5'10, 215 pounds, somewhere in that range. But I
mhm.
mean, I see him getting drafted next year. Maybe I can see him going, depending on the team, as high as the third
So
round,
that's
maybe.
somebody to keep an eye on.
Yeah,
Running
yeah,
back from Minnesota.
yeah. He's definitely one I've been watching for years. So he's he's definitely it, and that's how Minnesota won is the run game. They also have some big boys up front. Um, they had one who was 380, damn near 400 last year, and most of the others are 330 to 350. So it wears on you. So, and that's how Minnesota ended up winning. Rutgers has a big one coming up on Saturday. They host a number 5 team, Michigan. So it will be a
Gosh.
tough one coming up this weekend.
yeah,
Syracuse
it's gonna be
is
rough.
going. Let me see.
Um,
Syracuse.
so they gotta win what, two more to be bowl eligible?
Yes, they have Michigan. Then they go to Michigan State. Then they host Penn State, and then they go to Maryland to close out the season.
Ah, that doesn't sound good,
So
coach.
it's tough. It can be doable. The one thing I will say, I mean, I'm not expecting them to the way they've been playing and starting to wear down in the offense, but they always seem to play Michigan tough, whether it's up there, Michigan, or at home.
Man, that would be so great if they could beat
Exa-
Michigan, man. I
yes,
mean,
but I'm
just
not.
give them a signature win. That way you got recruits coming in there feeling good about the program because they actually went out there and beat a top team. You know what I mean? So that
Well, the thing about it is, when Shiano came in, everyone knows he came in to a program that was devoid. I mean, literally devoid of talent. They
mhm.
had nothing, and he's getting them to be respectable at least. So, is it going to take some time with them? Yes. I've always said it's probably going to take them 5 years. And I know most people don't want to hear that, but
Yo,
it's going to
yo,
take them.
coach.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a question real quick. I just wanted to ask: did the Jets or the Giants draft out of any of the colleges from New York? Rutgers, Syracuse, anybody?
The
Geno
Giants was
Smith.
drafting from Syracuse for a while.
Not this
And
year.
and not recently, but they
In
were
the past,
drafting
yeah.
from Rutgers and Syracuse and what was the
They've
other
uh,
school coach?
no, they've drafted local. What they do is
Yeah.
they will draft local. What happens is when they go through looking at players, evaluating players. The players don't local players have a special combine where they'll be invited down and the Giants will take a look at them. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter if you're a D3 school, if they see you, they'll invite you.
Yeah.
If you're from Syracuse, if you're out on Long Island and you're playing at Stony Brook or somewhere like that, yeah, they'll invite you. Also, Eastern Pennsylvania, so like the Lehighs, Lafayette, schools like that, they're all invited because they're considered local, and that's both teams. So they do look at kids locally. So it's not like they don't. But have they drafted anybody recently? Not to my knowledge. I'd have to go back and I'd have to do more research. I mean,
They were a lot
yeah, in the
during like the
past.
Tom Coughlin era. You know what I'm
Well, a lot
saying?
of guys that they signed, they didn't draft them. They signed them as free agents.
Free agents, yeah,
That's what
undrafted
they,
free
yeah,
agents. Yep.
undrafted
You're
free
right.
agents, and bring them in because there were a lot of guys, and even local guys. I mean, look at Victor Cruz. Victor Cruz is from
Victor
Paterson, New
Cruz, yeah.
Jersey, but he
Right.
came in via Massachusetts. And
Right.
Mhm.
Jonathan Constillas, I mean, I know Jonathan personally. I've done camps with him. He's from New Brunswick, but he went to
Yeah.
Wisconsin, and he came to the Giants, and he helped lead them to a Super Bowl. So
Right.
they
Even
But
do
Saquon's from the area,
from
isn't he?
yeah, Saquon's from Penn State, but technically he's born in the Bronx,
In the Bronx,
and
right.
and he what most people don't realize, and when I tell people this, they're like, "No, you're lying." I'm like, "No, it's not. Look it up." Saquon actually was recruited and committed to Rutgers. Penn State flipped him.
Mm.
Penn State
Can
flipped
you
him.
get? Can you got that, coach?
Got what? I
That,
mean, to look it up?
that
Yeah, I can look it up. I mean, it's not hard to get. But yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
damn, that's interesting. I never knew
yeah,
that.
he was committed to Rutgers back when he was coming out of high school because he was
Mm,
Rutgers found him.
never knew
Rutgers
that.
actually found him, and he was committed, and Rutgers was his only offer, and he ended up flipping because Penn State jumped in, which I understand. But
Yo,
let me pull it up. Was Penn State, Rutgers, Saquon, Rutgers?
yeah. For the record, yeah, answer what I was asking. So it's what
Oh,
it from, and what I take from what you said is just because it's their business to know the talent in their neck of the
mm-hmm,
woods. Like if you're talent in their neck of the woods, you better know. You're not
Yeah,
supposed to let, and like you said, Penn State they jumped in, but he was really going to Rutgers. That shit is
that's
important.
like
mm-hmm,
That's like big bank, little bank type shit. Know what I mean?
that's
exactly.
like the best. That's like
Big
the
school,
best
swing
point
school.
guard in Brooklyn
Right.
going and signing with Alabama. You're gonna be like, what
Mm-hmm,
the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So
mm-hmm,
that's how
Right.
that works.
Like
So
wait,
you
like
gonna
look at
want to have that on
Kimber
lock. Yeah.
Walker, right? Kimber Walker, right? He went to Connecticut.
mm-hmm,
They consider us the what tri-state area, right?
Yeah,
mm-hmm,
exactly. So that
So it's
wasn't he
like
didn't lead it. Yeah, he didn't leave.
right.
He didn't
So
get
it's
out the
like
area.
him
All right.
being going to New York, even though he was terrible there, Barkley voice. But case in point is, the Knicks didn't get him. I don't know why the Knicks didn't get him right out the draft. That's crazy. Because if y'all would have got him right out the draft, he was something. He went to
mm-hmm.
Charlotte. He was balling.
Exactly. And here's the article. Okay. The article is on SB Nation. Yep, Saquon was once committed to Rutgers. Here's why it didn't stick. And
Mm.
Barkley was a Rutgers commit for 6 months in 2013 and 2014. He committed silently to Rutgers in that August, revealing his pledge in September, and flipped it to Penn State by February a year later.
Wow.
So, and he was a signee in the 2015, and that was after Shiano left, because Shiano left in 2012, and that was Kyle Flood, who was then the head coach. And it says Barkley's commitment to Rutgers wasn't as odd as it seems now. When they first started recruiting me, it was my dream school, Barkley said during his recruitment. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Rutgers was his dream school. And why? Because he's from the Bronx and,
Right.
family and everything. I
Yeah.
love the coaches. I love the offensive style. I just thought it fit well. They made me feel like I was home. And that's the whole point. Rutgers can get the kids, they can get kids. The problem is sometimes is securing them. And like right now, Shiano's biggest thing is NIL. Making sure they have the money, because a lot of colleges. I mean, the NCAA just came up with a rule and said that colleges cannot use that, and they can't push kids to locations that'll help them with NILs. Kids have to make that decision on their own, because a lot of colleges were doing that. They were, getting NIL offers and saying, we can give you this if you come here, as opposed to letting, the kids, because it is going to influence a kid, 16, 17, 18 years old. Why wouldn't it? But now you can't do that. Kids have to, research it and find out on their own. And that's one of the biggest things with Shiano, which they're starting to do things to get it up, but it's not to the level of like a Texas, Texas A&M, Alabama. Those schools are, offering guys, $100,000, $1 million in NIL money over 4 years. And come on, let's be real. An 18-year-old kid coming from a disadvantaged environment, what's he going to do? He's going to school for
Right.
free, and you can get that extra money that, something happens, you still have that money in the bank, so whatever it is, so it, it
True that.
it's interesting, with the new NIL, and hopefully it continues to change and makes it an even balance across the board, because that's what I'm looking for. Because hell, I could tell you right now, if I had $1 million, Rutgers would get it right now. Or extra million. I'm sorry, Rutgers would get it now if I could help support them. That's how much I believe in Shiano and what they're doing there and what they're building and the location. And if we could just keep kids home, period. I really believe that if we had all the top recruits from Eastern PA, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and then of course he goes down into Florida, and now he's getting kids from Ohio and Kentucky, but mainly in this area. I think he definitely would have a top program, always in the top 25, maybe in the top 15 in the country consistently. So, but that's pretty much it. Hopefully this weekend we have a. And I looked up. Syracuse is hosting Pittsburgh, so that'll be a big one. They both form a Big East, and they've been around each other, competing, same recruiting grounds, everything.
So where's Pitt at right now?
Record wise.
Yeah.
Let me look that up.
Yo,
I think they're fairly good. Pittsburgh is. Where's their record? Here we go. My computer's slow as shit.
Yeah. But we're gonna close out, man.
yeah,
It's been a hell of a stream.
Pittsburgh
yeah.
is 4-4 right now in the ACC, 1-3 in conference.
Going for
Yeah,
all
no, I
right,
just
cool.
wanted to say before we leave, man. Listen, man. I know the Nets ain't winning a lot of games, but we gonna beat the Knicks, man. For one, two. You know what I'm saying? Nash is undefeated versus the Knicks. So I don't want to hear y'all talk spicy about Nash. Never in your Knicks fan
Who?
life.
Who? Who?
Oh
Nash.
wow.
Who?
Nash is undefeated. He's an
Who?
undefeated coach
Who?
versus the Knicks.
Who?
All right.
Who?
Oh
Exactly.
man.
I mean, come on
That's
now.
it. That's so. That's it.
Don't come at me like that, bro. Don't come at
I'm
me.
just saying.
Y'all
That's
have
it.
y'all have the talent. Y'all have the talent, and y'all trash. You talking about the Knicks? Y'all garbage.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
talking
no, no,
about
no,
the
no,
Knicks.
no,
I
no, no,
said
no.
that Nash is undefeated. I mean, there's no slick
Who?
talk. That's a whole
You
fact.
fired your coach. Okay, so you're talking to me about your former coach is undefeated, but now you just fired him. What
Yeah,
kind of
I'm just saying. Just know,
Uh-oh.
anytime
saying
y'all
what?
talk
Yeah.
about,
Saying what?
anytime y'all say anything spicy about Nash, just know he undefeated
I've never
versus the
said
Knicks.
anything spicy
Even if he
about
not
Nash.
undefeated versus any other team in the NBA, he undefeated versus the Knicks. And I want you to
And
know that. Have a good
and
night.
and he's not there anymore. He's not there. So what does
So
that
what you think?
mean?
So you don't think that the Nets could beat the Knicks without Nash, man? Stop.
I didn't say they couldn't, but
Oh
don't think that the Knicks
wow.
can't beat the Nets either.
No, I
I
would never
mean,
say that.
yeah. Last year is
It's-
last year. What you gonna do for me right now?
Wednesday, man, 11-9, man. I'm gonna be in the building. Hold on. I just want to say this, man. You see my tag? It say Jumbotron Breezy. Yo, hold on. Put the hit squad production quote down. Hold on, I
What?
want to show y'all
Hold
something,
on,
dude.
hold on. I got you.
What one?
You don't see
Hold
my
on,
name? Oh, my name ain't up there.
hold on, I
Yo, I'm
got you.
Where?
yo.
Up
There you
where?
Nah. All right. So anyway, I had changed my name to Jumbotron Breezy, and I just want to let you know that. You know what I'm saying? Because all of
What's
the
that
Knicks
supposed to
fans that
mean?
pull up, if y'all come to the Barclays, I want you to know that I'm gonna be on the Jumbotron, Millie rocking, sturdy Millie rocking.
Congratulations!
You know what I'm saying?
Congratulations!
Before you play. So I just want to let y'all know that I'm a fan that don't like y'all fans. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no Knicks fan friends. I just want to be clear. You know what I'm saying? Like the football shit. Y'all turned me into a Giant fan. I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all did, bro.
You see this?
I keep it
You
real
see
with you.
this? You see
But
this?
what's that?
Talk to me when y'all get one of these.
What's that? What's that? A
A
Nick ring?
championship ring. A championship ring, baby. Talk to me when you get one of these. Talk to me
Oh
when you get
wow.
one of those.
All right, that's the song talk. That's a C. That's in the C. That's June talk. Know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm messing with you.
That's
Come on,
song
bro.
talk. That's June talk. Know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Jumbotron
Said
Breezy, man.
Oh,
championship
oh, oh, oh,
ring,
oh,
man.
oh. Before anything, rest in peace. I've never been a fan, but I don't like what I heard. Rest in peace to the guy from Miyagos who
Take
you
off.
know what's his name?
Migos, take off.
Yeah, yeah. Rest in peace, man. I don't like hearing young brothers going out like that. I mean,
Oh, take
my
off.
my middle daughter's damn near his age. She's 27. He's 28, and that hit me hard, man. Because it's like what are we doing to each other? Just and I know that he's a famous rapper, and his music was alright. I can't. It's not like some of the other ones, but I just wanted to send my condolences to his family, to all his fans, and everything, man. Yeah, I mean it's hard, man.
Yeah, now likewise, I second that. And again, it's surprising that it happened, and it's
Hmm.
too much of a normalcy with
Hmm.
rapping. Rap is art, and it was just born not too long ago. Rap is not art form that's 100 years old, and when it
Hmm.
was born, it introduced the world to a lot, and is responsible for a lot that's going on with the world, the way it shaped the world. And I say that to say in honor and respect to Takeoff, that the Migos, as far as culture wise, they did push the culture in with their sound. And he's a big part of that. And I heard he you know and it's a lot, man. But his family got my condolences, man. And to be honest, it's kind of heavy. You know what I'm saying? It's heavy on my chest for real.
Hmm. Most def, man. I feel you.
Well,
So.
Yeah, man. You know, anytime someone dies or loses physical life doesn't mean they lose life. You know what I'm saying? So, um, we can be mournful of someone, but just realize that their actual life hasn't been taken from them, meaning the light in the light form, you know. Regardless of what you think about what death is or not, I don't believe that life ever ceases to exist. So that's why they always say, hey, don't mourn for me, celebrate. So
Hmm.
that's just a little nugget for you guys. But let's get out of here, man. Let's end it on a high note, man. Um, tell her where to find you at, Coach.
Coach Ed's Amazing World of Sports. That's where I'm at on YouTube. Um, Definitely working on bringing you more things, not just X's and O's, but other things. Trying to get more creative and build my program. Thanks to my boy from Shadow Worlds for always being there, supporting us, supporting this channel, and helping us to grow. And we definitely want to help them grow, and brings you good music, from all different genres. But he always touches, right in the heart of the city, basically. So that's one of the things. So I'm definitely going to be there and continue to grow. And I thank you all for your support, your kind words. You just don't know how much that really means to me, man. Because sometimes a brother just needs a little bit to keep him going. So, and it's because of a lot of y'all that I'm here doing this. So thank y'all.
Definitely appreciate you, Coach, man. You know what I'm saying? And you motivate me, man, and you motivate a lot of us, man. So definitely know, man, you're always appreciated in this community, man. Breezy, man,
Thanks,
tell them
man.
where to find you at.
yo, man, y'all can find me here, or y'all can find me, on my page, Big Fan Breezy with the Brooklyn Nets vlog, Big Brooklyn Nets vlog, or you can find me on the Jumbotron at the Barclays. Know what I'm saying? Jumbotron Breezy in the building. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm hype, man. If you asking me if I'm hype, yes, I'm hype. I was on the Jumbotron. Every time you go to a Brooklyn Nets game, you can see me on the Jumbotron. Yeah, man, and you can find me here, man, on my page, man. I'll be moving around. I was on Player's Choice. There was a clip I wanted to get because I had said I plugged it, the unpopular opinion. I just like it was like a little subtle plug, you know what I mean? But they ain't get it,
Alright.
you know what I'm saying? But I wanted to take it and clip it though. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? You know, yeah, man, I'll be here, man. Y'all after the game, anytime the Brooklyn Nets play, I do a recap and a pre-cap. So, you know, pull up, man. Like, share, subscribe. Shout out to Coach Eddie. Shout out to Unpopular Opinion Sports. Shout out to everybody that was on the panel before I got here. I seen y'all talking giant football for a while long. I was
Yeah.
watching. You know what I'm saying? I shared it on Twitter. So shout out to the whole panel.
So,
I seen I think Dash. Yeah, I was kicking it with him.
yeah.
Yeah, shout out to everybody I had on there, and you know what I mean, again, I'm glad I'm part of the panel, but I was a fan first, so shout out to my guy, you know what I'm saying, and shout out to Heart of the City, man. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Most definitely, man. And you know what I'm saying? We all family here, so you definitely a part of this show and definitely my channel and what I like to call unpopular opinion sports because we give all the unpopular opinions, but those unpopular opinions more than likely come out to be true and we are somewhat you know, a little bit of profits here when it comes to the sports world, you know what I'm saying? Cuz we give those unpopular, those raw, those hot takes, whatever you want to call them, hot cakes, opinions, so on and so forth. So that's how we do over here, man. I'm NYG22 with my co-host, Mr. Ed Gladney, and my man Breezy and Jeffy T85, man. We out of here, man. Leave y'all with a little something, something, man, from my brand, Go Travels, man. Let's get it in.